All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Good morning, everyone. So based on our previous discussions amongst ourselves, we're hoping to get through this entire budget review in a day rather than the original 3 days that we had forecasted. So I appreciate everybody's focus and indulgence in us trying to get this done today. I have all the confidence in the world that it will get done. First of all, I'd be remiss, I want to make sure we approve the agenda for today's meeting, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the agenda for today's meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the agenda is accepted. So under President's remarks, so again, first of all, for those of you who were in the budget meetings with the Budget and Finance Committee, I will say publicly that this year's effort in preparation and creating the draft budget was outstanding, and it's reflected in the sort of the summary information, the detailed information associated with that, the whole preparatory process to present that information to the Budget and Finance Committee. I think it's a testament to the staff being involved, to John's making sure that everybody has the right input, and it really has shown. And that's why I think as a lead-in is we're very comfortable in saying that we can get through this in a day because of all the preparatory work that was done, because of all the detail that was presented. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the Budget and Finance Committee as well. They also had a lot of input in those 3 days and answered a lot of questions and made sense of a lot of things that we had questions about. So kudos to all involved in getting us to this point on the draft budget. And I look forward to a healthy discussion today and get us through this particular budget to make sure we are all aware of what needs to be done in order to run the association for the upcoming fiscal year. So with that, the next item on the agenda is the General Manager's presentation of the budget to the board for review. So I'll turn it over to John.
Thank you, Doug, and good morning, everyone. What I'd like to do is start off with the proposed budget overview that we've handed out. And if you don't have it, it's right there on the table. And as soon as we hand that out. So what I'd like to do first is go through all the key dates as we comply with our bylaws. Thank you. So the proposed draft budget as of today for 2020-21, the binders, as mentioned, were delivered to the board and BNF on Thursday, December 19th. It was prepared based upon BNF and board guidance utilizing a bottoms-up approach. Every department head was involved in their budgets and will be a part of the presentation. They were part of the presentation to BNF and will be a part of this presentation today with the board. The BNF met last week on January 6th and 7th and 8th. The board will conduct today. If anything isn't done today or needs to be extended, our team will be available for tomorrow. The GM will publish the recommended budget on January 24th. Key dates as far as meetings for member comment: on February 5th, the board will conduct hearings on the recommended budget. That's a regular board meeting. February 11th, the treasurer and the GM will provide board with any final recommendations. Again, open to member comment. February 7th through 14th, board provides GM with any motions to amend. GM with Steve will calculate any assessment impact. February 18th, board hears final comments on the budget. Board considers any motions to amend and votes to adopt final budget. All within the guidelines. Okay, with that said, next, I'd like to, what I did this year, almost instead of the executive summary, is had a reconciliation which became part of the executive summary. And I'd like to go through that with everybody today, where I've taken the budget for the approved 2019-2020 budget and reconciled it to this proposed budget. So, just give me 1 second. So for this year, the approved budget was $986. On the assessment, if I take that number and look to get to where our proposed assessment is today, the amenities would come in favorable to that $986 by $26. So you see that on the reconciliation, it's bracketed, it's favorable. When I look at the departments, after the adjustments from the B&F meeting last week, it would be favorable $20. So it went from 23 to 20, the effect of the $3 because of the two changes that we made. The salary adjustments, and we broke that out separately. The salary adjustments are not in the department number that I explained above because of the explanations and the detail that went in with that and the explanations that we're going to do with the compensation study. So we talked about in previous meetings on the compensation study a market adjustment. That market adjustment from Simpson came out to $7 on this proposed assessment. That $7 is basically for the amount of money to get the employees who are below a minimum level prepared by Simpson from their benchmarking. So we want to get all our employees at least up to the minimum. The estimate on that is somewhere around $60,000 plus a $7 adjustment, which I'm recommending. There's a mandated adjustment, $9. So whether we did the Simpson study or not, that's based upon the change in laws for minimum wage. So you can see roughly $80,000 would have been impact on the assessment because of mandated adjustments for salaries on minimum wage. I did put in a COLA adjustment, approximately 2% for the employees. The cost on that is $9. I am recommending and asking for a merit pool, approximately 1.25%, which on the assessment comes out to $5. Part of the Simpson study, not only just getting our employees to the minimum, which is basically what was needed, was also a recommendation from Simpson that key employees should be at least at the midpoint. So to get key employees to the midpoint over time, I'm not recommending that we do it all at once, but over time, I am asking for a merit pool for those employees, 1.25% overall, impact $5. So the subtotal of that is $30. Obviously, that will eventually be apportioned into the amenities / departments by Steve. Depreciation, $13. So the increase in the assessment for depreciation, some due to the change. Obviously, now we have new buildings. Some of the other buildings were fully depreciated. There will be an impact on depreciation, along with inflation and the software. Thank you, Steve. Yes. So $13. Medical inflation, $9. We all know what that is as far as the medical insurance. The cost on the assessment is $9. Bulkheads, $19 on the assessment. We all know last year in the 986, the board decided to give the association a holiday on the bulkheads of the $19. We are putting it in there. It is needed. I just keep in mind, and we'll talk more on the bulkheads, and especially when Kobe gives our presentation, the bulkhead, as we've discussed, and even last year, it was discussed at all the meetings that the bulkhead assessment will be going up. So right now, we put it back at $19. Operating deficit recovery, $30. It's bracketed. Last year, the board mandated that we would pay off the operating deficit over 3 years. In that assessment of 986 was a dollar amount, approximately $31 to pay off that operating deficit. This year, I don't believe, and I know we don't need it in the assessment because we will take the budget favorability that I've been reporting on monthly and that Steve is presenting in his controller reports, that we believe that we can cover this part of the operating deficit recovery. Still keeping in line with what the board has recommended, but obviously it wouldn't come into the assessment because we're using that budget favorability that we have right now. That gives me a proposed budget draft as of today, 2020, 2021, of approximately $981. Okay, any questions before I go on to the next page? Okay, if you go to the next page on there, very important to me and to everybody else, is the reserves reconciliation or schedule. As you know, we have this in every update, in every board meeting. Our CFO presents it and is very involved with it. We also do a forecast on that. This is one of them right here. We forecast these balances going out 3, 4, 5 years. BNF reviews it. Everything in here has a work plan and a detailed information on every number. Anything where you see, if you look on the expenditure column, the 688 for replacement, the bulkheads, the roads, the new capital, all that has detailed work plans behind it.
John,
Yes.
in,
Go ahead.
no, that's fine. In the replacement, do we have a, kind of a punch list of what is included in that replacement
Yes.
summary?
In fact, Steve's handing it to me right now. We will go through that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The new capital needs to be updated.
Yeah, that's what I was just telling Steve. Yep.
Yeah, this page is a little bit outdated.
Okay.
But what happened, this will be updated for the changes that we're gonna make today. So this is what we had when we went into BNF, and there are some recommendations. Once we go through that today, Steve will update this. But the bottom line with this is this. There are detailed work plans, information. You will go through it today, whether it's pictures, the team will be here, everything will be explained, everything has a work plan, and forecast over, we're going out several years. So we're not just coming in here asking for a dollar amount. And now we have history on the bulkheads. We have history on the roads. And it's helping us to forecast and even this budget. And everything we do now, our team, as they come in here, everything is templated. So nobody's doing something twice. That template is used from month to month and then built into this budget. So a lot of efficiencies there. The team is trained on it. You can see the efficiencies as well as the detail. All right, any questions on this before I start with the departments? Okay, so with that, we're just looking at the time, perfectly on time. General admin, general manager's office, human resources, Steve Phillips, Kathy Trieski.
Good job.
All right, Steve, all you.
Close enough.
Okay, thanks, John. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Steve.
Okay, so we'll start in with admin, general admin. And this one of the sheets that I actually updated, so your previous sheet that was in the binder is superseded here. The only adjustments that occurred here was really to the assessment number that was calculated based on the additional $3 that we added. So now the assessment is $981 for the regular assessment. The reserve to the contribution, the contribution deduction from the assessment is made up of several factors, which we'll get into in the reserves section later on, but that is the money that comes out for depreciation. It goes into your general replacement, your bulkheads, and your roads reserve. So that's your $3.276 million. The casino funds, money coming in from the county that we put into the roads, so that goes automatically into the roads reserve. And then the money that actually stays in the operating budget, changed the heading. It's actually right-of-way fees for MediaCom. So we get that in quarterly payments during the year. We have that estimated in. It's been pretty consistent at $165,000. Interest income, talked a little bit about last week. The market trends have been downward versus last year at this time when we were certainly, I guess, at the peak of getting good returns on our CDARs. We're still getting very good rates compared to the market with our two banks, specifically the Bank of Ocean City rates. So we're still putting $100,000 in there for next year, a little bit down from this year, but I think that's a good conservative number.
You see,
Yep.
your right-of-way fees, is that gonna change with Comcast coming in?
No, we think,
Bouncing down.
yeah, right.
So MediaCom might go down, one will go down and one will go up.
Come
But the
up,
bottom
it'll
line,
always even out the same way, you're not gonna double up.
yep, a good question.
And then miscellaneous, which is primarily co-op payments from our utilities, as well as some miscellaneous sale of assets and auctions that we typically do is $53,000. On the expenditure side, accounting fees is our tax services for the 990, as well as our year-end audit. For legal fees, we have $150,000 in there. We bumped it up slightly, or I guess maybe a little more moderately at $25,000 from this year, based on, I guess, the the history of 19 along with the current experience thus far this year. And then contract services is several components. North Star annual maintenance. There's some other computer service that we put in there. Board meeting videos, copier maintenance, printer maintenance, and such. So it's primarily IT costs that go within that line. And then some the other larger items, I guess, to touch on that are significant. The bad debts. We've it's been a pretty good story. I think thus far this year. Ruth Ann's in the room, hiding in the corner there. But she, obviously has worked with our legal counsel and collections process. And, this year, so far, we haven't had a significant amount of write-offs. So I feel like the $150,000, which is what we put in there, in this year's budget, is certainly a conservative number. I feel comfortable with that for next year. And then the other big number, insurance. It's a portion of it because you'll see the insurance hit each of the departments within the binder. You'll see your property insurance hit your facilities for yacht club and all those different areas. Same with workers' comp is based within the payroll budgets within each of the sections. But you can see that there's a big chunk, $75,000, that goes into admin. Which reflects directors, the umbrellas, a portion of the liability, some of our cyber liability, crime, and inland marine coverage, which comprises that $75,000.
Steve, what's that total number for the association?
350K. So that's really your main expenses. Depreciation is broken out down below, as John mentioned. Our depreciation went up, which was worth about $13. And just keep in mind that the roads portion, we are not contributing directly than that. We're covering all the other depreciation in our contributions. But our total depreciation is estimated. Obviously, every time you tweak that capital sheet, it changes slightly. At $2.061 million. And then the next sheet, you can look at the rates for this year. The 981, as I mentioned, you can see the differentials for the water. We actually bumped that up $50. That went from $465 to $515. We'll get into that whole template that John mentioned in the reserves piece. But you can see where it ties into the 9065. The other big item to point out is the 19 that we estimated lots to come out, which would actually be a reduction of revenue of $18,000, which accounted for $2 of the $3 increase in the assessment, is because of the potential proposed fire department holiday that we'll talk about in the fire department section later on. So that's I guess a quick summary of admin. Is there questions that I can answer?
Any questions? Okay.
Okay. We'll go to the manager.
Section 3, please.
Okay, so general manager's budget, payroll, that would obviously be our GM as well as our senior executive assistant. And in terms of contract services is really your underlying cost outside of payroll. And you can see the breakdown in the subsequent pages, which is still with Kathy in the room. We're looking to put in the HR benefits module within ADP. That was underlying within the GM budget last year, so we kept that in there because we have not gone live with that this year with everything that we've had on the plate this year. And then we have some other safety consulting and handbook benefits printing that goes under the GM's office. Not really a lot else to touch on there. Anything you want to touch on, Joe?
Yeah. So the decrease there, you can see there's a decrease from the forecast for 2020 is on some payroll costs and obviously the contract services, which is a compliment to Steve and his team among everybody else, what we're trying to do to minimize cost. Okay.
Moving along, section 4. Finance.
Hold on. Yeah, so we're actually, yeah, let's go, keep going.
I'm going out of order.
No, it's
No, no.
perfect. I don't know, it's perfect.
You're
Keep going. So we're already right on target, if not ahead of schedule. Keep going, Steve. Doing well.
All right, so for finance, which really comprises finance, membership, Ruth Ann, HR, Kathy, and IT, who's not in the room, but so that's all reflective within the finance budget. You can see that our payroll cost from a budget standpoint actually went down slightly year over year. So there's been a lot of, I guess, reorganization for the term in terms of bringing an accounting manager in, bringing an HR specialist within finance this year, which is back to how we had it a few years back. And then of course with membership, Ruth Ann's front desk team is all included within this budget. So all the seasonal hours and such that she has for the summer.
Steve, you said the IT personnel costs are tied into the payroll for finance?
Yes. So we have Steve Grabowski and Howard in that number as well. So the manager as well as the associate is in that number. So that's a total of approximately 8 full-time people, and then the seasonal hours, primarily in membership. We don't have any part-time or seasonal hours in finance or IT budgeting. Okay, so from a bottom line standpoint, we are, favorable to what we put in the budget last year, and it's primarily in that payroll. You can see that the contract services was the largest number. The payroll processing fees hit that number for ADP. We may continue to utilize ADP. That's one of the functions that we've opted to stay with them as opposed to other options. The pricing's comparable to previous years, and we're comfortable with the processes. And then we have some 401k plan fees and other such costs.
Steve, one question on the 10K for the hardware software maintenance. That doesn't include North Star, or it does it?
It does not.
It does not. That's carried.
Yeah, the North Star piece is carried in the admin.
General man, yeah, admin. Okay.
Yeah, these are for maintenance of specific departmental type software, but they should be running out this
Legacy,
year. Right, legacy stuff, yes.
What about the our Microsoft licenses? Well, we won't get into that detail later, but I'll have a question about that because.
Yeah, I know you mentioned that,
Yeah,
but
we've got an
that's an admin and yeah.
Okay.
It's a pretty conservative number in there right now.
Okay.
Right.
We should know exactly what that is because
Right.
we can get nonprofit status from them.
Yep.
So, all right. Okay.
So, thanks, Steve. I just want to point out a couple things, just a reminder. When I talked about the reconciliation of our current assessment to this proposed assessment, the salary increases have not been allocated into the departments yet, or the amenities. Okay, we will do that at the end. We wanted it broken out to explain it, to give everybody an understanding of the overall impact on the assessment. Also, keep in mind that last year they did not get salary increases. So it's almost apples to apples, but again, it's separate. But even with that said, when you look at the departments that Steve just presented to you, and again, the salaries will go up, so the bottom number will go, it'll reflect that expense, but we're getting more than what we had in the past. The IT support that we have, the HR support that we have, that we need, we have more of that. So there's more efficiencies, it's all coming out, and you're gonna see it throughout the binder. Okay. All right, any questions on that? All right, you're good.
You good?
Steve, thank you. So with that said, we're actually ahead. Any questions from the board or anything? We're actually ahead of schedule. I'm going to try to get Julie Malinowski.
Thanks.
See if she can come in to present. Steve, thank you. We'll be staying.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. With that said, we're at a section now, public relations and marketing. Julie Malinowski will be here to present the budget for that department.
Good morning.
Morning.
I think some of the more salient points are probably the fact that, so I'll just pull out a couple of highlights, and if there are things that you have questions about, please feel free to interrupt me and ask. But I think the first thing I'd like to say is that our department has really thought about what can best help the amenities in various departments. So I think the budget has really been developed around that. We've looked at ways to cut costs where possible. We've looked at eliminating marketing approaches that didn't really work in the past, so we've eliminated those things. We've definitely found that print is effective for this community, so we feel pretty strongly about keeping the printed version of the quarterly newsletter. We were able to save some costs on that. We issued an RFP for printing, and that saved us maybe a couple $1,000s an issue. So we have one printer doing the 4 issues of the quarterly newsletter and the two editions of the activity guide. So that those 6 publications are our major printing expense, and we were able to save some money on that. We also have allocated money for print advertisements. Again, we feel like that works pretty well, and we've done that with the input of the various departments. So, for example, when we maybe run a half-page ad, we've tried to maybe incorporate several events into that. So we're getting, I think, the most bang for our buck in those kinds of advertisements. Another new expense is in our promotion and marketing is for some targeted website marketing that the yacht club's wedding and banquet portion has requested. So we're gonna try that. It's targeted for some specific markets and some specific times of the year, designed to attract some wedding and banquet business, and we'll see how that goes. And if that's effective, then that's something we'll continue. If not, it's not something we'll do in the future.
Julie, where are the major markets for Target?
Frederick, Hagerstown, Harrisburg, York in Pennsylvania, and Salisbury. And that was done with the feedback from Matador companies. So those are the markets that they're interested in targeting. And the months that they're targeting are May, July, August, November, December, and January. Again, I guess that's when people are looking for to book probably specifically weddings, but banquets too. So again, I think most of the, when we're spending money and we're looking at ways to spend marketing dollars, we're really interested and view our department as being a support for those amenities and departments. So I think we've really tried to get their input and tried to target things that are beneficial for those departments and those amenities. What I will point out, because this came up at the budget and finance meeting, if you look under contract supplies, the postage and printing costs, those are identical because when we got the proposal for the printing, they didn't break it out for postage and printing, which is something in the past that we did. We pay a separate invoice for printing and a separate invoice for postage, even though the printing company handled the postage. But this time they just gave us one sum, so it was split evenly between those two. So that's why those numbers are identical. Those are the highlights that I have. Does anyone have any specific questions?
Do our quarterly mailings or newsletter mailings, do they go first class or do we do a bulk posting?
There are a couple, and forgive me if I don't get the terminology exactly right. So the newsletters that are mailed to Ocean Pines residents, and those are people just living in Ocean Pines, are mailed at a different rate than it's just basically they're just, basically they're just stuffing the boxes. So those aren't addressed. And that's a lower rate than, and I don't remember what the terms are. No, they're not sent first class. And then the ones that are just sent to Ocean Pines property owners who may not live right in Ocean Pines, those are sent a different rate, but it's not, I don't know, some sort of bulk rate. I don't know
Some
what it
savings
is.
anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's why a couple years ago, because I think previously those were individually addressed when they went to Ocean Pines addresses. So it was a cheaper option just to blind stuff them. So that saves some money.
Yeah, at the budget meeting, I just want to point out to my colleagues here that if you look at line 504, under contract services, it reads 11,859. It actually should read 14,859 because there was a typo on the summary sheet. That's 2 pages down about website hosting. $350 a month times 12 months is $4,200 rather than $1,200. And then the other thing to point out on that summary sheet is that, and Julie confirmed this, is that there's $1,200 for website hosting. That once our new website goes up, that cost goes away. So it's not a significant one, but it's it's another one where we're not paying for services that we're no longer using. So I think that's a testament to them as well.
Are we good?
Anything else?
Unless anyone else has any other questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Julie.
Certainly.
Okay, so it's perfect timing. With that said, thank you, Julie. I've reached out to John and Andre to come up there on their way. Food and beverage, that section will be done by Steve Phillips. We are ordering lunch for 11:30, and I've also asked all the department heads to come in around lunchtime so that they're all here so that we can move smoothly through the afternoon. But we'll take any pace that the board needs or anybody else as far as questions. Okay, so food 11:30. I will have all the department heads here somewhere around that lunchtime. We're reaching out to them as we speak. And if you want to take a break now, I will answer any questions while we wait for John and Andre. But
One
we are on
question.
schedule.
Now, I would assume that this public relations and marketing summary worksheet needs to be updated, given the changes to that you're proposing for golf and everything, and plus the typo that was on there
Yes.
for the 3,000. So I would hope we get an updated one of these.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. You're going to get an update of everything and then we're going to publish it. Steve, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to, I know Josh is in the room, but I think the 11,859 is actually the correct number, right, Josh?
I believe so.
Yeah. So the 350 times 12 is what you're referencing is like the $4,000. But the 350 is actually the incorrect number.
Ah, well, okay.
So the 11,859 should.
So it is, okay. Because as I was saying, look at the summary sheet, it's saying,
Yeah, it doesn't.
it says
doesn't add up.
$350 a month hosting, and that's $4,200.
Right.
You put 12, I'm like, okay.
But you're right. We should reflect the
Okay.
shift of marketing between golf ops and marketing. Yep.
But either way, the cost for hosting by a D3 goes away. So we
It's it's a conservative.
Yeah.
When is that gonna happen? When is the website?
I think Josh mentioned
March 15th.
March
Right.
15th.
March 15th?
Right. He's got a good prototype of it. No.
Yeah, I think we need some yacht club website cost of about $500, right, Josh? Yeah. That's the only thing the other D3 costs go with. Yeah.
Cool, good. Other questions while we have a little bit of downtime, wait for the next? Well, I'll make it.
Okay. All right, so we're now at the
Yeah.
golf and golf maintenance. We have our golf pro, John Malinowski, and our superintendent, Andre Jordan. And I believe John's gonna start off with golf operations, which is section 17. John also has a handout that he'll discuss, which will wind up being part of also the replacement, but we're gonna talk about it now. Sure.
All right, I know some of you guys have seen this. Colette, I think I gave you one of these. Steve, you got one of these too.
Yeah, I got one too, John.
So,
I don't
a couple of you did. Tommy,
You don't have to.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
that's all right. I give it to you. You got one, okay?
Yeah.
There you go, man. It's just kind of a basic outline of what it is we're doing this year, where we try to derive our play from. We've got so many different segments, being a public golf course in a resort area, also with members and residents and homeowners. And so we try to hit all the markets. How do you want this faster? Slower. So, to kind of open up, I know some of you have seen it. Start out with just the daily rates for the most part this year. Like we haven't proposed any rate increase for residents of Ocean Pines. Some of the time in the busy seasons, the busy days where we're packed, we decided we could afford to go up a little bit, $5 or $10 depending on the day and time for some of the higher package months to help us out. So we thought that obviously that helps out with revenue. It's easier to raise rates when you have a line and you have people wanting your product. In the summertime, we're maintaining the rates. We're competitively priced right there in the middle with all the other golf courses, so not too low, not too high.
Hey, John, there's rates associated with package play, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are those, are we doing anything with those rates?
Yeah, so in the busy time, both public and the package, package fits into public for me.
Okay.
I have resident and non-resident really, so non-resident being the public, but so with those times in the springtime, some of the weekends, it's the weekend, it's the 2 weekends after Mother's Day and then like the weekend, prior to, those seem to be the busiest times that we have. So those are when we take them up a little bit, $5 or $10 depending on the day and depending on where we were at.
Okay.
I think in the future, it's tough I really would have liked to have gone a little bit higher with some of those rates, but given the fact coming off of a year where we didn't have the amenities, we got a new clubhouse, I really just wanted to try to bring people back before we took them up a little bit higher in cities. So, and that's really the biggest missing piece that we've had. I know you all know that you voted to replace the clubhouse and everybody's excited. One of the things we've been doing is talking to the packagers, keeping them informed as far as what's going on when we're going to open up. Because, it affected them a little bit last year, especially in the fall. And they're all very excited too. Probably in March, we're going to bring them out and kind of walk them around and show them everything, let it get a little bit a longer way finished, and then we'll bring them out. But they're excited too. And that's one of the biggest things, that helps us sell our golf course and bring these people in these times. So.
Hey, John, I guess my question is if, for the package stuff, if we're hitting for $80 a round,
Mhm.
how much are we actually getting and how much are the package people getting out of it?
Some of them get $5 a round, and some don't get any. So it's some of the partnerships that we have with a couple of companies. So the day we get 80, we'll either get 75 or $80, depending. So anyway, so those are our rates for the year. Primarily, I guess we get out there in several different ways. We've got a PR marketing department that helps out where we get stuff through Ocean Pines. We're partners with Ocean City Golf Getaway, which is a big co-op group, and they market as far west as Pittsburgh, up actually into Canada, and then Maryland, Virginia, DC, Pennsylvania. Those are our bigger markets. New Jersey, New York. So we continue to, I guess, the package play, and that's also where we get a lot of our summertime play. All those people come down and rent in the summertime, and while most of that's all last minute, and summertime you get a lot of not package deals, but specials and things like that. So we can't, we're very competitive with the other golf courses. I wish we could charge a little bit more. I think in the future we'll be able to. But we got to get everybody back again, show them the new clubhouse, show them the conditions of the golf course, and then I think starting next year we'll be able to take it up a little bit. We just didn't want to have too much of a jump all over the place at one time, though. Yeah, absolutely.
So, in addition to that, and John's benchmarked all these numbers, and we are on a good side with it. During the package play weekends, I would go down there with John on the turn, when the golfers made the turn on 9, ask them how the day was, how the course was. Always heard very positive. Course was, and of course this was in September, October. The course was in good shape. It's getting there. Challenging course. Definitely a favorable price compared to comparable courses when they were in a package for 3 courses. They liked that they saw that the golf clubhouse was being built, and they were excited about coming back. So we got a lot of feedback just on that with the turn, and that's helping John with his business case.
And how's the condition of the course at this time of the year, John?
Wet. It's very wet.
Okay.
So, and that's where I'll let Andre talk about that in just a little bit. Condition of the golf course, and there's some drainage issues and some stuff that his crew is taking care of, and I'll let him just go a little bit deeper into that. So after we've got our daily play rates, we also have memberships. We're not proposing that we do anything with the resident memberships here. We're competitively priced with the other golf courses, and I think we gained a little bit last year with the Bay Club shutting down, and then now I've got I talked very briefly with John, but I want to ask. I have an opportunity to do a promotion with the membership for the year, where put it out there where they can join now between now. Membership runs May 1st through April 30th. And this time of year, it's always nice to throw something out there to get people that haven't been members for new members. So if they join now or February or March, they kind of get through this fiscal year and then all of next year. So they could get up to 14 or 15 months. For non-residents, we're not very competitive with our rates. Everything's 30% higher than our resident rates. So that really puts us at a competitive disadvantage to get anybody that doesn't live in Ocean Pines to be a member here. Now, I'm not saying that lowering it would guarantee that we get anybody, but I know right now we're not going to get probably anybody, and we haven't. And we really have a great opportunity now with the Bay Club being shut down to probably pick up some. I've talked to several over the past couple of months that are interested in joining, but when the rates are 30% higher, they're looking at everywhere else because our rates with everyone else, the resident rates are right there where everyone else is. It's one rate at every other golf course except ours, and we have 2 rates, and it's kind of prohibitive. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts about that. We got the whole board here.
Well, you also have people that are leaving Ocean City Golf and Yacht too because of that $200 joint that they did there.
Well, exactly.
I've talked to at least 8 people that are walking away from that and heading somewhere else. So,
Right.
Look at the key is if you can get them in and then slowly increase their fee over the years, you got them here. We got a new clubhouse now. We're going to have updated greens. We're going to have a product that's far superior to most,
Right.
and a course that once you play it, it's a golfer's course. And that's who you want. The guys who used to play Ocean City Golf and Yacht for years because and are golfers. I would say now I say go biggest bang for the buck with the new clubhouse and everything, and just go for it for 1 year. Do a test case and see how many people we pick up doing the same rate.
Okay.
I know the residents are good. That's just my opinion, and I play golf
this is
there a lot.
excellent. Tom, I'm with you. This is excellent.
Because I've always said our rates were too low anyway, that we should be going after public play at a higher rate because our course more than competes with Lighthouse Sound and them. It's just a different type of golf course.
Right.
But I think you're going after it. You get them in for the first year and then raise the rate slowly as they're here. That's how it works. I have no problem doing that. I say we get as many people to that course as we can because once they're there, we're hoping they'll stay.
John, I do have another question, and I'm not a golfer, so,
Sure.
forgive my ignorance, but, if you increased the volume of players on that course by 10 to 15%, what would that do to the tee times? Would it back them up substantially? You could accommodate all that?
Yeah, we can. There's only certain times of year where it's really busy, and on certain days, we certainly have inventory to sell and to fill. So might be a couple days where they can't play the exact time that they want, but they can still play that day. There's virtually no times where we're closed.
So, and first of all, it's a good question. I just want to go back to Tom personally. I think Tom was also saying get them in there.
Yeah.
And we also have Matt Ward in there now with the food and the customer service.
I mean, then they bring their families. Your families meet after, have dinner, do whatever. I just think right now you can get the most bang for your buck with a brand new clubhouse. The course picked up in great shape that it'll be in May, and it's kind of like a promotional first year. This is our inaugural. We're going to let everybody in for now. What is the rate for non-Ocean Ponds?
What's the rate gonna be for this promotion, John?
Well,
He was talking about
that's-
going down to the Ocean Ponds.
I mean, ideally, I'd like it to be the same. It's just the easiest. It's the easiest and cleanest.
What's it now? I see our family rate is 2,300. What's it for
Well-
non-residents? Because I don't see it.
Yeah, it's.
30%
Actually, I think
above
it's
it?
20. Yeah, it's 30% above that. So it's
So it's
27.
3,000 bucks.
Yeah.
So it's almost $3,000.
You answered the question I was gonna ask, and that is.
So why don't we
obviously
do
the
it-
non-resident
And they're just. I
membership
mean,
rate here.
again, I'm not saying we're going to get anybody, but now's the right time.
Here's what I would do. I mean, personally, because the one thing you're going to get, as we know, because we're in Ocean Ponds, is you're going to get feedback from all the residents going, why would I, so to make it $100 over, do a discounted rate, just $100 above on each one of the packages, which is less than 0.5% or what have you. And this is going to be our inaugural rate for the new clubhouse. Come in and we'll give memberships at $100 above what the residents are paying for the first year.
My own opinion is I think it needs to be a little bit more than that. The other piece that they're getting out of this is they're getting the extra months of membership. If he's got to do this promotion now, so I mean, I would, instead of 30%, I would put it at 10%. That's my
What is
opinion.
the associate? Who are those?
Non-resident. That's the one we're looking at.
Okay, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So that's,
So it's only $200 over.
$230.
Well, I changed some of this, but I mean, honestly, I would prefer it to be the same, but that's your decision. I'll do whatever, obviously.
Yeah, you look at it.
I mean, it's only 200. I thought it was 30%.
Well,
above,
it
which
is
not.
there. This, I started messing with some of this. Then I got the phone call today that I had to come in an hour early. So some of these numbers aren't right here.
Well, 30%
But
more
it is absolutely, right now, it's 30% more than the
current.
The 30% more is $29.90.
Yes, it's almost $3,000.
$3,000.
It's just
So we
not
can get
competitive.
0 at $3,000, or we can get some at $2,300. But Larry's point is well stated. The perception that a non-OPA resident and an OPA resident would get the same rates could be viewed as problematic. I
Yeah.
certainly hear that as a valid argument. So, maybe the 100 is okay, if it's 10% more, that's 230. So that's, 25, 2530. Will we still get 0 at 2530? Will we get 1 at 2300? I don't know, but I think we should at least come up with a number for the
Right,
promotion.
we'd like to do 100 and then see how that goes.
Now, this
We
is
understand
gonna-
what you're saying.
This is gonna be combined with the early bird special to get in and do it. I mean, look, I know it's gonna upset some people in Ocean Pines, but it'll also, if you can get 30 new members or 40 new members who are gonna stay
It
for
helps
the
them.
year, it'll help you guys, and you actually could go down next year because you'll have new members that are re-upping if you wanted to.
If you think, if you think about it in both, sort of financial and political terms, financially, it costs us nothing.
Right.
It costs us 0.
Right.
All right, to make it 2,300.
Right.
Politically, the perception would be that we've diminished the value of being an OPA member, right? But I
Yeah.
mean, and that's
You do that all
also
the time.
legitimate. And so I would say, certainly I would be in favor of that, because again, more along the lines of it doesn't cost us anything. If we gain membership out of it, we're gaining potential additional rounds by
Not to mention food.
exposure,
Right.
and those
Food and
people
bev is huge.
will be in the food.
Let's
and
get them
beverage.
in there. We have
Yeah,
food and
so-
beverage now, we have customer service, there's dinners,
I mean, you're gonna have new people in there seeing what John does with lessons, the new simulator, which you were talking about in a second,
Right.
all the new stuff that we're gonna have. That's, you know, my opinion is $100
Breakfast
and just
patios.
say, this, you know, and get them there.
Yeah, I really don't have a problem with offering it at 2,300, but if the majority says we should make it at
Can we get a vote on,
2,400,
can we get a
then.
vote on that now, Doug, from the board?
Okay, but my only, and I, Larry, you and I talked a little bit, and I agree with you. My concern is I just want to make sure that we're competitive in whatever we do.
Yeah.
That we're not out of the ballpark before we even start.
So John, at 2,400, I would assume we'd be much more competitive than
I think so.
2,990,
Yeah.
but at 2,400, you know, sort of if you could read the tea leaves, you know, would we be?
Yeah, that's a great offer. I mean, $100 more, I don't think anybody would really balk at that because with the understanding that, not being a resident, it's $100 more. I think it's a good promotional deal. Again,
Right.
I'm not saying we're gonna get a bunch, but I think that definitely helps. It puts us in play
Makes
with
you
everybody
competitive.
else.
Yeah, and I look at it as a no cost to the association promotion.
Right.
No, we agree.
I mean,
Frank.
I'm sorry.
Frank,
Sorry,
oh,
Frank.
good, Frank.
Go ahead.
Speaking of promotion, the idea that I would like to propose is that when that clubhouse is ready in the grand opening, that we have, I would suggest a weekend, but I've heard other folks suggest a week, where Ocean Pines homeowners, not residents, Ocean Pines homeowners that pay assessments get to play a round of golf on that course for free by signing up in advance. Number two, I still would propose that since Ford is taking over to Turns Grill, that if we do it on a weekend or during that time period when that golf promotion's going on, that we have deeply discounted specials like Sunset Grill does when they open up in February to get people there. And the reason I'm suggesting that is actually two reasons. Number one, there are a number of people in the community that have never been to the golf course facility. Number two, and I'll use my time frame. Since I moved in 2013, if you really believe that to have a good, viable, profitable golf course operation, that you need a good course, you need good facilities, and you need good management. Since 2013, whoever's managed the course, be it Casper, be it Landscapes Unlimited, be it John, that they've had one hand tied behind their back during that whole time period. Because either the course or the clubhouse has been in disrepair, and at some point in time, both work. So I think we need to get people out to show them that, number one, they have this facility. As a homeowner, they get the benefit of the free golf. Get them in there to try it. Okay? So that's from a promotional standpoint. From just philosophically, from a pricing standpoint, I think we should have a non-homeowner rate, a homeowner rate, and a local rate. Because maybe we're trying to cut things too fine, and I think on a golf committee, John Malinowski has shown by his statistics time and time again that you can make finer cuts, but the incremental increase that you get is really, I think, insignificant. So, rather than burden this down with make it really clear and distinct. If you own a home, this is your rate. If you are a local, this is your rate. And then you have, of course, the package play. But simplify the rate structure as much as possible. That's my input.
Okay. Thanks, Frank.
Thanks, Frank. So the associate membership is basically anybody that's not a homeowner in Ocean Pines, whether they be local or whether they be coming in every weekend as a weekend resident. So, I mean, I don't know what these numbers are, but if I'm looking at the associate individual, it's only $140 more than the Pines, a resident individual. Are those numbers incorrect?
Yeah,
It's all,
that's
so
what I'm saying.
everything's 30%, no matter what.
It's 30% right now.
So-
It's 30%, so that the individual's 30% more.
So, I mean, if you just did it off the numbers you have sitting
17.
here, the numbers that are on this page, you would be saving, it would be a bonus for you
Right.
at that point. I mean, I have no problem doing an initial $100 over for everybody just to get people in, because the residual you're gonna get off of it with him getting lessons and getting more kids into junior golf and the food and everybody coming in, you know, people just coming over for brunch to watch the golfers come in. I mean, it's gonna be, I think it'll be substantial. And then if you end up picking up 30 to 40 new members next year after the fact, then that price goes up. You know, and I mean, that's where I am with it. And I know the membership isn't gonna be extremely happy. How many members we have now? 85 total?
No, we have more than that.
105?
Well, that's memberships.
I have members. No,
1,500 rather.
Right, so
Only
anyway,
1,700 use the course.
1,700 use a course, but I mean members, like family member and family membership and stuff. I mean, that's my opinion. I think you knock it out of the park this first year, get as many people in as you can, show them how great the course is, show them how great the clubhouse is, change everybody's opinion, and then we'll rediscuss the rates next year. You know, because everybody's going to lower their rates to compete with us if that's the case, to get people back.
You know, I gotta tell you, my concern here is this, that, you know, we've seen what Ocean City did, and, it did not turn out to be good. Maybe they got an influx of money. I don't think we should be marketing this course to the cheapest person out there,
I didn't say
you know? Well, but that's, you know, that's what we're really talking about. You know, quite honestly, the people that are gonna be leaving Ocean City, I'm not so sure that's the target that we want.
There's a lot of people that played Ocean City a lot, and then they gave those $99 memberships and forced them out. And they were paying $1,700 a year to play Ocean City. It's not like they were paying a $99.
Yeah, but what's gonna happen, Tom, is that 2 years has expired now. So those same people that went over there for the, I think it was $200 special, that wasn't.
It was $200 for 2
But they
years.
still have one more year.
They have one more year. You got
Right.
one more.
So that's the type of people I think we're gonna end up attracting. I think the people that are leaving there because of that promotion, I mean, it would be nice if we could get those people in. My concern is we will attract the people that are, you know, wanna play golf for $5 a round and get a free hot dog, and then go out and tear our course up, just like they've torn up Ocean City.
I can understand that,
This
but
is-
we're not
this-
giving away a
this-
$99 a year course.
Well, but
This is $1,500. I know plenty of the people that took the $99 and they ain't paying $1,500 to come play Ocean Ponds. I can just tell you right now. I know, I work with a lot of them. They're all in the
That's good.
construction industry.
that's good, because that's not the type of
I don't want to be
clientele we want.
No, but I want the guys who are upset that those guys are
Yes.
on their course and want to come someplace else and get the same treatment and the same care and the same quality that they were getting there
Yes.
before that happened.
Right.
And that's the guys I'm talking about. And Eric Vince, a couple of people that I know that are in, you know, lawyers and stuff that have just walked away from that or would happy pay more money to go to Rum Point because they don't want to deal with it. And I just, again, you know, the more people that come and see the product, the more people that experience Matt Ort at the country club, the more people are going to stay. That's just my opinion. So I know it's going to upset the membership, and I'm sorry about that. I like to golf there too, and I don't want to wait for tee times either. But you know, we got to get this product back to where it used to be. You know, we used to have 800 members. Let's get at least another 100 in there so we can start, you know,
I
keeping it
think
busy
there's
all the time.
been a lot of buzz about this new clubhouse. People know that clubhouse is coming. People know Matt Orta's gonna take it over. It's been in the newspaper a bunch. I don't think we need to do much in the way of a promotion. I think people are gonna be interested, curious, they're gonna show up, and if we knock it out of the park, they're gonna keep coming.
John, didn't you do a promotion last year too to get some people in?
Mm-hmm.
And we got, what, 8 or 9?
Something like that.
Right. So I don't have a problem with doing a promotion, you know, which adds on those extra months, and we give them some reduced rate. But I think Colette's right. I mean, the buzz is out there, and I think the course is gonna sell itself. And the new clubhouse will have a tremendous impact. So, you know, I think the associate rate you have down here is a good number. My suggestion would be to go with that and give the extra months, for the first year of membership, and then after that, it adjusts up. Because Tom, quite honestly, I don't see us getting 30 or 40 new members. I'd be shocked if we did.
And so let's.
So if we
find
get
out.
if we get another 8 or 10, I mean, that's great.
Is that
Well,
the
if we find,
25,
well,
30
how hard
number?
If we just go with.
costs us
we just go
nothing to
with
find
the
out.
rate, That's fine.
But, you're saying that these people that wanna leave Ocean City are already paying more to go someplace else. I'm not a golfer, but I'm thinking that it's not the cost, it's the quality of the experience
Absolutely.
that they're looking for.
But I don't
And so we don't
disagree.
need to,
Diminish
deeply
our-
discount.
I'll just put it to you this way, and they know it as well as anybody. I mean, I golf at all the golf courses throughout Ocean City. Ours isn't the most easily accessible, having to run through the pines and do everything and run back out of the pines after playing golf. It's a great course, don't get me wrong. But if people have the opportunity to play Lighthouse Sound right there on Lighthouse Road, right there on St. Martin's Neck Road, for around the same price for a year as they do for here, they're probably gonna go there, because the access is a little bit better. That's just me being here and playing golf for the last 20 years. That's how I've seen it. And I think it's a one-time deal. You give it a shot, see if it works. If we don't get 30 or 40, then we didn't lose anything. We just gave it an opportunity. It didn't cost us anything. If we do, then great. You got people to keep for next year, and they invite their friends, hopefully. I mean, that's how I look at it. Now, I don't think we're gonna get the $90 guys that went to Ocean City. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the guys who are on the cusp of going, I'm kind of been playing Lighthouse, I've been playing Rum Point, I've been playing up at Bayside, it's kind of a drive. Why don't I try Ocean City? They got a new clubhouse, they got this and that. There's a guy over Ocean Pines, I'm sorry. I got a guy at River Run that I talk to every couple of weeks at the yacht club. He's joining this year because there's just not enough stuff going on in River Run anymore, and he wants to be part of Ocean Pines. But that's just people you're looking for, people that want to change with the new clubhouse and all that stuff. So if you're giving them incentive, I don't see anything wrong with it. It's that's just my opinion, and we can vote on it, and we'll see where it lies.
Again, John, how about the details?
Hang on 1 second.
Give us your detail. What do you want?
I don't know.
Give us some exact numbers.
Well,
You already said he'd like to have it the same.
I mean, I'd like to have the same, but I understand more. I mean, if we, I was just punching this stuff, what's on this sheet, but even if it's 10%, whether it's $100 or 10% more than 10% would be fine. I think that's at least achievable. It's not that much more. So it'd be $230 more for a family.
Well, that's what the associate
So-
family rate is right now, 25-30.
Well, that's the wrong number.
No, that's right. I was playing with this, and then I got the call, and I didn't copy everything right. So, but I would be okay with this. If we did this, I would be okay with this number. I think at least it doesn't shoot ourselves in the foot.
Well, we can agree. You said 10%, Larry. That's what you said originally.
So that's
So
the
what do you think
ballpark
about
what
that?
this is. So if we do 10%, that gives us a shot at it anyway, and it gives us a chance.
Yeah,
How about that?
I'm fine with
I'm fine with that.
So technically, since this,
Frank, you got
Frank, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when it comes to pricing, if you look at the rounds over the last, the specific data that's presented to the golf committee, over the last 6-7 years that data is available for, the number of rounds have pretty steadily decreased. Now, the decrease hasn't been great. It's like, I think, on the order of single digits, like 7-8% of the number of rounds. The outside play, the non-homeowner outside play, is the one that has increased dramatically. That's on the order of, I think, 40 to 50%. So in our rate structure, I mean, I certainly don't mind, there are members and we may be able to get more members, but I don't think that the key to making the golf, let's say, a viable from a net operating standpoint resides in getting more members. I think it resides in getting and continuing to optimize that play from the outsiders. That's where I think the focus on pricing should be. And I think as far as what our annual thing should be for people that want to join, it should be certainly higher than Ocean Resort, certainly higher, I think, than Ocean City Golf rate at the moment, where people can't get on, but marginally so. Because I think our real target, if we're talking about making it not covering its net operating costs, okay? I think that should be the outside play in pricing that correctly. I just don't see full-time numbers coming in big time and saving things.
Well, I think he is addressing the outside play number, Frank. You're absolutely right. The outside play number is the number that's going up, and we've been underpricing that number for years. And I think that's, that's really the number that's gonna have the most impact going forward. So, I agree with you, but, listen, I'm just not a fan of turning this into an Ocean Resorts. This is a
No, I
beautiful.
wouldn't do that at all.
That's
Well,
not,
I understand.
Nobody's saying that.
I understand that, and I'm just, the money we should be making here should be on the outside play, and that would include associate memberships as well.
right, and I,
And here's the thing, Larry, the folks, I golf in one league that I golf, around. The guys that hustle over to Ocean City Golf, if there was another course open, if they reopened Pine Ridge and they offered it at $15, they'd all hustle over there. They're interested in one thing, playing golf cheap.
but those aren't the guys we're talking about.
We want to target.
Let's decide what we want to
Yeah,
do.
let's get back, we could talk about this ad nauseum, and,
Right.
Let's give them
and I think we're getting into some minutia that at the board level, we don't need to get into. I think let's refocus on the one issue, and that was, there was a concept of saying, hey, can I drive any additional membership from non-OPA residents or non-OPA homeowners? Let's go back to the original question. The idea was, John wanted the same, there was an offer for $100 more than the OPA membership and 10%. It doesn't cost us anything to do that, so let's make a decision on that. Now, technically, since the rates were set at a board meeting, that where we approved the budget last year, we can't use this meeting to do that. However, we can, because this is not a board meeting, this is a review of the budget. So we can decide via email, if we're so inclined, to vote via email. And then if we're comfortable with, somebody making a motion that the rates get increased by, let's use the 10% one for lack of a better argument, then we can offer that, and then we can authorize John and John to make that change to the rate structure, because we have to do it, technically we have to do it at a board meeting, only because that rate structure was approved when we approved the budget last year. Steve?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful, I'd like to have John give us a proposal for exactly
Yeah.
what he wants to do to
Yeah.
promote this.
Yeah.
And then let us vote on that.
At the next board meeting.
Yeah, very
Well,
good.
by
Steve, good.
email, I prefer.
Or
Or
because
by
I don't-
email, fine.
Because
Yeah.
I think the
Yeah.
timing is important.
John needs to get this out now.
Exactly.
That's what I'm
Because you
saying.
just hear, that's exactly, it has to go
Yeah,
out
but we can
literally
turn,
right
so,
Well, that's why
we
do
have to
email.
do it, we have to document it, but, it sounds like there's a general consensus here that we could do this via email to turn it around quickly, because it's not
Yeah.
controversial, it's just a matter of,
It's just,
We're
you know
following the
what
proper
he's trying to
parliament.
do. It's
Yeah.
not like I don't need to know where you're sending this promotion out or who
Yeah.
you're doing it
Yeah,
to.
it's too
We
much
know the
minutia.
baseline of it, I don't need to know all that.
the
All I
only
need to
salient
it's
point is,
10%, let's
is
do it.
from a
10%,
technical
we go.
step, we've already approved a rate at last year's budget, we have to vote to change that rate, that's all we have to
Use a
do.
number that you
Right.
think works.
So Steve, I like your
Yeah.
approach. John, why don't you and John, present us with something with the intent that we'll agree to vote electronically, and if we decide that that's the way we'll do it, then,
You'll have it
we'll
this
get-
afternoon.
Okay, everybody okay with that?
Yeah, that's good.
That was fun, a lot.
Thanks.
Great, I love the idea.
Okay,
That's good.
great.
Make some more money.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
So another aspect was outings. We don't do a lot of outings. We're going to try to get some more outside groups. While the new clubhouse is great, it gives us a great opportunity to do some stuff. The only hindrance we have with that competing is some other golf courses have 36 holes where it's easy to have cheaper rates and everything else. But where we started to see that we're growing a little bit more are those groups that have like anywhere from 20 to 40 or 50 people coming out doing smaller outings like that. Because now with the excitement with the new clubhouse, we've got a separate room where they can do that, have food, and go play golf. That's really where we're pushing. So I think we'll see some growth in that this year and then in the future as well. So that's where we're really looking at. We're not looking at the 200 plus people, which we'd like to have, but so we just let you guys know with that. You want to talk about that? So one of the things I know was talked about a little bit was the launch monitor and simulator that we're looking at in the new clubhouse. We have room that's dedicated for that already. In the wintertime, it is portable, and that's where I'd like to put it out, probably in that bigger room, where we could do things, whether it's raining outside, we have an indoor driving range, we could have leagues, we do contests with some of the groups and outings that we have. I think we can make some money on it. I figure roughly $4,000 to $5,000 easily a year, to where we could pay for it in a matter of several years. But no other place really. I mean, Ocean Resorts has one that they do some stuff with, but as far as upscale courses, none of them have that. With having, well, we have 8,000 people that live in Ocean Pines, to have an opportunity to do something like this in the wintertime. We'll also increase our food and beverage in the wintertime by it's been wet here all year, so I think there's a great opportunity for us to have that.
It'll pay for itself. He has the numbers. We'll depreciate it over 5 years. It'll pay for itself. And as Tom has mentioned and we're mentioning, it'll get people in that clubhouse. There are more things that John can do with it and build off it, whether it's a league or whatever in the winter. But definitely just starting off with the golf, with the clubs fitting and all that, and go from there.
I'm sorry, what is it?
So
back
it's a
page,
simulator.
Where you hit the ball.
So you hit the ball into it, it looks like you're playing a golf course.
How far it goes, what direction.
Can we have one of those for the tennis courts too?
And they make them.
Hello.
So this is portable, you can move it into the actual clubhouse and set it up there with a big group and,
So
because I know you.
there's a spot just outside the golf shop where we have it right now, but we can move it into the big room. Yes.
Okay, just in case you want to have a big group out in
Right.
there or something, whatever.
Right.
No, I think it's a great idea. I texted you immediately when I found out about Ocean
And,
Resorts.
and just from the
Thanks,
budget
Bob.
meeting, the BNF committee meeting we had last week, I've had so many people already call and ask questions about it. So I think the hype's there and the excitement's there. So I think it'd be a huge addition, and it'll help us give another great experience.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Winter.
Okay.
Excellent.
We probably need to transition into a little bit of golf course stuff. So
Just, John, one point, that's something that you mentioned earlier, just direct everybody's attention to line 697, where the promotion budget is 60,000 on your sheet, it should read 35,000, correct?
Correct. And that 25,000, add that to the bottom line. And there'll be an adjustment somewhere. That should have been reclassed. Apologies.
okay, okay. Right.
So, Camille, I stepped out of the room to get the next group in, but was your question answered about as far as the tee times with the additional golfers and everything and how that would work out?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You got anything else?
No.
Okay.
About the course.
All right. I'm good. Golf maintenance. So, I did hear, and I think it was Frank that mentioned about what has happened on the golf course over the last several years, and we have had one hand tied behind our back. I think that's what Frank said. With that said, when you look at this budget for golf is one of the most competitive and probably one of the closest to operating at zero that we've had. But with that said, what we've done for that course, again, reallocating resources and everything, is that, and I'll let Andre talk about it, we have not cut cost at any cost for that golf course. In the past, there's been just cutting arbitrary, and it's hurt the course. I don't believe with this budget, and I'll let Andre talk for that we have everything we believe we need, whether it's equipment or anything else, manpower, and probably have one of the strongest teams you've had to take care of that course. But I'll let you handle it from here.
Yeah, as far as the manpower, I think we've moved forward and we have adequate manpower, especially during our peak season. We try to do all our mowing early, get out of the way, so you guys can have the golf course and have a pleasurable experience. And so, and that is encompassing and mowing and raking all the bunkers, the greens. We don't skip any days mowing greens except for one day, maybe 1 or 2 days a week. So to just try to get the greens a break. But I think this budget actually is more than adequate enough to do what we need to do, keep the golf course in great shape for the year.
So, and as far as when you look at the numbers, and again, it's very competitive with the prior years, and we're getting more. He's got more resources. He has a stronger team. With all our bench strength and training, what we've done, we now have backup for the spraying under Andre's expert background, so that if somebody's not there, we have coverage. It's just, there's a lot of work going down there now for drainage, which will help clean up several, as far as they are wet, several, I'm just thinking right now, 10 and 18, which once that's completed, we'll talk about that more with Public Works, but that will actually help Andre and his team when they do the maintenance. Yeah?
Yep.
So there's a lot of good things and it all ties together. Okay, so that's golf.
I got a quick question.
Sure.
I just saw in here, and I can't find it, to save my life, that we're getting, that you have in here an additional for the greens to put new sod down, like an
Yes.
extra 15 grand or something somewhere?
Yes. Yeah, that, you'll see that in the reserve section, Tom.
Right, so what's that? Is that just,
Yep.
I mean, are we?
We're at it.
Let me
We'll tag team.
We have two putting greens that are in the back of the maintenance shop.
Yeah, where the 19th hole is, and then the
Yeah.
big putting green at the back of the range.
Right,
Well, there are different variety of bent grass that we have on the golf course.
right.
And the bent grass that we have on the golf course is called A4. And this variety, you only can get it from up north. And if we ever have to do any repairs, it's a misnomer not to mix varieties.
Right.
Because they grow different, they putt differently on the green. And so what we want to do is strip those two putting greens of that old mix and put what we have on our golf course and create a nursery.
So when they redid the greens, they didn't do those two greens.
Yeah.
They did the greens on the golf course,
But they didn't
those,
do-
they didn't
okay.
do those.
So you want them, so you could, so when you have to fill with sod like you had to this winter, this
So it's
summer,
a nursery,
so you could
essentially.
actually just, you scrape it and put the new stuff
Right.
down and
Yep.
refill?
Yep.
Okay, all
Right.
right, that's fine. I saw it and I'm like, wait a minute.
And we'll save money going
Yeah.
forward.
Save a lot of money on it.
Right, well, because you just keep cultivating it and
Yeah.
reusing
Right.
it. Okay. All right, that's all.
Are there programs, robust programs for women's play as well as men's? Because I hear everybody saying the guys. What about the girls?
We do. We have programs for women. In fact, actually, Colette had been a part of that for
My wife
a few
plays.
times. Yeah. So we do
Every
absolutely.
week.
So there's-
Percentage wise, it's
Come
not
down and play.
it's not as high percentage wise, but I think that's just the general demographic.
So there's
but-
clinics and
but it's
things
just-
like that?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you, John.
And we also have
Yeah,
a
there's
women's group that plays on
There's a
Tuesdays.
women's
There's
group
a
that
pretty
plays on
active women's
Tuesdays.
Like every
This is Ladies' Day.
You got a 9-hole group, so you don't have to, yeah, you just want to get going. All right, cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
So this is a perfect time for me to address a myth or a misnomer or whatever. So on Tuesdays is Ladies' Day. On Thursdays is Men's Day, where our members play. Now, I don't know what happened 15 years ago. I wasn't here. But I read and I'm told that the members tie up the tee times and all kinds of percentages and that people can't get on the golf course. Well, it's not true. And I'm going to just lead in for John. John and I have spoken about it. John has all the answers on this. So if I take Thursday, Men's Day, how much of the tee time on a key Thursday morning do they take up?
Ballpark 45 minutes.
45 minutes. So it's not the whole day. Okay, so that's a misnomer. If somebody puts that out there, we put that out there, then people won't go to the golf course because they think it's booked. It's not. Come out. It's a myth. Maybe it happened 15 years ago. It's not happening now. On Tuesday is Ladies' Day, John. How much time do they tie up on the tee time?
They actually don't tie up anything because we shotgun them off of different 9 holes. So if somebody wants to play at 8 or 9 o'clock, they can still get a tee time and do that because the ladies are on a different 9. So it doesn't affect play at all that day.
If we got anything out on golf this morning, I'm glad we got that out.
And in fact, on Men's Day, generally there are several foursomes that go out before the men's group goes out, which is a shotgun too.
Right. Yeah, our first tee time in the summertime is 7 o'clock. The men don't go out till about 8:15. So we put people out ahead of them. Then they take up from about 8:15 to 9 o'clock. If it's a real busy day, 9:15, and then tee times just fill in right behind them. So
If I could fill in just, as I was here 15 years ago, and it wasn't about the men's day. It was always about you couldn't get a good tee time on a Friday morning or a Saturday morning because all of the members had those tee times locked up and they could get them 7 days in advance. That was what it was back in the day. It's not that way now, but that's what it was. It wasn't on the men's day. It was on a weekend. You couldn't get a prime tee time because no matter how hard you tried, the members had it locked up, which doesn't happen anymore. and hasn't happened for a while. But that misnomer is still in people's heads.
Right.
You know, and believe me, I try and put that fire out every time I talk to somebody about it. But that's what it was 15 years ago. That was the big problem. It was. I mean, they had prime tee times. They could do whatever they want. So, and now it's not like that. It's a great public course with people out there playing, and it's you know, and we're doing it for, you know, we're not going to get rid of the course, so it's going to be there. So let's make it as best thing we can for Ocean Pines, including the clubhouse, bringing people in, playing on the simulator, and eating food, and, you know,
Drinking beer.
and not $99 people who just go straight course. I don't want that either.
I'm putting mac and cheese on.
All right.
the burger.
Absolutely, mac and cheeseburgers. Oh,
Great. Andre, anything else on your end?
no.
Okay,
The only thing I want is like hip waders when I play next week.
we're working on
We're
it.
trying to fix that.
We're working on it.
No, it's not your fault.
Well, we're working
We're trying.
to do away with it. All right, Andre, John, if there's nothing else from the board, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
The
gentlemen.
business plans and, I guess at this place we'll
Yeah. When's that?
So the reserves, actually, you're gonna have to come back, this will probably be earlier, at least 2 o'clock.
Okay.
All right,
That's all right.
unless you want me to do it. I can do it if you're not.
Oh, sure. Did you want to go over this stuff here?
Okay.
The clubhouse?
Actually, I'm for that, because John and Andre do have a lot. I'm gonna ask you to skip to the reserve section.
Because we're ahead now.
Right, no, that's excellent.
You don't have to come back.
Planning board.
Uh-oh. I'm assuming it's the display stuff for the clubhouse. I have no problem skipping around.
Yeah, let's get it done.
Let's get it done while we got them here. Good.
Okay, so, and first of all, I thank the board so that we can shift this so I can get John back out.
Thanks, Ozzy.
So in the reserve section, you all have this handout, it's the blue and yellow page that we've updated, some of the changes we made from the BNF. Is on this schedule.
It's capital.
The capital. Steve, do they have an updated? Or do you
Yes.
need to hand it? So it was in the electronic schedules that Steve sent out to you. So if you all have it,
Well, actually, that changed then yesterday, correct?
can we just get 10 copies?
But then, let me get 10 copies of that. Let me see the one you guys are looking at. Yeah, let me get you 10
Yeah,
copies.
he's gonna get to 10 because it doesn't, as our CFO pointed out, it's off a little bit. Should be reserved for us, but, so what we'll do, once you receive it, and if you are looking at the prior one, John will go down to, well, we already handled the golf maintenance on the Green Sod Nursery, if everybody's okay with that. I can check that off. We'll go to golf ops. So the golf ops schedule I'm looking at here has awning, pro shop counter, cabinet shelves, and golf simulator.
Yeah, ours doesn't have that.
Yeah, we don't
Okay,
have
so
any.
he's making the 10. Yeah, he's making the 10 copies. Actually, we'll change it.
We can still talk about this.
Yeah, go ahead and talk.
Yeah, so John, why don't you talk about your pro shop counter, cabinet shelves?
You can see on the top page the old grid sheet. So we've been working with a company that they design golf shops. That's all they do. That's their business. So talked to a couple of them, and this is the biggest consensus for the layout. Where on the outside, we've got shelving where we can do different displays, fixtures. If you look, I tried to cut 15 pages down to about 3, so you can see kind of what we're looking at with a counter, golf shop counter, some of the cabinets and displays. That way, obviously, we need items to display our merchandise and stack and store them. We currently don't have any. Most of what we have is old and kind of junky. They've been buying cheap. A few years ago, we bought a couple things, but it was all on the cheap because at the time, prior management said, "Oh, we're going to redo the shop and stuff." But half of those have already been thrown out because they've been broken and busted, and we're trying to put them back together with screws because they're not wood. And all of this is it's wood. These last for a long time.
Real wood. Oh, that way, down that side.
Thank you.
I think some of you are golfers and some aren't, but Tom, I know you've been in the golf shop plenty of time, the old golf shop, and you could attest to how bad a lot of that fixtures and everything we had were falling apart. In fact, the counter that we had literally fell apart.
Really?
So when we were moving something on it, half of it just fell over. So
As far as the number of 40, so we have 40,000 down.
right.
We are working on that, trying to streamline it.
Now, this is for an awning for outside?
No, we're talking about the pro shop right now, the pro shop counter, the shelf. So, I do want to point out, it is the counter, that's a big part of this. You need a counter, obviously.
Yes. Yeah, there'll be a different color.
Yeah,
But that's just the best image we can get.
So it is replacement. There's really, we try to salvage everything in the clubhouse from the prior one. As you know, we've salvaged whatever we can. This is just not salvageable. It is replacement. John has the detail. He is working on it. So we're looking for approval to go forward for the displays for the new pro shop.
So everything here is new capital.
Everything there is
No, it's
replacement.
replacement.
It's replacement, okay.
Because we already had it, so now
Got
we're
it.
just replacing.
a lot of the stuff in the old pro shop was pressed wood, and because of a lot of the moisture issues, some of that stuff was just deteriorating
Yeah.
terribly.
Yeah, it was just everything was, I mean, it'd be sitting there and just the
Not
wrap would
safe.
fall down.
Well, let me ask you then, since we're doing this, so the awning, which over here is a new capital, because we never had an awning before.
Right.
Now it's in general replacement, so how are we doing that? Should it be in the other side?
That is a mistake.
It should, okay, just making sure.
That is a
Because we
mistake,
never-
and we've been through that.
Okay,
It's
that's
new
fine.
capital. Yeah, I'll talk about
I
it.
just want to make
Good
sure.
catch.
Because I
No,
never
it's
saw an
new
awning,
capital.
but, I don't look up very often, so, okay. All right. Now, we didn't need the 40 side chairs and tables? You figured out a way around that? Because they're not in there anymore.
That should be in there also. Oh, let me take that back. That will not be in there
Right.
because I'm gonna bring that forward with this, with the current budget.
Okay.
So in this
Maybe on
current
this
year,
year's
yeah, we
budget.
took it out of
This
this
year's
year's.
budget.
Yeah, we need
Right.
that stuff before we open up.
Right.
Well, I understand. So, I mean, yeah,
Yep.
I'm assuming it's all outdoor furniture and things.
There'll be
It's
outdoor
outdoor and
as well
indoor.
as indoor. We've discussed it all with Matt and Ralph to make sure that it is what they needed.
And
So,
it,
yeah.
and it is also a replacement,
It's gonna-
because we do
right,
have
because
it.
Right, but I'm gonna quit. We changed it from last week
To put it into this
to
year.
this year.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep,
I
yep.
just looking at it, we'll see.
Yeah.
All right.
From my perspective, we're building a fantastic new building, and we don't want to skimp on the pro shop, because that's gonna have a marketing effect on everything else. So I'd say, you got the expert designing this, go for it.
I agree.
Yeah, I have no problem
The only,
with
the only comment I would make, John, is let's get back to our old emblem instead of the one we have now, because the one we have now is so drab and boring.
I think we're looking at more like what's on that handout I gave you, not that one, but that one.
This one?
That would be fine. Something
That's what we're moving to.
great, terrific.
That would make you happy.
Oh, yeah, I mean, a lot of people have them.
That was easy.
Okay, so the pro shop, I have that as a yes. I'm checking it off.
Amen.
The golf simulator is new capital, right? I have a check mark on that.
Go for it.
The awning, let's talk about the awning. First of all, Tom's right, it is new capital. I believe we do not need the awning till May, and that is why I have it in this proposed budget for the $40,000. Tom's right, we did not have an awning before. The awning will stretch the back of the clubhouse, the total back of how far?
84 feet.
80 feet is what's in my head.
Now, is this a fixed awning?
It-
Or is
it's-
it?
Electronic.
It's electronic.
electrical.
It's electrical.
So
Retract
It's
some.
retractable,
Fabric,
right,
it's
and when-
retractable.
And it
And how
has,
many are there?
there's four 21-foot sections.
and it's
No,
wind, it
it's
has a
right.
wind sensor.
I don't think I
Has a
wanted
wind
80
sensor
feet.
on it
Right.
also.
And how far out does it go?
Almost with the deck, which is 14 feet.
14 feet.
And that
So-
will- it helps energy costs as well. It's providing shade for when you're out there during the heat of the day.
Can I ask a
And
dumb
we've already
question?
done the wiring for the power to power the motors that run the awning. So that's already in.
The blocking was already done too.
Exactly.
Is it gonna be below the overhang, on the roof, or on the?
Yeah,
the
excellent.
fascia?
Yeah, excellent.
It's under the soffit.
Under, right.
Under-
And as Larry said, as Larry said, all the blockings there, this was all pre-planned, Frank Brown, and everybody else.
Well, you walk out the door, get hit by water, then get to the awning, that's what, you know.
No,
you're on the
right.
right.
Try to avoid that for sure.
So I avoid the tiki bar situation all over again.
No.
All right,
We had
good.
about a 2-foot saw up there.
There'll be a downspout up there too.
And we also
take
have
that water
gutters
down.
going on there.
Okay, just, you know, throwing it out before they start building it.
Obviously, this would be there also for the Mad Ord Company and Food and Beverage, and they were very positive on it.
Cool.
Okay, I got that as a check mark.
Color coordinated already.
Oh, it's awesome. We'll have pictures of it. Anything else? That's it.
Good on the side.
I think they've already approved it. John's just pointing to the side.
Side's okay.
Do you all need that? I think Tom pretty much covered it.
Yeah,
I got it as a
definitely.
check if you're all okay
I'm good
with it.
with
It'll
that,
save
too.
us money in the long run. So the chairs will be, I will come forward with that, with the tables and chairs, as well as the sound system. We're actually working on a couple numbers on that, but we have estimates for a sound system similar to what we just put in the community center, which I think everybody agrees is excellent. So I will be coming forward with that, but that will be in the current year.
Current budget,
Current year, current replacement, somewhere in the 30,000 range, 25 to 30,000.
Are we working with the same company to put this one in?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So they can give us
Also
a
trying to get the 3 bids.
quantity discount?
Okay, so those are, so that pretty much is it for any type of capital. Just to summarize, it's the 40,000 new capital for the awning, 20,000 for the simulator. Obviously, the number on the bottom is supposed to be, I believe, 167, is what I have in my head.
That's 688.
Yeah, and that's the number that we, and that comes within, and we've talked all about this, that comes within the realm of what the board approved, up to somewhere around 198 for new capital. Am I right, or 188, Larry?
I think it was 198.
198, it's somewhere,
Up
but
to
we're right in there.
10%.
Right, up to 10%, so that brings us in line with that. Okay, and Kobe will talk about the aquatics, which is a big piece of that later. Okay? With that said, if there's no other questions, thank you, John. Thank you to the board.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Good luck. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure you don't want to stay the rest of the day?
No introduction, I'm sure.
What's your name?
So if everybody can turn to the Marina, section 23. And Ron, who prepared this budget, will take you through it, bottom up.
Yeah, I'll just kind of give you some highlights of the budget. We have no capital requests this year, neither new or replacement capital. The overwhelming majority of the revenue, as you well know, for the marina is generated by slip sales and generated by gas sales. We have 85 slips that are available to be rented at the Mumford Landing Marina and 16 at Swim and Racket Club. We keep 2 in reserve, 1 for DNR police and 1 for emergencies at Mumford Landing. I'm suggesting a 4% increase in slip fees, which is not an unreasonable increase. We are substantially below the other marinas in slip-free rentals, and I think it's time for adjustment. The gas overall revenue, you probably already noticed, and as related to the anticipated final for this year, is a little lower, and I budgeted a lower amount for a very good reason. We had an exceptional year this year with weather, and almost every weekend, every holiday, we had good weather, and so our gas sales were substantial. We were also able to purchase fuel at a very reasonable price this year, which was helpful. So in looking at a 4-year average, that's the way I come up with basically what we're looking at in the budget this year. And again, I think that's reasonable. On the expense side, the major things on the expense side is our contract and services have increased, and that's a direct result of increased cleaning of our bathrooms and also adding security from Memorial Day through Labor Day. We found that necessary because the yacht club is so busy. We've had issues with boats docking in already leased spaces, and we've had safety issues with kids playing on the docks, which we just can't tolerate. And they haven't been following our regulations are that under 12, they should be wearing a life preserver out there, and that hasn't happened. So security's been very effective, and that's what that was all about. A question came up in Budget and Finance Committee about credit card costs. The overwhelming majority of our business is credit card, and I do make an adjustment to fuel prices to compensate for that. So
Is that written, is that shown somewhere? Because I don't ever remember seeing it. Is
the
it-
credit card,
Yeah, that there's an increase for credit card sales rather than cash, or a discount for cash? Or you just do it on the receipt and,
yeah, it's on the receipt.
There's no
Right.
discount for cash.
No,
well, you just
No.
said there's an increase for credit card.
No, it's built into
No.
the price for everybody.
Oh, so cash and credit are the same price no
Same
matter what?
price.
Right.
Okay, I misunderstood,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it sounded like you were
absolutely.
saying it was good. And quick, another question while I have you.
yeah.
The contract services for clean, what bathrooms are we,
We have marina bathrooms. They're located down past the pool.
oh, those, the outside ones, I apologize.
The
Yep,
outside.
okay, yeah,
Right.
you're right.
And we've had an issue there. The tiki bar people are using the bathrooms down there too. So that's been an issue, and so we had to increase our cleaning.
It's not, no question, you get that many people there, it's
Oh,
gonna, it's
yeah.
not, it's gonna happen, there's no way around it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Can I ask another question?
Yep.
We had talked about, or you and Eddie had spoken about going to the Worcester County and possibly extending the two piers and adding a wider T pier, the floating out on the ends. Whatever came of that, did that not work out?
That did not work out.
Is it because of the fees
Parking.
or because of our parking situation?
Situation.
Okay.
Yep.
I will be asked.
Yeah, no, we've covered it even with enough, but that's a good question.
Have-
I'd like to do it if we could.
Have we ever looked into possibly doing extra pilings and bowing in on those T piers? Rather than having 3 slips going across and maybe doing bowing,
Well,
docking?
that's a suggestion that I had made early on,
Mhm.
but it didn't go anywhere. So I think it's something we do need to pursue.
I mean, you know,
Yeah, I
as well as
mean,
I do.
you could-
That's why you have to have security, because we have so many people that are coming to that place, it's not gonna get any better next year. So if we could figure out a way to put pilings on those T piers and have people bowing in, you could double the space of at least the 2 on the ends. So I wouldn't put them anywhere near the
That's
gas stop.
absolutely true.
So
Can't
Ron had brought
can't
that up
put
to
them by
me.
the gas station.
I said, I'd put them on the 2 on the ends. I would never
Yeah.
put them in the middle where somebody would hit them. But
Yeah, I brought that up to John and I discussed that some time ago.
We're looking at it.
because I know it's about $400 a piling to put them in. We're through Fisher, so if you could get them in the right spots and then, it's just a suggestion. I was
Yep,
trying
no,
to
no.
figure out a way to
Yep.
get more parking in there, because it's always an issue every.
Is that something we could consider for this next budget year? I mean, Ron, you brought it up before, obviously you're championing it, I'm getting, the sense that you're in favor of doing something like that if we could do it, so the question would be, we get the guy who's the expert at the marina, and Tom's made the suggestion about bow-in things, I mean, we can talk about it, should we take action on it? I mean, it sounds like if it's not cost prohibitive to do so, I'd like to offer that we make that consideration, because we have been approached by Matt Orr saying, boy, it would be nice to have more, for lack of a better term, public parking out there, because a lot of people are coming by a boat to go to the yacht club, so it's a
That
great
makes sense.
idea. I say, let's take it unless everybody has a problem, let's take it the next step. Can we do something like that?
That's a question I can't answer right now. But
So we do want to do it. So what happened was,
Yeah.
I guess the approach that was taken was a little different than what Ron's was in the beginning. And Ron came to me and we did talk about it. I'm open to it. You open to it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we
Okay,
could have,
we'll come back with
if we have Fisher under contract now, we can have them come out there, take a quick look at it, figure out how many you could get. My estimate is on the left side, you could probably get 6 slips out of that, maybe
At
5.
least.
At least 6 or 5. If we did it at the other end, it's a lot smaller, and you gotta keep it away from the ramp, but you should probably get at least 5 out of that one. And you could possibly do it not on the gas, but on that other one too. And you'd almost triple your space for parking
And
out on the T.
that would eliminate all the confusion at T-Dot.
It would keep everybody off the bulkheads, it would keep, everybody from taking slips, I'm just.
Again, we'd have to check with the parking, on the parking
Oh,
issue too.
it had, we absolutely are.
No,
It may not be
the
a-
parking for the.
Yeah,
Right, for what?
we absolutely are not gonna be in a position where we can lease any of those spaces.
No, it would be
Right,
transient
right.
only.
We're not talking about leasing.
It's
So it would
transient
have to be-
slippage,
Right.
2 hours
It
at
would
a
have to
time.
be transient.
Yeah.
The question is, who's gonna manage the 2 hours? Maybe we could have security do it, or maybe Matt Ort would do it.
Well, either way, it doesn't,
Either
even
way.
if it's just available.
We're gonna look at it. We
Okay.
definitely have it on the list.
Yeah, that is an
We'll look
action
at it.
item for us.
I'll talk to Eddie and Ron and we'll get together, but yes.
Ron, do you have security there all the time?
No.
The marina's open?
Fridays and Saturdays, when there's a band there,
From 8 to
and
10.
holidays.
7 to 10.
Okay. And then, are the marina bathrooms accessible to the gas customers?
They're not supposed to be. Somebody shared the codes to the people.
Not me.
And, yeah, people get it in there.
And why would they not be accessible to the gas customers?
Oh, I don't care that they are. The issue was they were supposed to be exclusively for the marina when they were built.
Uh-huh.
But nobody anticipated the yacht club was gonna become as busy as it is. I don't care if they use the restroom. It's
Yeah,
just that
as a
they
gas
have,
customer,
yeah,
I think it's, and,
Yeah.
moment.
it's just an added expense to the marina, to clean them,
To
but,
clean, yeah.
but overall, it's a benefit to the organization.
Honestly, it's just as easy to walk through the,
Yeah.
the restaurant and go to bathrooms in there as it is to go to those. The access right there is for those last 2 T-docks, because those guys are right there.
Right.
And for people that are standing around having a couple drinks at a tiki bar, because sometimes it's too crowded. You literally can't walk across the deck at 9 o'clock, so that's why it happens.
right.
So maybe you could work out a deal where you share the cost of the bathrooms or something, or the cleaning, I don't know.
And as for parking, I wonder if a mobile app like we have on the streets might be appropriate, people could play, you know what I'm talking about?
For the docking.
Yeah, for the docking, that there's a code that you put in your phone, I mean, I've got the app on my phone, and you pay for it right then and there, and you get 2 hours, it only runs up to 2 hours.
Yeah, I wouldn't even want to, look, there's so many options of things you can do, and I wouldn't even get involved with that. First thing I would do is put a dockmaster in there and see if we could use some of the slips for people that have boats that are up on the ground getting fixed, but that's a whole nother issue we could talk, but if we could look into pilings, we triple our dock space, our transient dock space almost immediately.
Yeah.
For a cost of
That's good.
little money, because it's just knocking in pilings, that's all it is, so.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to change it.
No, this is good.
No? Other questions?
So, we're just, go
A
ahead.
quick one. Well, are you planning on doing anything with that marina office at this point, or are you guys just gonna, I'm just asking, because
Yeah, no, it's
it's just sitting there, and I'm
Yeah,
kind of wondering.
actually, it's going to be cleaned in the early spring. It's being inspected then by a wholesaler for consignment inventory. And I'm planning on increasing boat and fishing supplies there.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I think it's great. I mean, if more people coming in there for fuel, it's great
Yeah.
if they have other things they can pick up and make more money.
But I want to do it on a consignment basis, and that's a possibility.
Okay.
So I just want to summarize, when you take an expert, when you benchmark your work, when you give excellent customer service, you get the results that Ron and his team have gotten at the marina. All he needs is a little weather. The weather goes his way, and that bottom line will go up. But we obviously had to factor in the weather. Give this gentleman some good weather, and he will produce in his team.
Thank you.
Ron, if there's no questions, Ron, thank you very much.
Okay.
And we'll look
Thank you.
into the pipe, we'll definitely look into
And
the
if you need, I'll be more than happy to come
Okay.
over there and help you
Yeah.
assist and do whatever it takes. I'm in there every
No, that's
week,
great.
so.
Yep, we know exactly what you're talking about.
Trust me, I'm pretty much the loudest
Okay.
one in the
All
room.
right, Ron, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Ron.
All right,
Put Debbie on the hot seat here.
Debbie. All right, so we now have Debbie, who's in charge of Rec and Parks, and that is section 12.
Hey,
Now it's gonna get fun.
Painless, Tom, painless.
So, and Debbie is also in charge of this campus here, and what I witnessed this summer and everything is her and her team do an excellent job. So with that said, Debbie? You're up.
Okay, so I'm gonna just kind of jump right into the project part of this. Just to clarify a couple of things. Colby will talk about the bocce courts later on when she comes in. That was a project that she had started, so she's gonna continue with that information for you, okay? As far as Bainbridge and Robin Hood playgrounds, the numbers that are there, the 47 and the 50, they are actual quotes from the company that did White Horse Park and Mankland. We asked that they give us a price for the two parks together less than 100,000, and that's what he came in with. I am in the process of getting 2 more quotes per the bylaws, and hopefully that they can come in the same way. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So she's, Debbie's starting off with the capital
Use this
section.
one.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Use that
yes.
page.
She doesn't want to come back later, I give her credit.
I was actually looking for
I'm
that.
just hitting it with the bang and
I'm
then we'll
looking
go
for
back.
She doesn't want to come back later, so she's just gonna hit the capital.
If that's okay, I
Yeah,
didn't know.
no, it's
I did it a
excellent.
different
No, I
time.
think it's
Okay.
excellent.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right there.
I'm
That's a
sorry.
new one.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
So we're good.
So anyway, starting with that, and that is like the major projects that we have for this year. Both of those parks have not had any work done to them. The playgrounds are still original as of 1987. So we're hoping that we can get them done this year, and that way you will have Mankland, White Horse Park, and Bainbridge and Robin Hood all within like a 5-year span. They'll all be ADA compliant, and they get inspected through the companies that do them. So like we talked the other day, White Horse Park gets inspected by the company that actually put it in. And they come back and make sure that everything is
Now, did that
right.
company bid on those two?
Yes, that's those
That's the
numbers.
numbers here?
That's the numbers that you have right now, and then I will get 2 more to go.
So these are the numbers right here, Deb?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that, and again, I guess, is that replacement or is
Yes.
that new stuff?
It's replacement.
Replacement.
They
Yep,
exist.
yep.
so.
And that includes extending out the landscaping of the border and putting in the mulch level at the ADA compliant and the license, the certification. It has to be a certain level of mulch that's in there, and it's all playground mulch. They do it all. That company. Other companies do not do all of that, but it's all included with this company in that 98, 97 number. Yeah, so they do everything, and then that person is also an inspector. So he checks it out and makes sure that we're always in compliance, and then everything is the way it's supposed to be. And again, those are the only 2 things that I have there. Colby will take care of the bocce courts. And then, am I moving back up in here? Or are we talking about this later?
I'm sorry, which one? The entrance?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, do it now.
Go ahead.
No, please.
So at the top, you'll see administration, and I am, with Eddie's help and other support, as John calls it, working on the administration parking lot and the changeover that's gonna happen out here with parking spaces and the craft building and all of those things. The White Horse Park entrance project is the signage out front. If you've noticed, you probably don't, when you pull in, it's not very pretty. And we've been trying to decide what we want to put out there and how we want to change that sign over to make the entrance a little more attractive. If we're going to redo all the buildings and we're going to make everything inside it look nice, then you want that entranceway to look nice as well. So we're working on a new sign to put out there. So those are 2 projects that those dollar amounts are just like they are. We don't have complete figures yet. We're still in the process of figuring out how we want the sign to be, lit, not lit, things like that. But we need to move forward with cleaning up the front of the park, the complex as well. Yes, ma'am.
What's gonna go in where the old craft building is?
Parking spaces. So we have two different diagrams from Vista that were just kind of random so that we could see how many spaces we could get out of it. And there will be one that has, the one that we've temporarily chosen will add about 20 to 29 more spots. We lose a few from the police department. We add a few with the new locations and the blacktopping and the lines, stuff like that. So that's where we're at with hopefully adding quite a few of new parking spaces.
So
Go ahead, yeah.
there was always parking on the side of the police station, where now we're building the extension of the police station. We can't put parking over there, there's not enough room. So we'll lose, they're telling me 9 spots there, and as Debbie mentioned, we believe we'll have 29 spots where the current craft building is. And once we take that down, there'll be 29, so 29 minus 9 is the net 20, which we need.
And in general conversation with Eddie yesterday, we're gonna look to see if we can do some work to the gravel section of his parking lot at the same time. And, see if we can come up with a few more parking spaces if we can do that. But that's got a process. So right now, we're not sure that we can do that or how that would work, but that's in the thought pattern of once we do this whole place, we might as well do the whole thing if we can.
And is anything gonna happen along this side of the building with that parking?
No, that'll stay the same as the gravel parking lot. All of that will just stay the same. Yep, and we're just working on this half of the whole thing. Yep. So that looks like that's it for me on the capital projects and the replacement.
So I'm just looking to the board, let's just go back down where Debbie spoke about the Bainbridge Playground in the Robin Hood Park. Do I have a sign off on that from the board?
Absolutely.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Debbie, the Budget and Finance Committee recommended paving around the Southgate Pond. Where are we on that?
Go ahead.
I'll handle that, but not right now. Okay, and Kobe did go out and went to Vista. She has a lot of information, but let's do that when Kobe's in.
Okay.
But
She
she
has
did
that.
a lot of work on it since the last meeting.
Okay. So going back to the worksheet with our revenue and expenses. So if you look at our detail sheet that shows you all of the expenses and how they're broken down. As I've explained, a lot of those special events expenses, you'll see there are some there that are free events. It just is what it is. Easter, things like that we do out here in the park. Those are free events to the public. But for the majority of what's in the special events, there are some type of revenue that comes in from each one of those programs. So even though it's, you're seeing it up here as a very large expense, we added the Celtic Festival. That is brand new this year. So we're not exactly sure of what the expense will be, but for my half, it will not be more than the 10 that you see there. We are splitting that with the group that has been holding the Celtic Festival at Furnace Town for years upon years, and they're not able to go back there this year. So they've chosen us.
Tom, you'll have to get a kilt.
I got one.
He'll do it.
Just remember, don't kneel down.
So we're adding that as a new revenue and expense line this year. The haunted house we're doing this year, and we added an expense for bingo. Last year that was brought in to our programs without an expense line because it was after budget time. This year we've added that, and we're still working on some details there with that program as well. The camp, we have chosen at this time not to raise the fees for summer camp this year. It is still making a very good profit. We worked very hard on keeping our expenses down. We cut back last year on the additional hours for the employees. So instead of 45 hours a week for each one of our senior counselors, we cut them back to where they're only getting the 40. So that saved quite a bit on 20 counselors at not getting an additional 5 hours of time every day, and that is every day that they get that. So that kind of saved quite a bit of money last year, and we're going to continue that practice this year. They work very diligently on what they spend. because they have to come and ask me. So it's, we work very hard at keeping those expenses down for summer camp so that we can, that is one of our bigger money-making, profit-making margins there, along with our leagues, our league fees, our league revenue still continues to hold its own. We did take some instructor payments out, so that helped with our revenue there because we hold a lot of our classes ourselves now, instead of hiring out instructors that we have to pay additional for. There are still some referees, things like that we still have to pay for, but for the most part, we handle our classes ourselves.
Do you get donations for some of these events?
We do.
Like 4th of July fireworks? Some of
We
the
are
businesses?
working on a major a sponsor to work on some of our bigger events,
Right.
you know. But we do have general donations that people offer us throughout the season. Most of them are for camp.
Right.
Most of them are concerts,
Right.
you know.
I was looking like sponsorships for the concert series and 4th of July, which
Uh-huh.
are two of your biggest ones. I would
Mhm.
imagine with the businesses around here and how
Mhm.
busy everybody is,
Mhm.
you should be able to get some sort of sponsorships to cover all of that
Mhm.
stuff, so.
And we, I don't remember what so that the donations and grants in there, that 5,000, am I correct, Steve? Is the donations part, separate from the grant of the 10,000 that we receive. So I do, that's kind of a normal number, around about that number, yeah, that we get, every year. And that comes from like the craft club, the women's club, American Legion, you know, Optimist Club, they give us bigger donations.
I was thinking more of the businesses up and down 589.
Yeah, yeah,
Especially since now we do the fireworks at the lake.
Right.
It should be
right,
a little
right.
more substantial. I'll go talk to some.
There you go. But for the most part, our expenses, are not changing very much from last year. You know, just kind of regular, just adding the new programs that we've added this year, but that also comes along with revenue. We're not exactly sure. They do charge for the Celtic Festival. So once all the bottom line comes out, we'll have a better idea, but that is June 6th and 7th. And that'll be a lot of people coming in and out of Ocean Pines. So just a thought pattern is that we will not have the parking to facilitate the amount of people that are coming in and out. However, we are looking to park and have shuttles that will take people around the parkway through Ocean Pines and have people that will be on there talking about the Celtic Festival, about Ocean Pines, have your own little scenic tour around to where we are here and then carried back again, and we'll have a couple of them throughout the day to be able to facilitate the parking that we're gonna need.
And when is that?
June 6th and 7th.
That's a great idea.
So,
Is that gonna impact the farmer's market?
it will, and we have to discuss how we're gonna handle that because the Celtic Festival will take the entire park. Yeah, yeah. So I have to talk to David
Saturday,
Bean about
Sunday.
that. It is a weekend, Saturday and Sunday deal. Yep. So, other than that, my expenses and my revenue are basically the same, adding a couple of things. I'm hoping that the revenue comes in quite a bit, you know, higher with the new things that we've brought in the Celtic Festival should really help that a lot. Other than that, we're kind of sustaining our own, in my opinion. Questions?
Yeah, just got one question. You may have already answered this in the budget and finance meeting, but on line 398, you're talking about miscellaneous revenue of 10K, and year to date, so far we've got 165. So is, you know, there's, I guess it's timing or something like that, but is that where you would see the revenue from these different special events get, you know, sort of
Well,
accumulated right there?
most of our miscellaneous revenue is from our Jolly Rogers passes, our MRPA park tickets.
Okay.
All
thank
of
you.
that
You did
comes in the
mention
summer.
that. All right, thanks.
Yep.
Dave.
Now, we
Yeah,
have
I
continuous
remember.
movie passes, but Jolly Rogers and the MRPA tickets all come in the summer. So that's where you'll find that jumps up later on in the year.
Thank you.
Sure.
So while you're looking at that, just to mention that Debbie did oversee the craft building, which was completed and was on budget.
And I have a quick question.
Mhm.
If this is, I'm basing this is from the year, from our budget worksheet. If you got special events at 76,950, but then under the proposed special events, $119,000.
Yes, if you add the bus trip to 42,
Okay, all right.
it all goes together
I
under
didn't know if that
special
was-
event.
all right, okay,
Mhm.
that's all I
Yep.
asked. Good to do.
Do you ever solicit funds for grants or scholarships to the camps?
We have scholarships that organizations
Mhm.
offer. So, as an example, the craft club will give us X amount of dollars,
Mhm.
and they specifically tell them, we have this much go to concerts, this much go to kids scholarships for camp, and then we can put that out any way that we want. If we have a child that can't come for, can't pay for it, they come to us, we can offset their cost. We also work through Worcester County Gold, where they will call us and say, I have a kid, we're gonna sponsor, we'll send you the money, here's who they are, and here's when they're gonna come to camp.
Okay,
And we do stuff like that.
all right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so I believe I have a sign off for Debbie from the board on all her capital projects, which are basically, they are replacement. And I believe on her budget, correct? Yeah.
Yep.
Great. Debbie, thank you very much.
Thanks, Debbie.
Thank you,
You're
Debbie.
very welcome.
That was easy.
So with that said, it's almost 11:30. I'm gonna check with Michelle. The food will be here for lunch. Just for this afternoon, we have the fire department, Chief Dave, Steve, Public Works, Eddie Wells, and Noby, Bid Rec and Parks. The chief will be here, Chief Massey, Aquatics, Beach Park and Racket Sports, Colby and Kathleen. The replacement reserves, which I'm having each department head do, but Steve oversees that, but we'll have that all addressed. Colby will address most of it, as well as the bulkheads, the drainage and dredging will be Noby, Kobe, and Eddie. So that's what we have this afternoon, and then a summary. I'm going to have all the department heads here right after lunch so that we can keep going, unless you want to break. All right, so let me check on the food. Anybody have any questions for me?
Well, if the food's not here yet, you want to tackle the food and beverage operations since we got Steve, or do you want to wait till that goes on?
Yeah, let me just take I'm fine, I'll wait till 12 for lunch, but yeah, I think Steve will like that too. Let me just see what she has.
Pretty quick.
All right, Steve Phillips, food and beverage.
You guys want to open this window?
Yes,
Great.
please.
So,
Let's eat first.
whatever you want. I think Steve wants to jump in there, so.
All good.
While Steve's getting set up,
I'm sorry?
while Steve's getting set up
Go ahead.
there, and, it's my personal bugaboo, but is anything being done over the tennis courts at all? I mean, there was talk about getting an awning over there, and we bought umbrellas and stuff like that, or is there no one championing that cause? And we don't have to have that discussion here.
So Kobe will be here. Let's
Okay.
talk
All
about
right.
it with Kobe.
Got it.
You want a dome over it or?
We do. Don't ask, don't say that.
No,
We do.
Pickleballers want that.
Pickleballers want a roof in the worst
Well, we
way.
don't want the pickleballers to take away our courts, but,
You guys should use them.
Oh, my God. Shut down. Turn that as well.
Yeah.
Get that on film.
That one.
So,
and I have never been on tennis courts that I have to sweep myself. But we do it because we love it.
We have a blower.
Yeah, right. We don't have anything.
Sorry.
You want me to lend you a blower?
We might be able to get it in with the new capital.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe.
Actually,
Maybe.
we're replacing reserves. I'm pretty sure there's an old one somewhere in Public Works. We can
No,
bring
I
that
just
over.
want an awning. I mean, I think that would be a nice gesture.
It's a great donation.
Well, you have a
We
new
have to-
employee over there, maybe you need to talk to him to.
Let's go.
Yeah, sorry, never mind.
no.
Well,
That's
when
why
Colby
we're
gets here,
here.
we'll work it out.
Yeah,
okay.
So ask for it,
Talk
sure.
about it.
Ask when Colby gets here, we'll ask about it. I mean, because I'd like to find out what we're gonna do with the 2 courts at Swim and Racket, because we've been just, I don't know what's going on with those things. Just
And
too
the
big.
2
Too
other
big.
courts that
Blacktop.
are no longer courts, that blacktop.
Yeah, so that's what I mean.
Okay.
So anyway, all right.
Okay, it looks like
Food and
racket
beverage.
sports is gonna be, it's gonna be
Hot
hot.
one.
It'll be
Very
fun.
good topic this afternoon.
All right, food and
All right, so
beverage.
with that, let's talk about the food and beverage. Steve's here. Steve, as you know, is the operational logistic director for food and beverage, and he works closely with the Madawatt Company. They are very comfortable with that. Steve handling the budget, but we are in constant contact with them. So Steve, with that, you're in.
Okay, let's start off on Beach Club, and that is section 20. And subsequent to the meetings last week, I actually fine-tuned, I guess, sharpened the pencil on the 20 forecast that we have in there. So that's why you got a change page within the packet that I sent out last week. So that forecast now for this year is more reflective of what I believe we will end the year in 2020. That number was, I believe, deflated a bit. So you can see $126,000. Now, in the budget preparation, Ralph and Matt and were very involved in the process. They actually prepared these numbers for me. You know, I did a review based on margins, information, details that they provided to me. So I guess the main takeaway is, you know, emphasis on margins. They've been improving each year. Well, since last year, I guess. Last year was the first year. And the other piece is that it's contractually based in the sense that these budgets really reflect the targets that we have outlined in the contract.
Right.
So
the
really,
contract, I'm sorry.
so
The
really,
contract is key for this.
yeah,
That's
the
all.
contract's driving the numbers that we've had laid out there. So when you look at the consolidation of the three, which is Beach Club, Yacht Club, and Turns, you're going to see that ties into about 130 to 150,000 upside profit between the three. So with that being said, I do see these numbers as pretty conservative on the budget. You can see $97,000 is our bottom line that we have for the Beach Club. They've been pretty consistent. It's a lot of weather-driven based business there at the Beach Club. So a lot of that is dependent on the weather on the weekends when you're driving a lot of the sales through that operation. So that's on the Beach Club. I guess I can ask if any questions at the end. I can, or if you want me to just.
I have one question, Steve. Back in 2018, under the actual net operating, it was a negative $103,000. What was the factor that caused that downward spiral? Because it doesn't seem to be anywhere else.
100% discount.
You want his name?
20% discount. and-
Oh, okay,
And,
all right.
and employee costs, and
Okay.
contracts, employees.
Yeah, that was an anomaly
Or
here.
initials.
Just
That's
so
a
it's,
whole can of worms we don't want to get
Yeah,
back
let's
into.
see.
no,
just say-
I'll go through it.
I
with
just
you
want to
later.
make sure we're not doing it
Well,
now.
No.
Noted and corrected, how's that?
Got it.
I can,
Yeah.
I got it's kind of a sort of silly question, but if you notice, there's under expenses, under payroll, line 419, it's zero, which I understand. Does that also mean that Matt and company is not anticipating having any banquets at the Beach Club this coming year?
So they roll together.
Yeah,
Or
that
are
does
they
not, that
covered
does
in-
not mean that.
So they've
Basically,
got
they
that number
have not-
covered somewhere else?
Well, the
I mean,
reason.
I understand, I'm just,
Yeah, it is going to be covered somewhere else. Basically, for presentation purposes and for reporting purposes, that's not broken out on the P&Ls. But for 17 and 18, it was broken out. So I put that line in there because there was an amount for 17 and 18.
Okay.
But now everything's lumped into
They blend them
420.
Yeah, all
All right,
right.
and we talked about that.
Yeah.
I would have just grouped it for the carriers too. But
Yeah.
you can see in the margins as you go along, obviously the margins get better. The banquets do have better margins, as well as what Steve talked about as far as the number that we tied into on the contract. If you look at the contract for the last 2 years, it's a big improvement. And it's good.
So at some point in time though, with the amount of banquets and events that they're doing in the upstairs, the ballroom upstairs here and the ballroom upstairs there, we're eventually gonna have to break that out, don't you think, just so we can get an idea of the amount of money we're bringing in during banquets? I mean, just a
I'm
question.
open to it, even with margins. I talked to Ralph a little bit about that. I understand you can't have the detail, but certainly can be done with margins with some history. It's something that can be discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just,
Yeah, no, I
it's a great promotional thing for them. I mean, events are huge.
Right.
And the amount of events they're bringing in, you really wanna see how much, we're producing on those things.
We had those discussions with
Got a
them,
lot of,
and it's something I was pushing for heavily, and Matt'll tell you that he mixes and matches staff as it, and he tells us that it's a bit difficult to break it out specifically, so that's why we sort of grouped it in a larger number.
I mean, even if we just did the food and bev, that would be, or the food, the cost of food sales and that's all. I mean, because but I know that they blend, especially with staff, because it's
Correct,
easier
and
for
they're
them
buying,
to
and
throw
they're buying,
people up.
even
They
they're
buy
buying
in bulk.
bulk too.
Right, that's right.
And that's the other issue, so.
I mean, the good thing, you can see that
No,
the numbers are going up, the revenue's going up, the margin's getting more favorable. Obviously, the a la carte downstairs is back, basically always booked, so you can see it, but I understand what,
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with the numbers are great. The banquet business is so big now, everybody's
Yep.
doing it, everybody's doing catering all over town. I'd like to see how ours compares to some others, just,
we'll open
especially
up more
since we're-
discussion.
Okay. Don't tell them I said so.
Point my finger right at you.
All right, go ahead. Anyway,
It's all good stuff.
It is good stuff.
So the other two components, I'll talk on the other smaller one then before I hit the Yacht Club Turn Grill is section 19. It's obviously new territory, but a lot of promise, but we have a very conservative budget based on basically what we had a budget out there back, or where we ended back in 2018, which was the last full year of business. So it's pretty much derived off of that, and that's what Matt and Ralph felt comfortable with. You can see our forecast this year is actually to make money, so on the bev cart business was actually profitable this year, so that's a good thing. But
it's because it wasn't running. It's great. Get beer out of a refrigerator. So much easier.
But a lot of things to evolve there as they set up the business plan for the Turn Grill.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta start somewhere. They have
Right.
no historical data to go against, so.
Right, and remember when we did the contract and we didn't know we were gonna have the Turns Grill.
Yeah.
Look, it doesn't come out in the numbers and everything, but Matt and Ralph basically are doing the Turn Grill in addition, and no increase in the management fees and anything like that.
Right.
I mean, this is the shot, and whatever it is, now that they see the building and everything, it's gonna be nothing but good. But at that
Agreed.
point, we didn't know what we had there. And it's consistent with how we operated with the yacht club at the beginning.
And they've been very helpful in planning
Correct.
Turn Grill as well,
Yeah,
so we've
trust
had
me.
their input on that whole process.
That's a great detail. believe me.
Yeah, when I had them in there from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And I know they're excited.
New Lewis's.
Okay.
Okay,
Lewis,
and,
right, Lewis, all right. Anything else on Turns Grill? Okay. Mr. Bug.
Last but not least, the Yacht Club 22, section 22. I did tweak the forecast a bit from the last rendition. That's why I gave you another sheet. Took that up another $20,000. So you can see that right now I project $54,000 for this year, which does include our anticipated or projected bonus slash budget payout. You can see that's significantly up versus the $101,000 loss that was in the budget, which was off of basically that was built off of the contract from last year.
Or the contract.
Or the contract. So for this year, we're upping that to $88,000 bottom line. Once again, all three tie into approximately $130,000.
Why is the facility rental so much lower? As proposed in the budget, I'm just saying, it's 15,000. Last year was, and you're at 15,000 year to date already in August.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a mix. that needs to be adjusted.
You know, just, you know.
It was a number that I didn't question in route, that route provided. But, it does look based on the,
I mean, just based on prior years, it should be at least 20, I would think, 25. I mean, it's
I
substantial.
mean, they come in at that bottom line, and you would have to take one of the other revenues.
Right, keep in
down.
mind, right, and Steve was just touching on, keep in mind, with the budget is tied to the contract.
Right.
Right.
And that's, anything, and it will be, positive, it will come out. And again, the net for all three food and beverages, Steve, is how much? Net positive, 135?
Yeah, so we got 88 plus 35 is 50, and so about 150.
150. So think of that compared to the past. So I look at the bottom line on this because that's the contract, look at the margins, it's all good.
Because we lost 80 last year, is this right? And now we're,
Correct,
Now we're gonna be on
80
the
and
plus
change, and now
right.
we're looking at, being up this year, and then this will be 150 up next year.
Right.
that's right.
You can see in the management fee, that's the $200,000 for the contract.
Okey-doke.
Alrighty. As far as the capital, I don't think there's anything on there. I may have something coming.
You want to do the capital? You got two of them on there.
Oh, yeah.
there
So,
was
yeah,
the-
beach club. Actually, Eddie will do the beach club, capital and the
I
double
can
door
talk to the
convention.
North
Yeah, go
Star.
ahead. Then he'll do the North Star, but let Eddie do the beach club too. And I think Kobe wants to do the two yacht club review. It doesn't matter. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
So wait till Kobe's here. I know she worked on it.
All right. Just the North Star piece is $15,000 that we're requesting. That was hardware that basically wasn't factored in this past budget. We're reutilizing the stuff at the yacht club, but there wasn't anything put in for the beach club or the turn grill. I put it all within the beach club, but that $15,000 number will be partially allocated between the beach club and the turns. But essentially, it's going to be monitors, terminals, and the handhelds that the waiters and waitresses utilize.
You always show up in the food, don't you?
Okay, so is that a sign off on the North Star hardware from the board, as well as the yacht club?
That's, and again, that's for Beach Club and Turns Grill, the 15.
Yeah.
Okay, and also a sign off on the budget for the yacht club, beach club, turns, food and beverage. Thank you.
Good question.
Okay, if there's nothing else for Steve on food and beverage, obviously the food's here. If the board wants a break, that's fine. You can see that the other department head was here and sit somewhere, but we can break for lunch and then start right after that.
Let's get restarted. John, thank you and your staff for lunch.
Yeah, thanks for making those sandwiches.
Back
Michelle.
into-
Good job.
Michelle, with Dan.
So we can move to the next item on the agenda, which is the fire department, right, John?
No,
You wanna do it?
Yep.
Dave's right
Chief's
here.
here. Yep, chief, come on in.
President, not chief.
President,
Where would you like it?
yeah, right here.
Oh, okay.
Get the hot seat.
Get the hot seat. I'm not worried.
Dave, thank you for adjusting. I mean, we're ahead of schedule, everything's going well.
Did you get my email?
If I did, I can open
It's
it.
from yesterday. Our discussion from last week.
Yeah, well, it's all the information.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Good.
Yep. Okay, so fire EMS is section
10.
10, thank you. And this John O'Connor.
Steve is on travel today, so.
Okay, so, Dave?
Want me to just move down the list?
Yep, just what you did last time.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come talk to you. I'm going to be looking at the column called operating expense. If you see that on yours, I don't know how it's listed. But the top from operating expenses, largely the volunteer organization. The compensation and related costs on the bottom is the ALS providers that work for the fire department. They're paramedic firefighters, and they work for the fire department. As you already know, that we do have 2 ALS crews, 18 hours a day, and actually 2 hour ALS crews, 18 hours a day, 1 hour ALS crew, 24 hours.
I don't want to sound stupid. What's ALS?
Sorry, advanced life support. Okay, for example, I'm basic life support, I'm an emergency medical technician, paramedics are advanced life support. Okay, and this community, from 7 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock at night, we have 4 providers, paramedic providers. After 7 o'clock, we have 3, and it's augmented. If we have 2 calls or if there's a fire, it is augmented by a volunteer. So the volunteer will drive or whatever it happens to be. So that's the way the EMS side operates in this in the department. The fire side is the firefighter paramedics or paramedic firefighters. Their primary job is medical, obviously, because we have 2,000 calls a year. Their secondary job would be fire if they're not doing medical. And then, but the primary responsibility of the firefighters, volunteer firefighters, is the fire side. Although we augment the EMS side, some of us. So
All of them are duly certified. They're either BLS firefighters or ALS firefighters.
we have,
The volunteers?
no, there are only 3 of us that are emergency medical technicians.
Gotcha.
Everybody else is just, I shouldn't say just, everybody else is a firefighter, a volunteer firefighter. I happen to be an EMT because where I came from, I was required to be an EMT. And I still hold that license.
But does everybody have BLS?
No,
No, they
no,
don't. They don't.
everybody
Okay.
has emergency responder, which
Okay.
is the basic level of first aid, I guess you would say. There are actually 4 levels, but there's the emergency responder, there's the emergency medical technician, basic. As I said, that's what I am. The state of Maryland still has a CRT, which is a cardiac, and then the highest level is the paramedic. So, and we have, full-time, we have 12 paramedics, 12 of the providers are paramedics, and one's an EMT. So, all right, so starting from the top, and we are talking about volunteer at this point in time. The member benefits are primarily recruitment and retention. As you already know, it's very difficult for us to recruit and retain people in the fire department. And if you want, I can go over more specifics afterwards. This is primarily the banquet, the apparel. We provide our apparel to the, because obviously when we run calls, we want people to look like we want them to wear t-shirts, job shirts, or whatever. So that is the cost of the apparel, although we did cut that back $3,000. In this budget, in this future budget, relative to the current budget. The utilities are, we basically estimate it's the same. The repair and maintenance, our South Station is in real need, it's sorely in need of a renovation. We know we can't build a new station, we don't have the money to build a new station, but we really need a renovation. This past year, the bays of where the engines are of the apparatus have heaters, gas heaters on the ceiling, and the piping fell off. A significant portion of that, which cost us a lot of money to put the piping back up, to get new piping, put that back up. But that is an indication of how this building is deteriorating, because it originally built was in the 70s and it was added on to, et cetera, et cetera. So that happened. We have roof leaks. What's probably most serious is we have mold that we're dealing with right now. And so these types of things, we're using a Band-Aid approach is what I'm really getting to at this point in time. We expect this year, I expect this year to have a committee, a renovation committee, and we're going to begin working towards renovating the structure and bringing it up to standards, because it's not at standards now. The communications maintenance is largely the radios, it's radio maintenance. There's a lot of maintenance that goes into the radios that we have. There's $7,000, $8,000 a portable, and they need to be maintained, especially with the hard use that they actually do get. So that's the $5,000 that we're talking about there. Fire expenses are going up, and that's largely because we need tools, hose. We have a lot of maintenance and repair for our equipment. We need some apparatus mounts in the apparatus for the tablets, Knox boxes. You probably, I don't know if you knew, but we have a new high water vehicle that we were fortunate to get for absolutely nothing from the state. It's parked over Public Works right now, and we need to put some equipment on it so that we can use it as an emergency vehicle, primarily lights and PFDs, flotation devices, et cetera, so that we can use it in the case of a hurricane and that sort of thing. Fire police expenses, we put in $4,000 this year for fire police expenses, largely because the lights that the 12 fire police have are deteriorating. They're very old, and a lot of them are not working, and so we need to bring that up to standards. We have a couple new fire police that we have to buy coats for, and the coats for fire police, believe it or not, are very expensive, the winter coats anyways. So that's why we increased the expenses for fire police. Turnout gear, we decreased somewhat, and that's largely because we bought a lot of turnout gear last year. NFPA standards require the turnout gear are only good, serviceable for 10 years. If you keep them more than 10 years, you incur liability. The department incurs liability. If somebody is injured or worse with gear that's out of service, there's a significant amount of liability to the department. So that's the one thing, the personal protective equipment is the one thing that's absolutely critical to our firefighters, our volunteer as well as our career. Department uniforms, we're staying standard. We just need we need some department uniforms this year, so that's why we added the 5,000 in there. We are fortunate in this department, and most of the departments on Eastern Shore have physicals for their firefighters. And if you look at the age of the firefighters in this department, many of which resemble my age, it's a good thing that we do have physicals. We do an NFPA 1482 physical on an annual basis for our firefighters, and we think that's really critically important. EMS supplies and maintenance. As I mentioned earlier, we do approximately 2,000 EMS calls on an annual basis. Obviously, those calls require equipment, so we're always restocking our ambulances, the 3 of them, and we estimate that there's a slight increase in cost to $35,000 this year, so we increased it by $4,000. Our billing contract, the ALS is billed to the patient's insurance. So we have a billing company that does that, and we pay 8% to that billing company. They send us 100% of the money that they get, but we in turn then pay them 8% of that, of what is collected. Building insurance, our insurance went up $6,000 this year. It's $47,000, typical building insurance. Training, obviously, this career field requires continuous training, and more than a lot of different career fields, but we are continually training both the career staff, and you'll see that again, and the volunteer staff. There's drills every Tuesday night. We have to go down to Newark every year, and we have to recertify with our air packs, et cetera, et cetera. So we do a lot of training, and this is the cost that we expect, and we did cut it down from last year because, again, we actually came in level compared to last year. So apparatus maintenance is going up a little bit, and that's largely because we have to replace tires. DOT inspection's very expensive, especially when you have the large apparatus like the tower and even the pumpers, that sort of thing. The older apparatus obviously require more maintenance, and we've had a lot of maintenance with our ambulances, even though they're relatively new too. We cut down the office expenses by $4,000, and one of the ways we did that is by economies of scale. We're buying a lot of stuff in bulk now, and so we're saving money rather than piecemealing our purchases. Public education, you all know that we have an open house. You have Fire Prevention Week in October, et cetera, et cetera. We spend generally $3,500 on stuff for the kids, the helmets, the coloring books, and all the other things that we do buy to support our open house process. Professional fees. Professional fees are largely our auditor, our accountant, and then our lawyer. And because we do on occasion have the opportunity to go to our lawyer for a variety of things. Fuel is standard, approximately $23,000, and then special events. Special events are largely fire prevention, as I mentioned, other than the stuff that we buy to hand out. But fire prevention, the 4th of July, and also weather events. When we have weather events, we do staff this house here with volunteers 24/7. And so usually on an annual basis, we'll have several weather events, whether it's hurricanes or whether it's snowstorms or ice storms or something like that. And we will go on a 24-hour cycle, not only with our career paramedic firefighters, but also with our volunteers. Jumping into compensation and related costs, as you can see, we held our salary the same as we did this past year. This salary represents the positions that I mentioned. We have again, I'll say we have a full-time staff that is 12 paramedic firefighters, 1 EMT firefighter who is pursuing his paramedic right now because we require that they all have, our full-time staff be paramedics within a period of 2 years. So we have one individual who's actually doing that. We also have a bench of part-time, which is obviously necessary when our full-time people take vacation, take sick, or whatever. And so we have about a half dozen EMT firefighters and one paramedic firefighter that is also augmented on a part-time basis.
Do you pay for their paramedic education?
We do.
And where do they go?
Warwick.
Okay.
Yeah, they go to Warwick, usually to Warwick. The benefits largely are the retirement program, the pension plan that we have for them, and some other side benefits. The workers' comp is, in fact, workers' comp, it did go up a little bit, not much. The EMS training, again, they have to recertify on the medical side. I recertify every 3 years as an EMT. They recertify, I think, every 2 years. They're actually going through recertification right now, and we have to pay for classes for them to go through the recertification program. Uniforms, what we decided to do prior to this year, we would give everybody a allotment of $400 per person for uniforms. We decided that it would be more cost effective if we actually set up a store, if you want to call it that, where we would purchase in bulk, and we can get a lot of savings, as I said, economies of scale out of purchasing in bulk. So what we've decided to do is we're going to purchase our T-shirts, job shirts, and pants, etc., that the career crews need, and we're going to store them. So we'll issue them rather than giving them $400 and they can spend it whatever way they want. So we think that's a much more cost-effective way to do it than giving them, as I said in the past, we were giving them $400. Again, employee physicals. These are the employee physicals. Again, the same thing, 1482 NFPA physicals for the career staff versus the volunteer staff, which I mentioned earlier on.
That's the difference between line 4740 and this one.
I'm
This
sorry.
is training for the career staff.
Yes,
Physicals
yes.
for the career staff, the other one is physicals for the volunteers.
Yes, exactly. Yes, this is primarily their advanced life support recertification training. On to capital replacement. We have the apparatus replacement, which you folks have been giving us now ever since we set up the budget thing last year, right?
Yep.
September of last year. No, I'm sorry, 18. Wasn't it 18 when we set it up?
You're right, the year I was in here.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so again, that's standard, and John and I are both looking at the replacement schedule and updating that. So the capital purchases, we have a lot of capital purchases, and we have a lot of capital equipment in this department. It's not just the apparatus. We have the Scott Air Packs, we have all sorts of equipment. This year, we need to purchase 3 air packs, 4 thermal imaging cameras. Our thermal imaging cameras are over 10 years old, and the state of the technology has changed substantially on the thermal imaging cameras in the 10-year period. We can basically, with our cameras, we can see heat, and it's a very rudimentary system. The new cameras are heat and cold, so you can, your picture is a lot better, and eventually, the industry is going to be going to cameras in your mask, but we haven't gotten to that point. They're developed, but they cost a lot of money, and we're not going to get to that point this year. But we do need to replace the thermal imaging cameras. 10 of our SCBA bottles are out of, or will be going out of spec. SCBA bottles can only be tested for 10 years, and then after that, they have to be junk basically. And we have to replace 10 in this particular calendar year. And then 3 gas meters. Our gas meters only have a short lifespan. And 3 of them need to be replaced on our apparatus right now. So that's kind of, that's my dog and pony
That's
show.
good. So just before any questions, what I do want to point out, what we worked on with the budget and finance for those that aren't here. If you just look at Dave's or the fire department's budget, you look on the left, total requested the 692.9 versus the 675.9 this year, you can say that there's a decrease. So he mentioned he kept his salaries flat. They are coming in lower than last year by about $18,000. With that said, at the BNF, I did make an adjustment and a proposal to the assessment to have a holiday on the assessment for 19 eligible members of the fire department who own homes. That would be the approximate, obviously, cost on our assessment of $19,000. Kind of his savings offset that, so it's really flush. But we are recommending that, to have that holiday on the assessment for the 19 members, which Dave is giving me the names of them, and they own homes in the Pines. So
Volunteers, not
These are volunteers only.
volunteers only.
volunteers
That's a
only.
one-time holiday.
I'm going year by year. I would hope that it is something that could be worked out.
It's more of a tool to try and incentivize
Right.
volunteers.
Yeah, help recruitment.
It's part of the recruitment. Honestly, I think it would cost us more down the road if we don't do something like this. But certainly, there is a reallocation of resources here that Dave has come through. Like I said, it's pretty much flush with last year.
And Dave, could you talk about the qualifying characteristics for those 19?
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, I hate to build your watch, but I'll build your watch. The demographics here obviously don't support sustainment of the fire department. 37% of people are over 65 in our community. There's a high percentage of people that are part-time also. So our recruitment, it's very difficult to recruit. We can recruit cadets, but we're lucky if we get 1 or 2 cadets out of the high school on an annual basis. And basically, if you look at the national statistics, when you bring in people in their teens and their 20s, only 5% of them ever stay with the department. So that's kind of at a loss, or that's a non-starter, I'll say. So our recruitment is largely people that are retiring and coming out of DC, Baltimore, or whatever, and we're getting people that largely in their 50s that are retired firefighters, or were volunteers somewhere else for 30 years, et cetera, et cetera. They have a relatively short lifespan as far as operational goes. So what we are trying to do is we are looking at a variety of options to sustain our volunteer staff. A number of different incentives, and one of them that John has been talking about, and we're very glad that he's been helping us in this arena, is in fact that holiday for the assessment. Now, back to your question. What we are doing, we require our firefighters to meet standards. They have to do 50 calls on an annual basis, minimum of 50 calls. They have to attend 50% of the meetings, which are 12 meetings a year. They have to go to half of the drills. We are now at 22 drills, so they have to attend 11 drills on an annual basis. So there are various standards that they have to meet not only our requirements in our department, but LOSAP, Length of Service Achievement Program. So that's how we measure those that are very active in this department. We have only basically 50 members in this department, 12 of them are fire police. And so out of the 38 members, we're lucky if we really have about 19 that are active enough to achieve the standards that we're just talking about.
And also, if you benchmark with other counties or other
Yes.
departments, tell them about that they get relief on assessments or taxes or whatever.
Yeah, there are a number of departments across the country and in Maryland that provide incentives. There are town fire departments that give a holiday on the water bills. There are also communities that have assessments that either give partial or entire relief on the assessments. There are a number of different types of financial incentives that are used across the country. And so,
I mean, that's pretty much on the table. Again, it's flat with last year, even with the holiday.
Do you have runs outside of Ocean Pines?
yes, we do. Our Ocean Pines is in fact our first dual area. However, we do mutual aid in Berlin, Shaw, Bishopville, and Ocean City. Primarily those areas. However, we do reach out other places. I mean, there are times when there are large fires in Delaware that we end up moving up to a station to cover a station. However, when we do mutual aid, we always make sure that we have a staff here to cover Ocean Pines.
And do you, this is my ignorance, do you receive compensation from the other jurisdictions for your support and response?
The county provides compensation.
Okay.
Yes, the part of our income is obviously OPA. Oh, that's right, it's up.
It's right here on the left, Camila.
Yeah, it's up on
Look on the
top.
left,
Our county fire,
the next page,
we anticipate the county fire, it
on
would
the
be,
left side.
would
Okay.
be 280,
Okay.
would be up here, 286,000. County MS is 418,200.
All right.
And then we get, the state AMIS, that's equipment funding. So the answer is yes, we do get funding.
And just one other thing.
Yes.
Are you accredited by any particular organization?
Well, there is a standard in Worcester County to be a fire department.
Mhm.
So we are in fact accredited at that standard.
Mhm.
However, we have to comply with it as best as we can as a volunteer department, we have to comply with NFPA standards.
Okay.
And really, it's virtually impossible to comply with all NFPA standards, even for career departments. I'm talking about city departments.
Mhm.
However, you do the best you can, and the reason you do the best you can is even though it is a consensus standard, it's now being used in litigation.
Right.
And so what happens is, let's say somebody unfortunately gets injured
Mhm.
and then sues the department, I'm talking about a member, sues the department and they come back and say that, well, you know, what was his training? His training has to meet standards. What was his, you know, and it could be, we could get sued from the outside also.
Mhm.
And, you know, nowadays you get all this, oh, well, you didn't get here for 15 minutes. All right, so we pull the tape and find out we're there in 3.5 minutes, you know, that sort of thing. But they all go back to the NFPA standards.
Mhm.
And that there's an understanding that if you do attempt to comply with the standards, then you're basically on the good side of the law.
Yeah, I represented Singerly Fire Department up in Upton for a while, so that's good. It sounds like you're really right on par then.
We're doing the best we
Good,
can.
that's great.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I support the assessment.
Thank you.
So what happens if you give me the assessment and then I quit and go someplace else?
Well, what we are reporting to John on a quarterly basis. And that's an interesting question, but we're reporting to John on a quarterly basis.
Hopefully it's not gonna happen, but
of
just
our
think, you know.
status. Yeah. And you know, that actually, that is a good point. And I think what would be appropriate for us to do is to have a statement by the member that they're gonna be here for a year.
Right, that they'll give it back.
Yeah, that they'll either give
Yeah,
it
some
back or
agreement
they'll.
Or if they have, or if they have to meet the qualifications for the year.
Oh, yeah.
And then you get the credit. And then that way they've already done what they needed to do.
And what we've done is given John exactly that.
Right.
We've provided John exactly that, and we've said that with our quarterly report to you on our P&L, we're also gonna report member status.
Okay, Steve, you bring up a good point. I think we should have at least a policy that says,
Right.
you're
We'll get a
committing, we're
legal
committing to
statement.
you, you're
Yes.
committing to us, should you leave prior to the, you know.
I'll work with Dave.
Yeah.
The year, then there's some retribution.
It's
you
not
know.
a problem.
Yeah, we're in a process.
Good question.
We're in a process of putting together a policy on this particular issue, should you pass it.
Do most of our fire volunteers prepay their assessment
Yes,
when it's due?
yes.
Because the other thing we could do is give them a rebate. Every quarter they get
Could do that
part
too.
of it back.
Can certainly do
You
that
kick
As
us
also.
long
back
as
the
they
money.
continue to
That way, as
qualify.
long as they're working there for a quarter, give them a quarter back, a
That-
quarter, give them a quarter back.
Exactly, I understand
Because you
that.
never know, things happen.
No,
People
it's
have
totally
to
good.
move and
Yeah.
I mean, we'll definitely discuss it, we'll put it in the policy,
Sure.
and we'll look at one way or the other.
Okay.
No, it's a good point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
So, board, what say you? Yes? All right.
I think the assessment, the holiday is.
This will go as part of the recommended budget. Thank you, board.
Important.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thanks for keeping the fire going.
Thanks for the opportunity to come talk to you.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Take care, man. See you
You
on the
bet.
course.
Okay, I think we
See you
can
in
keep
April.
going. We
Yeah.
have everybody here. I think we need a break or anything. So I'm gonna call up Eddie Wells, General Maintenance, Public Works, CPI.
All right.
Eddie, you're up. So that section, we're gonna start, I guess, with Public Works.
Yeah, wherever you guys like to start.
General maintenance or public works?
What do you think, General Maintenance?
That comes
Yeah,
second.
he'll go with that. He'll go General Maintenance.
That's first.
He's the president.
Mix it up.
Dave's the president of.
All right. Well, thanks for allowing me to come and speak.
This year was a lot easier on the budget, as you all know, thanks to John and having Colby help us in our department. As you've seen on our budget so far, we don't really participate a whole lot of increase in certain areas, other than things that we have no control over, such as your gasoline, your electric, and that kind of thing. They're a shot in the dark, which you never know what's going to happen. For the most part, everything's going to stay the same. I know the biggest thing is on your building maintenance and repairs. We think we got a realistic number of things that we can accomplish and get done in this year's time. Realistically, we have a plan going forward. Colby has been working on a maintenance plan for all of our facilities, which will be done weekly, monthly, bi-monthly, yearly, things that have to be done to all the facilities. And that's calculated into this. It's pretty, let me see if there's anything else. I mean, it's pretty
They have a
self-explanatory.
handout in your binders, right? You have it all out there. The maintenance?
Yep.
Eddie has.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Yes, yeah.
So she has all that. I mean, we're not gonna go through it now, but the same thing is with the bulkheads and everything. There's a plan for everything.
Yeah, everything's been figured out. The numbers are there. They're factual. They're true. There's stuff you can definitely count on. That's what it's going to be. I mean, we work really hard on it. Let's see. And as you can see on the build labor, that's a transfer of in-house from facility to facility. We'll be tracking that also. Gas and oil, like I said, that depends on what happens with the economy. I mean, with that we cannot. Building, minor maintenance, building repairs, we're putting in 220. Like I said, that's a realistic number for things we think that we can do and we know that need to be done. So
So I can just jump in a couple of the big numbers here. If you go down to number 582, line 582, you see the 220. And that's what we're talking about, and that's what Eddie mentioned. Colby, who's been working with Public Works this year, is we allocate resource where needed, when needed. There's a lot going on with Public Works with all the capital projects and all that. But you can see it's come down from the 290 that the board had for this year. That's what we feel we need and that we can achieve. So that's one big number here. You can see his payroll. It's up a little. There were a lot of openings this year that I believe that he's able to fill. But there have been other efficiencies offsetting that. But he did have a lot of opening positions at the labor, which we're going to need to fill with everything going on.
Yeah, correct.
Yep. Okay. Any questions on general maintenance before Eddie moves on? Okay.
No.
Good. Which one you want?
you CPI, sure.
CPI, please. Number 6.
Here again, as you're gonna find out with all of our budgets this year, we really tried to stay right within where we were at last year. We haven't seen any surprises where we really needed to make any major changes. The biggest thing you're gonna see that I foresee on the CPI stuff is where the turnaround on a lot of our violations and things like that. We may have more things, actually lawyer fees, just to make sure that's the route we wanna go. But I think it's gonna make Ocean Ponds a better place in the long run, that we can speed up the process and get things done quicker. But like I said, as you see, the numbers are pretty much what we carried over from last year, and we feel comfortable with that and getting this done.
And if I could just tie it in, when you look at the customer service that we've implemented with Michelle and Colby and myself and Eddie and everybody, I don't want to miss anybody, and look at what they're doing here, and he's basically coming in at the same price as he's saying, and so much more getting done.
Right.
Good. All right, any questions on CPI? Are we good on that? Board says yes?
Pardon?
Do you have enough staff for CPI?
We've got one
and a
full-time,
half
and we have Mike as a part-time, and then I also have Josh who we use if one of them's gonna be out of the office, so I've got it covered. Or if we get, our busiest time is, of course, the summer, when most of the residents are here. So sometimes I do have to pull a third person in, which is Josh, who we have on staff and utilize in other places. But we'll have to send him out on, say, resale packages or things like that, where the inspectors are busy doing the other things. But they're doing a good job for what they do, keeping on top of it. And not that, I know everybody probably knows this, but we're not really the ones that catch everything. We go out and we look and we see.
Especially on Sunday.
80 to 90% of our complaints that we handle come from a neighbor complaining about a neighbor because they see it in the backyard or they see it after hours or on a weekend and
Sunday.
it's Sunday, exactly. So, yep.
Not that I've ever seen anybody do that, but just saying.
Okay, so we can sign off on that, Freddie?
So a minor issue, Eddie, based on what you said, is that something we should be like promoting? In other words, if you see something, say something as a way to help us out, because I think it sort of prevents us from having to go to, another employee.
Do you have any-
You can.
How many busybody people?
Yeah, that's what I was
Well,
gonna
I
say.
mean, I think it exists. We okay with that? I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, just sort of throw it out there for.
I wouldn't. If it's a police issue, I say yes. If it's a cutting down a
Yeah,
tree.
if it's an emergency, because we do have some residents that are nitpicky, or they just don't get along with their neighbor.
Yeah.
And I've been called out to certain homes 4, 5, 6 times for real petty stuff. So you're wasting our time and money going to look at something that's not really an issue.
So noted.
Yeah,
So noted.
just my opinion, but
That's okay. That's why I asked.
We had a violation at the last ARC meeting. Someone called. She wouldn't give her name, and she wouldn't leave a phone number or anything, any contact, but she wanted to complain about the neighbor.
Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly.
So
We get that a lot.
Was that you?
That's true.
Public Works folks drive.
Can I ask a
crossings too, right?
The director of OP Logistics, is that Colby's added work
That's her.
with you guys?
That's where you'll see in my payroll increase. Colby's been added to the bulkheads
I have no
and the
problem.
drainage and the CPI line. Yep, she's part of Public Works now.
And how is that allocation determined? Because you have your finger in a lot of pies. How do you figure out how much to give to each pie?
She has some more money. Yes. A little bit of something for a cause, please. Thank you.
We just looked at like the percentages of where I'm working the most, and tried to just divvy it up. And it's so hit or miss with what's going on at the moment. So, we just tried to do it the best we could on having a little bit of it in everything, so.
I didn't even put you on the spot.
No, that's okay.
You need
Look at
to-
those squeakier, they'll be on the north.
Tremendous amount of work
Yeah,
on
that's
just
right.
drainage and roads and bulkheads
Right.
that couldn't have been done by just your.
Yeah, by John moving her around into our department has been a anybody that knows Colby, she is very organized, great at following up with everybody, and just her public relations alone. I mean, that's a plus, a big plus.
Yeah.
Pay you later.
Excellent organizational skills.
Yeah.
Almost to a point of being annoying.
No.
It's
not true.
All right, moving right
I wanna
on.
go.
Let's go.
All
right,
right,
let's
stuff.
go.
All right, Public Works. Number 8.
All right. That was just not right.
Oh, no.
General maintenance.
Yeah, Public Works.
General maintenance,
Did I say the wrong number? No.
You're
good.
You're good.
right on.
Yep. Yeah, Public Works, I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but we tried to stay as close as we could to last year's budget. Payroll is gonna be a little low because like John said, I've had some positions that haven't been filled. Hopefully to have them filled again, because we do need the labor. Pretty much everything stayed the same. I can get into it. You wanna talk about capital now, a few things we have, or we're gonna do that later?
Yeah, let me just let me sign off on this first. I just want to highlight the one, if you go down to 591, the drainage.
Yeah.
Lot of work getting done there, a lot of positive stuff, and Kobe will also
Kobe,
talk about
yeah.
the other drainage and the maintenance. A lot of work getting done there.
Yeah, between roads and drainage, we got a lot going on, and like he said, Colby will give you guys a
She has a
just
detailed
a
plans.
detailed
they're in the
plan on
bonus
everything
for
we've
you.
been working on. She's been deeply involved in it, and it's all good, really good stuff that's happening.
So your sale of assets, that's equipment that you guys are getting rid of, and
Correct.
replacing with the new
Exactly.
mowers, the new.
Yep, that all goes through our asset numbers are tracked, and then they also go through the depreciation on what study was that? It was done. DMAT.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
And I don't get any complaints about the road, the side of the road, the mediums and all that, the grass and all that. You see those 2 mowers.
Yep. We got them last year. Yep.
So you give them the right equipment, you get the right team in there, and everything's good.
I got 2 questions.
Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, so you're down 4 or 5 employees right
I've
now?
actually hired 3, and then I've had 1 quit within the last week. He just couldn't hang with us, but yeah.
Well, there's nothing in here for employees. I don't know that that's.
We kept it the same, our budget, saying that I had those positions in there. But we're gonna be, the new guys we hire are gonna be hired at a lower rate than the guys that left. I lost some higher up people that have been here 10 to 15 years that were supervisors. So they left at a lot higher rate than what I'm hiring in at, so we're gonna be.
Okay, now I'm thinking about how do you get people? Because you have employee ad here, nothing. There's
Well,
nothing in your budget, so how do you advertise for people? How do you
Look,
find them?
I would say 90% of my hires are word of mouth. If somebody
Okay.
hears we're hiring through the county or through the state or whatever, they'll say, hey, you guys have an opening and that kind of stuff.
There's no
Our
cost
summer
to your
help,
budget.
people know we hire for seasonal summer. A lot of them are repeats. They come back. I have a lot of retired people that live here in the ponds that work for me that mow and pick up trash and that kind of stuff that we get every year. They just come back every year. So,
What? Go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, I got one more.
Yeah.
And the refuse removal.
Yep.
Is that, you and I talked about this
Nope.
before.
That's the,
Is that mostly leaves?
yes, big percentage of it is.
Is that the cost of picking them up off the streets, or is that the cost of
That's
just
the
disposing of them?
cost just to dispose of them. Yes.
Okay, I just think it's important for people to realize that.
Oh, no.
It's very
It's
expensive.
$100,000 to get rid of leaves.
They go to, actually, anybody that takes them, we pretty much let haul them. We have so many. We have an agreement with a dumpster company that it doesn't charge us by the tonnage, they just charge by the dumpster. And it'll go to a recycling center where they recycle them. Some go to the landfill where they use them as layers in between the trash. I've had farmers come and get them and spread them on the fields as a, work them into the soil as a natural organic material. So we've sent them everywhere. We collect so many, it's just like, whoever, you want some leaves, sure, we can, take them. So,
Big bonfire.
yeah, can't go that route.
What about the what's the extra 20 grand in landscaping? If you don't mind me asking.
The extra 20 grand in landscaping. Hey, fine. What line are we on?
It's on 531. So
Okay, 531.
went from 51.9 to 73.250 for next year.
Yeah, well, landscaping, we've got.
Is it
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
medians or, I mean, what?
Everything. When we do landscaping, it covers everything in here. All your facilities, all your parks, all the parkway, which is 10 miles long, all your entrances, say to Teal Bay, Wood Duck 1, Wood Duck 2, Turns Landing. All those entrances are covered under the landscape line. Calfell Road, that whole area that's landscaped. And that cost of material.
Okay.
Mulch is going up, as anybody knows as a homeowner. Chemical sprays for herbicides, that's a petroleum base, so it goes up. I mean, it's the cost of the material, basically.
Okay.
And then the supervisors, are you gonna be promoting from within to replace those?
Yes. We've actually consolidated and worked good. We've been, since John's been here, we sort of restructured a little bit in Public Works where I think all the departments have. And people have taken on a little bit more responsibility and it's working really well. But yeah, if we have a supervisor area that we see we need, I would rather promote within, yes.
So if I could just put it all in perspective, put it all together. The general maintenance, public works, $2.4 million of our budget. You can see that Eddie and his team and everybody else, they pretty much kept that in line. With that said, there's so much more getting done. So the budget has been kept in line. It's a big budget. It's been kept in line. So much more getting done. We have reallocated resources. You heard Eddie say it. Kobe's been there. We jump-started bulkheads, drainage, dredging, which wasn't done. There's even more being done as far as ditches and whatever that have not been done over the years. So basically, for a flat budget, there's so much getting done. Reallocation, just all positive on the whole team, everybody. I don't want to miss anyone. So that's your budget for there. What say board?
Do you have in there for the, I know we talked about it this year, do you have in there for the frag mic?
Yeah, it's in there, yeah.
Okay.
It should be on the page. It's a breakdown of the
I looked at
environmental.
Environmental, mosquito spraying part. I didn't see
Yep,
it.
mosquito control, wildlife control,
Okay, that's
yep,
all right.
yep.
Okay, cool. Did you get to that in
Oh, yeah.
September?
Mhm.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Sorry, that was personal.
No, it's
And how often do you do the mosquito spray?
That's the county.
Is that the
County
county?
does that,
Yeah, county does the mosquito part.
They do
Yeah.
it
And we do,
4 o'clock in the morning.
yeah, we do
Right.
mosquito
4 o'clock
dumps,
in the mile.
like you see,
Right.
anybody rented, we do have some ponds around here, nobody has gone around with Mr. Hemmick, I don't know how many, Mr. Hemmick worked with us for years. And we throw these dunks when we get really wet times, we hit some of the wetland areas and that kind of stuff to help control it, along with the county sprays. So,
And the county sprays how often?
I
It depends on the weather.
Yeah.
If you get rains, they'll be there twice a month.
Yeah.
You see, I can tell you how often they do it. Every time my dog has to go out at 4 o'clock in the morning, they're spraying.
Yeah. It depends on the conditions, basically the weather conditions.
Just for them words.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doggy door. It's just,
It seems like-
every time it's out, you hear it coming, it's like, please get.
Yeah.
Do I have a sign?
Yeah.
Do I have a sign?
That's what I thought you said.
Unless there's any other questions.
No, it sounds great.
I think we're good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Eddie does want it, we want to go to the capital summary, you all know the drill. Eddie, you start off with the public works. Debbie did the administration. We'll talk about the roof and siding together.
Okay.
I so why don't you do the public works? Kobe's gonna jump in on the.
Colby, yeah, we're
drainage.
gonna let her take care of the road
Right.
paving and the drainage, cause she's got all that. Zero turn mowers, has anybody seen any of my guys mowing? That's just the riding Z mowers that we run. They run 40 hours a week. We usually try to get about 5 years out of them, and they're getting the hours on them, and it starts to cost us more than it does to buy a new one. So we have 2 mowers that are due to be replaced just because of that reason. The tractor with the ditch maintenance, that falls in line with John saying we're able to do a lot more to the ditches than we have in a while. The tractor I'm replacing is a 2000 tractor. We've had it since then, so it's 20 years old. And it's a big sidearm mower for cutting down into the bottom of the big ditches and that kind of stuff. And it's a drivable unit, so instead of like an excavator, I've got mowers on excavators, but they have to be hauled and dropped off the place. This tractor I can take and drive anywhere, down the road and take it wherever it needs to be gone. Northgate fountain, that fountain was due to be replaced in the DMAs, but what we're putting back is a bigger, larger fountain, not quite as big as the new Pittsville Motors Ford, if you've been by there, but something along those lines, something that you can see, because the one that was out there, it was large, but it's not large enough, so we're actually gonna put back a bigger fountain that'll shoot higher.
And that
Which
colored lights too.
It'll have lights, they're not colored, but it'll have lights on it, yeah.
And you'll wash your car if you're coming in.
Yeah, exactly.
Please, after we redo the bridge.
Right.
And then I think the other item that he wanted me to cover was the exhaust hood for the beach
Yeah,
club.
please go down to the beach club and then
Yeah.
Kobe will do the other ones.
Yep. Exhaust fan for the beach club, that's the vent on top of the roof that comes off your griddle and your vent. It's aluminum. It's who knows how old. I think they asked the budget and finance one if they could find them stainless steel. You can get them with stainless steel hardware. The actual cell itself is all aluminum. That's all you can get. Nobody makes a stainless steel one, so it's just an aluminum hood. So yeah, they're very expensive. Yep. Yep. So.
It's fine with me.
On your ditch tractor, this is a replacement, will the old one still be usable or is it gone?
We're gonna sell it and probably trade it in. Nobody's already reached out. We're trying to price what auction thinks they can get for it compared to a trade-in. And then whichever one looks like they can get the most money for, that's the route we'll go. We'll either trade it or we'll sell it at auction.
So we'll still only have one tractor.
Correct, yes.
One unit for doing ditch.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so I'm looking for sign off. Eddie and I are looking for sign off on the zero turn mower tractor. Okay, outdoor. Okay, yeah. Just let's do the public works first.
Perfect.
You guys are good?
Yep.
And ladies, thank you.
Thank you.
And then the exhaust fan hood, good. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you, is that, hold on, that exhaust, is that you guys installing that, or is that, you got somebody putting it on?
We did the last one, so.
Did you?
we
Are you
did
gonna go do that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Corey, before I do the roof side, you want to talk about the the road and the drainage?
You wanna take my seat?
No. Okay, if you go to your, you should have the reserves, breakdown, the replacement reserves.
So that was that
In your
second
binder.
page on the handout this morning. Unless, Steve, did you update the one in the
I
binder?
think it's in the binder, yeah.
Okay, go to that one.
It's in the back where it says. reserve.
24, section 24.
There you go. And if you just go to the front, that next page or the page that has the dashboard on it, roads, these are the roads that we're looking to do next year. They were based on, the 1 through 10, which were the worst, which were the best. We did the absolute worst first group this fall, and then the next group is here in phase 2. And this also actually matches the DMA study, what they are suggesting we do as well. So we only had about 32 out of 274 roads that were deemed poor and fair, so not too bad. And then the drainage is in the works on our plan. I'll be doing the presentation at the board meeting, but this is the cost that we're looking at to do what we know we're gonna be doing with the outfall and change in culvert pipes and stuff at the Bainbridge Pond area. That's a little more in depth as we're moving forward, but I'll have more detail as we, in the next few weeks. We also on drainage are working on, which we started to get, we're almost complete on a drainage ditch list. We're going through all of the sections, and we're creating a maintenance book on all of the ditches that Ocean Pines is responsible for outside of the homeowners and where they're located. And then we're gonna have them on a rotation so that they're cleaned out. We had 7 done this summer, 7 major ones done this summer. So we're just gonna keep up on that. And they usually have to get a big, huge overhaul every 4 to 5 years. And then in between, Public Works will just go through and maintain them. But, so we're starting, that's also one of the plans for our maintenance is on the ditches for there. But.
And you said homeowners are, can you repeat the thing you said about, this is Public Works and then there's homeowners' responsibility also?
So we have OPA owned ditches.
Uh-huh.
And we're responsible to clean out. We are responsible to help maintain the front end ditches, but these are ours alone. So like as a homeowner, your responsibility is to keep your ditch as clear as possible. You can go in and rake the leaves, and then we can assist, getting there. But these are strictly our responsibility.
Got it.
What does mobilization and stakeout cost?
What's that?
Some of the drainage. Are you on roads or are we on drainage?
We're on drainage. Are you on this?
On this thing here.
Oh, this is, came from Vista, just with getting the areas, it's their additional costs. I don't know exactly what the breakdown of mobile, do you know what the?
Coming out to the site, you're gonna pay them to come out to the site,
Oh, you
and
stake
stake out and do elevations and all
Okay,
that kind
alright.
of stuff.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I just.
Yeah, that breaks down the cost of where we came up with the 611. And then the roads and paving also. Any questions on roads or drainage?
So all that detail ties into that reserve schedule that Steve puts together, and that Larry presents every month. So very thorough plans by Colby and the teams.
Now, do you have lists for the rest of the road? I mean, you obviously looked at them all, so you have 2 year, 3 year to 5 year, going all the way down?
We have the roads list, we have a list on, Clint is finishing up on all the drainage pipes. And then we're creating the ditch list so that we'll be able to go through and make sure that we're keeping track of what we're doing and staying on top of what we need to do, so.
Yeah, the roads are done every year.
Every road's bulkhead is listed in the DMA study, and the, what their anticipated life is and how long. And so that's the guide, and then they go back and look and see which ones are, if there's any worse or.
We actually do a physical check of every road every year we drive them, because even if it's on a DMA, like he said, that's a Bible sort of to go by a guideline.
Right.
But if the county's been on your road and cut it 30 times, well, you may be ahead, and you may be ahead of what the DMA says.
Right.
But we have, Clint does, it's an extensive grading. He looks at alligator cracking, potholes, way more than what the county and the state do, ours is. And we have a grade system, and every year, we do them the same time of the year, we go through and grade them all. We photograph every road cut, pothole, which gets presented to the county for them to track and make sure they get it on their list to patch and repair, but it's a yearly thing that's done.
Right, okay.
Yes.
So when we just did the 3.5 miles of road this year, the question was asked about the base, the sub-level, and what kind of feedback did we see?
Yeah, our base is good in here. I went back and talked to Souley when the question came up. For an example, on the parkway, a lot of people said, is the base good? Our parkway was put in with 12 inches of base, which is way more than you ever need. But like I said, when they built it, they planned on the traffic being on it, and it was a big base put in. And we get it checked. Engineers are involved, Vista from day one, on when we do our paving. They go out, they inspect it. Plus, we trust what our contractors are telling us. They know what they're doing. They'll tell us if it's not a good enough base. But most of the times, if we mill, it's just milling at a driveway or a road ties into the road. We usually just do an overlay over top, so you've got the base of the old existing road too. So
So with the average, the 350,000 that we received from the casinos, about how many miles does that come out to? About 3.5?
Yeah, yes.
So Kobe, so about 100,000 a mile. So we, at least now we have a benchmark for that. I know that was a big question last year. So this team has proved that it's around 100,000.
Right.
I know you're gonna talk about dredging now, or is that later?
I can just, it's just real quick, so,
Yeah, the question
do
I
I know
have
this?
is.
Yeah, go, keep it moving. Yeah. No, it's good.
Go ahead, yeah, I'm sorry.
Based on what is submitted by homeowners, what does that mean?
So homeowners submit for spot dredging of their area to get their boat in and out. And there's never really been a specific way, they just come in and they're sent off. Well, we've created so that we can budget for it, because it's hard to budget when you're just getting them randomly. We're accepting 20 homes, and we did a deadline, I think, of October 15th. I think we got 18, or did we get all 20 homes people submitted this year? 18.
So you need two more?
No, we've already.
We already cut it off.
We cut it off. So, those 18 people we submitted, because the whole process will take almost till the fall of next year. And then that way, we found the average cost per dredging site is about $1,500 to $3,500. So that way we could come up with our dredging number and then stay within that. But we put it out to the homeowners back, I think in September, that we were gonna have a cutoff, and we got the 18, so, yeah.
So are you gonna do that every day, every year?
Every year.
Since now, so you're gonna put together those 18 homes, and they're not gonna be able to be dredged until fall of 2021?
No, 2020. So it takes almost,
Right, you
But
said
we-
fall-
that's
you
why-
said fall of next year, so
I meant
this year.
This year.
This
fall of
That's
this
They
year.
applied
Yeah, I
last
know
year.
you gotta apply, yeah,
This
but I know
year.
you have to apply and get it through.
Yeah, it's a long
Takes
process.
It's a crap load
Takes
of
about a
paperwork,
year
because you have to
because
know
the
where to
Army
put it.
Corps of
and-
Engineers
Yeah,
takes
Army
a
Corps,
while.
yeah.
Yeah. And if they're approved. So, and then we've notified them, and we'll notify them as it comes back, and then we'll schedule it based on that. But it'll be submit for October. That's why we did the deadline, because they had to be in by November 1st. So it'll be submit by October 15th. We get our stuff in, and then it'll be the following fall of the submittal.
Yeah, and we went back in history is how we came up with this number. It wasn't just out of our hat, 20 people.
Right.
We went back and looked at the records like over the last 10, 15 years of how many people got approved and how many people applied. And 20 just seemed to fit.
Yeah.
fit it.
Now, can you include that with the bulkhead plan, since you got, I'm assuming that Fisher does drainage, does dredging as well as bulkheads? If, I'm just saying down the road, if you could combine those somehow?
If you all want to separate the cost out, but it's always been kept as a separate cost, dredging compared to a bulkhead, because they are different.
I'm just meaning
But
while you
maybe
have,
different
while you
areas,
have the
so-
equipment on site.
Oh yeah, well that's the way it works out. Usually
Right.
it works out because you can only dredge certain months of the year, as you
Right.
know.
Yeah,
Certain months you
exactly.
cannot dredge because of the flounder,
Right.
the mating season and all that,
Clams.
clams and everything else. So the way it has always worked out is about the time bulkheads finish up, which is the end of April, 1st of May, then you're allowed to start dredging. So we usually retain that same contractor as soon as he's done with bulkheads to come in and get the dredging done, which is done usually end of April, 1st of May, right before the boating season. So that makes everybody happy. We're done and out of there before the waters get busy.
Right, that's
Yeah.
fine. And I'm assuming it's all based on where you can put the spoils as well.
We have a dredge spoil site that's approved at Public Works.
Do you already?
Mhm.
At Public Works?
At Public Works.
You can put the spoils at Public Works?
Yes, sir.
Then you can reuse them.
They have to sit 6 months, but then we can reuse them.
Really?
So you use them for like.
We give a lot of it away. Now it's actually dirt. It's dirt and
It's
sand.
actual dirt, just-
It has to sit and let the water drain out of it. It has to sit for 6 months, and it's
Stink.
and then we've given it away to residents who want free fill dirt. People say, "Oh yeah, bring it to us." And by 6 months' time, it doesn't smell as bad. It's dried out, and you can reuse it somewhere else.
Staging area, so.
Yeah.
Also, the staging area has a spoil that we can use.
Yes. Yep. The Fisher Marine who we're using, he has his own staging area, and his staging area has a dredge spoil site also on it. So.
Because I knew at one time, a few years ago, they had one, they were letting you use the islands that they were building right off of 50 Bridge.
Yeah. Yeah.
At one point in time.
Yeah.
So
Now our dredging we've always bought here.
Brought it home.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, we have sign off?
Yeah.
Good.
Now, is that 324 coming out of the road pay? Does that come off of the casino money right immediately?
Yes, sir.
So, all right. Okay.
Yep, so there's all benchmarked, they have the history, the 3,000 linear feet for the bulkheads and everything, the roads, so all good.
All right.
All right, I think Debbie, Novi, thank you, I mean, you're welcome to stay. Okay. All right, so that's a sign off on Public Works, General Maintenance, CPI.
Yeah, do bulkhead yet.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can say for that.
okay, so,
I'm gonna step out and let nobody sit up here.
yeah, I don't know if the chief's in here, we can, Kobe, you ready to go, you Kathleen? All right, so let's do, aquatics, beach parking, and racket. And,
Want to do bulkheads and get that done?
and she can jump into that too. You wanna do that first? Either way,
These guys are
yeah,
here.
come on in. Yeah, come on in.
Well,
Go.
you guys can grab a sandwich and get out of here.
So, there, all right, so let's do that, Kobe, that's perfect. Nobody here.
Eddie.
We gotta get Eddie back into the field.
No, we don't. The fireplace is in. All good.
Everybody knows Novi, I'm assuming, but already.
Oh, yes.
I mean, yeah.
Eddie, how many years of bulkhead and drainage and all that do you have?
Novi's been here 20 plus years, I've been here 18.
Wow. Excellent.
Oh.
There's a sheet coming around. So, also on the, reserve page where you were, and I know you're at the bulkhead budget, but just to, and you don't have to flip back there if you don't want to, but we did a 4-year bulkhead plan. We're working on the phase 1 right now, and phase 2 is what we budgeted for next year. We currently have a contractor that's given us the same rate for next year, and we're getting 2 more prices so that we can hold the rate going into next year. So once we have all 3 bids, we'll present that to John to go forward, to keep us within what we've budgeted and hold that price. This total, if you are looking at the reserve page that's highlighted in yellow, does not include the payroll expenses, which are down on the bottom, the additional funds for payroll and expenses, which gives you your total number on your bulkhead sheet that has all the breakdowns.
How'd you determine these? Did you go buy the old bulkhead replacement back in the day that we had? The spreadsheet that we had for years and years that we would actually.
Some of it was done on history, yes.
Some of them.
Yeah, Novi had history all from way back in, and a lot of it was physically going out and they checking these bulkheads. As you'll see, a lot of them, like in the pintail and all those areas that come up, we had worm damage. Well, those bulkheads ain't as old as some of the older ones, but because of the condition. And the way we find that out is by Novi going out actually on site or in the boat and riding the canals and physically looking at these bulkheads and finding out what they're failing.
What day are we doing that again?
Coldest day, lowest tide.
You're on your own. No, on the warmest day you can get in the water.
Tom goes, bring cement blocks with him. That was just back when we got some of that. So the bulkhead cost breakdown, that I handed around, I wanted to point out, it was recommended, to add $50 to the assessment of the bulkhead waterfront owners. So this breakdown just kind of shows where that number came from. Right now, an average cost per lot is $28,000. If you take what's been currently paid in the assessment of $465, it'll take 61 years to pay that bulkhead off. So we raised it this year to 50, or suggested to raise it to 50, which brings it down to 55 years. And then going forward, and we had talked last week about getting a group together to discuss how we're gonna approach that going forward, because we're gonna have to continue to raise in certain areas based on needs and what work we need to get done. And as you can see at the bottom, from 2015 fiscal year to now, it's gone up $130.
In the assessment.
Materials, right now.
That's just the
of
cost per
bulkhead.
footage.
Linear on the bottom.
Okay,
that's the cost
but
of
for the
bulkhead.
people who live on
That's
sites
all
that
in.
have bulkheads, what's the attachment to their assessment? How much more do they have to pay?
It was 465, and now it'll be 550.
And that's this.
515, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's going with the vinyl instead of the
Yes.
wood.
Which gives us the 40 to 50 year replacement time as opposed to the 25 to 30, which is more in line with the time it would take to pay that bulkhead anyways.
But so let me just ask, if you don't mind. Sure. So I realize the cost, is that mostly material cost, that it's going up from 225 to 355?
Material and stage, some of it's staging.
So if it stays on
And
stage,
stage,
we said it would go up with.
Yeah.
Correct, because they moved it away from the swimming racket club,
So we
so.
found staging, so it was cheap, I saw it.
We did save money with it. Just one point I want to make, and Kobe has this excellently presented, two pieces to this. One, we're funding what we believe we will spend this year. So this is important. When Kobe says the $50 increase on the bulkhead, that's to fund how much the 3,000 linear feet that we plan on doing for this year. What Kobe's presenting to you in a very good way and all spelled out is that, hey, it's gonna be a lot more than that. And that's why she's pointing out to you, and she has it all spelled out with the team, of how long it takes to pay this off. So we do anticipate other increases, but right now, we're funding for what we can do. Because I know I get that question, and that's what we're doing. And that's what that 515 is. But the real number will be bigger.
Yeah, and just to expand on that, we're looking at about, with the assessment that we're looking at now, a contribution of about $880,000 this year from assessment costs. And then the difference of that from spend, we're spending on top of that $513,000. So our projection for the end of next fiscal year is that we'll have $635,000 left in bulkheads.
Right.
So just to show you, we are bringing in really what we're spending because.
Yeah.
you know,
Excellent.
That,
She just tied it all together for everybody.
But you also have to remember, we didn't do bulkheads for 2 straight years.
Correct. And that's why
And
they have
everybody
the
took
balance.
money, and everybody took money for 2 straight years without doing any bulkhead.
Well, except for we
Two
did
and a
2
half.
years without $19.
I had $19.
No, but it adds up, it adds up. I'm
But
just
that's,
saying,
but
it
that's
does
community,
add
but
up.
I'm doing this not as a,
Yeah.
I'm doing it because you're gonna have to explain it to the people that are going, oh, our assessment is going down, but the waterfront assessment is now going up 50, which is the most it's gone up for 15 years.
Well, and I think.
And I can understand
I think
that.
this breaks
It's
it
great.
down a
So
little
it's
bit.
great.
She has it all spelled out.
So I think one of the other things we should anticipate is getting a question from the membership that says, have you gone back to the vendors and asked them if there was a staging area in Ocean Pines, would the price per linear foot go down? I expect the membership would expect us to ask that question. That's all. And if the answer is no, okay, fine, but I think we should anticipate us having to answer that question.
Right. And I do want to point out too that.
Let Eddie just say
Yeah,
something.
we've already done that.
Yeah, we did it before. We talked about it. We
It
talked
go
about
back
it when we
like
were
that.
getting
Price
rid of
would
it.
go down. If we had a staging area here, definitely.
How much?
it would go down.
But we went through that last year when we had it at Pintail Park.
About $30 a foot.
At Swim and Racket, we already went through that number last year, and it was like $30 a foot.
Exactly.
If they could
See-
put it on there and beat up that land forever, and you gotta deal with the homeowners that live in that property and walk their dogs on that property and so forth.
Now,
Yeah, but.
now, can I just say, so with that said, Doug, I'm sorry, but with that said, we did get a staging area out in Bishopville. It did say, there was such an increase, it did bring it down some. I forget now if it was 20,000 a year.
Yeah.
Over the term, we'll save 60. So we were able to save some
A
having
little
it out
bit,
there.
right. But again, we went from
Yep.
conceptual,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
when we were talking about the price, there will be a price increase.
Right.
When we quote unquote lost the staging area.
We said
to a tangible increase right now, that people are gonna come out of their pocket an extra $50. So I'm anticipating a little bit of pushback. At the very least, we should be prepared, and Colby, sounds like we are.
We
We're
are.
prepared to answer the question. I just want everybody to be
Yeah.
aware
Well,
that, you know, we have that background information, because if I was a
She,
bulkhead owner,
right,
I'd
she
want
has
to
the
know.
detail for how much it'll cost to pay for exactly what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
And she also has, Kobe, tell him, you have it for what it really should cost over.
Yeah, oh,
it's-
no, I'm
Yeah,
good,
there's
I'm good with
no-
what we
we have
have.
it
I'm
both
just saying,
ways.
we anticipate that we'll need that information on the tips of
Yeah,
our
yeah,
fingers.
it's fine.
We'll-
And it's not just the staging area, it's the cost of materials. And
Right, cost of materials
are
is big.
substantially higher than they were.
Right, you're using
Five
vinyl
years
instead of the wood, right?
Correct.
But-
Either,
Right.
either way, it still would have been.
Even your wood is.
Even the wood is higher.
Yeah,
I mean, the wood is-
Pines almost doubled what they have when we were doing it 2 years ago.
Right, and
Really?
and the salt treated, the salt treated
Petroleum goes up.
Wow.
wood that you're
too, so-
using
Yep.
is much higher than it used to be.
Does the staging area cost increase affect the commonly owned bulkheads as well?
Yeah, because we have to still supply the material.
Right.
So I wanted to
So
show you.
19 hasn't gone up. Should
No.
that not be going up?
It will go up, yes. Last year it was 0, we took a holiday on it. I put it in at 19 because it was 0 last year. We do anticipate and there will be increases in the following years.
That's why we have to get together as a group and see the further out we go. But, you know, OPA, this is a bulkhead, it's kind of hard to see, but this is on Robin Hood that we're doing this currently this winter. This is owned by us. You can see this was created by Hurricane Sandy. This is where, I mean, people walk there, the dogs are there, and we've constantly had to fill it. We don't leave the hole sitting like that. But it's $330,000 of OPA-owned bulkhead. So that's where that additional, when people are, well, I don't have a bulkhead. You do, because everybody uses a waterway. Next year or the year after, we have portions of the golf course bulkheads that need to be done. So it does affect the overall, but $30 additional per foot, you know, times 3,000 square feet a year is almost $100,000 that we're now adding without that staging area.
And with this vinyl,
So Colette,
the-
just let me answer your question with the 19, because I know I'm gonna get it again, and why don't we, again, we said we wanted to fund what we can do this year. We have it funded, we're letting everybody know down the road or in the next several years, there are gonna be increases. But we funded what we had to do for this year in our plans, and that's the 19 fits.
okay.
That's where,
And then with
that's
this
where we stand.
vinyl, the
Okay.
useful life is now 55 years
It's
as opposed to
40 to 50 as opposed to 25 to 30 years.
And so that's why it's gonna need to go up some more.
That's why that'll go up a little bit more, but it'll help in the future with that increase, because then we won't have to do them as often.
Right.
I mean, we'll always be doing them, but it spreads it out a little bit farther. Once they're all replaced, it takes it a little bit farther apart, so. It's just taking our plan and looking at, we have the prices for the next few years of what we're thinking it's gonna come to, looking at what people are contributing and how we need to increase that assessment going forward, but this year we can put it all together because we can cover it.
Good. One more question, just anticipating what the membership would want to ask. We've been averaging about 3,000 linear feet per year. Of that 3,000, how much of it is common area versus private homes? Is it, 2,900 is private homes and 100 is, is common area? I mean, you don't have to have that now. I don't want the answer.
No,
Just
yeah.
anticipate we'll be asked
Yeah,
that
it
question. We'll probably
varies.
need that data.
Well, some years we may not do any common area.
It varies, right, it's gonna vary, it depends though.
Well, I'm just saying though, because I'm anticipating with this $50 increase, and, Claude brought up a good point, the 19, but I agree with the 19, I don't see, but people will ask that question, they're going, well, how much of the common area bulkhead have we replaced out of that 3,000 that we're working on this year? We should just be prepared to answer that.
We're doing
too.
1,000.
I was gonna say, you're doing all-
It's 1,000 right now.
All wood duck right there on the
This
base
winter
area.
is that 1,000,
Okay,
so, yeah.
That's a big one.
And I don't agree with the 19. I think that instead of reducing our assessment by $2 or $3, we should increase the 19 by whatever that number is, as opposed to reducing the assessment by $2 or $3.
No, I'll have to be honest with you, it's been so long since we've had a consistent bulkhead program like we do now, that's actually been doing bulkheads
It's
every
only,
year.
it's only been 2 years.
3. But anyway, but the point is let's get them, I'm on the bulkhead, so the extra 50 plus 19
Me too.
is 60 to 70 bucks for me. But it's the cost of being on the water, that's what's gonna happen, so,
I agree.
but let's gradually get people used to that. It's,
Right.
I think personally, I think I don't like having to pay more money, but if it's a matter of protecting our assets or waterways, it's no different than paying extra for the golf course.
That's right.
So, and that's great. I'm just saying these things as a homeowner would say to you, is gonna say to you at the meeting, and once they figure out that this is where, because bottom line, everybody that's watching is watching for one number. What's gonna come out of my assessment thing in March? What is that number gonna be, or make? So, we gotta be able to explain it and justify it, and that does it. If it takes $30,000 to do the bulkhead at your house, that's why you have to put extra money in every month, every year in order to get it done. Or you can just write a check.
It's been that total, the 465 for quite a long, and I know we haven't
That's a good
used
point.
doing
That's
it,
a
but
good
it's been
point,
that total for a long time, so.
Excellent point.
And I would agree with Larry. I would rather see us stay at $986 and put that extra into the $19 bulkhead fee than to go in with a lower assessment.
Our intent was not to go in with a lower incentive. Our intent was a bottoms up, but that's whatever, we're talking a couple dollars here or there. You may recalculate with some adjustment we make anyway to get to
Well,
that.
yeah,
So
that's
how is
in
it
the
gonna
end.
hurt us?
I think it's an issue we need to talk about here and decide. Again, I've given you my preference. As opposed to reducing the bulk or the assessment, I would prefer to see those extra couple dollars go into the 19.
And how is it gonna hurt us to not put that extra couple of dollars in there this
About
year?
40,000.
If we know we're gonna
It's
put it in.
it's gonna go, the 19 is gonna
Three
have to
times
go up
8,000.
It's
Also.
24, 27,000.
Right.
We want to increase it,
So-
we'll increase, I mean, whatever.
So might as well go up this year? then?
Might as well
It's gonna go up no
part
matter
this
what
year.
next year again.
It's gonna go up next year too.
So
Right
it'll be
now-
a bigger amount next year if we
That's
don't do it
correct.
this
Yeah,
year?
because
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not,
So here's the thing, we had a balance in the bulkhead fund. So we're able to drain off that, but sooner or later, that's gonna dry up, and it should dry up, and it's gonna go up more next year,
Dry
so.
up, nice.
But again, when I
Nice
go on the
pun.
premise, yes, but no, I need to make sure we're funding what we believe we're gonna spend.
that's, and the arguments are valid, but we set a precedent, and an approach that said we are funding what we know we can complete, okay? So we want to get away from overfunding, the concept of overfunding that happened years in the past, where this past year basically cost us to have to move that 19 to zero in last year's budget to kind of make up for that, overfunding in the previous years.
Right.
If our policy and our approach to these kinds of things is based on the fact that we are funding to a level of completeness that we can do in a given time
Correct.
period, then I say that drives it rather than worrying about $3 or $4 on the assessment.
Correct.
That's just my personal opinion.
That's the approach.
986, 981 is not a big deal to me.
Right.
Maintaining a policy and an approach that's consistent year after year that we can substantiate and we can defend is more important to me.
Right, and let me just add that before, and nobody's giving me the look. We also, because we still have a balance in there, we do have money in there for an emergency, which comes up, and nobody will point that out to me every day of the week. So we also feel we have that covered. Yeah, do you agree, or?
I agree.
Okay.
But what we're doing this year by adding 50 onto the waterfront homeowners
Right.
and nothing more onto the general.
Well, we're at 19.
19.
We're at 19.
No, that 19 was always there. But by not increasing that and increasing what the bulkhead homeowners pay, is that we are funding, we're overfunding what we need for private bulkhead, underfunding what we need for public. Because Colby said that a third of what's being done this year is public bulkhead.
Well, and next year with us ending at, if we stuck with the same assessment next year and we got, $880,000 again, contributed, and we ended with 636, it's going to pretty much exactly cover the work that we're gonna be looking at, not next fiscal year, but the fine. So that will make us break even, which means this time next year when we're sitting here, if we kept it the same,
Right.
we're gonna end up at
Just
zero
like
at
the
the end of
jumping
that thing.
No, I'm
So-
not saying.
Yeah, no, I'm
we
just
should
wanted
keep
to
it
point
the
out that
I'm
we
saying
still,
that
for a
maybe
good 2 years.
both numbers should be raised up some.
I understand
Maybe
your
not
rationale, I mean,
50.
look, we don't have it down to that
Yeah.
science on there, but I understand
Just
your
saying.
point. But like Doug said, whatever, it's a couple dollars either way. We're open to it, obviously, whatever you say.
Well, let's see what it comes out at the end.
Okay, that's fine.
Go from there. We don't know yet what
But
your bottom
also, you all
line
heard
is.
what Kobe just said, that within a year or so, that basically, we're using up the balance that was in there. And it's just gonna go up, just like we can see with the drainage, we're exhausting that. Okay, we'll do that, and I guess then you'll get back with whatever. Great, Kobe, thank you.
That's very
Nobi,
good.
thank you.
Every shop.
Eddie, thank you. All of
Can
you,
we just get some
everybody.
pile drivers and some more employees and start doing bulkheads on our own?
All right, so I have a sign off, of course, with an opening of maybe a couple dollars on the 19, signing off on the road paving, the drainage. I have to talk about the roof siding and windows with Eddie. Eddie, you said you had another number for me, we're working on this on the fly for you hockey players. We're talking what this number is that, we all know we're doing a police station. What we've talked about is that obviously we have to tie the police station into the admin building. We are looking for an estimate, we are talking to Wayland about finishing the roof going straight across
and the siding and the windows, which definitely need to be replaced, so that everything would be at minimum in line with the new police station. Now, I have gotten a request it's been discussed that this building should be in alignment with every other building on this campus. So that's the color, the siding, and the roof. And that, I believe, is being told is in our ARC or.
Well, the ARC doesn't apply to our buildings, but it's the standard we hold homeowners to, is that their property,
Yeah, that's fine.
everything matches.
So I have two numbers, and then he's gonna jump in, we're actually working on it as we talk. But if we just went in line with the shingles and the siding that we were gonna use on the police station to finish off the rest of this building, we just the highest estimate of $150,000. If we want to do the police station and this building with the same roof, the metal, which is everywhere else, the blue metal on this campus, the additional.
Yeah, I reached out, like he said, to Mark from Wayland to get us an updated price when we talked about doing the metal price. The siding pretty much stays the same, that's around $75,000. That's taking square footage and doing the cedar impressions like we have on the rest of the vinyl siding, the gray. The metal roofing, we're looking at about 165, and they deducted what they had in for the shingle, it was 183. They took out the 18,000 for the shingles, and it's 165, 241 to do a metal roof on this place to match everything else.
165 grand for a metal roof?
Yep.
And the other roof would be 150? But you
No,
have.
165 is everything.
That was everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Everything. Eddie, do you have something on the windows that have to be replaced?
The windows were replaced, they were $2,000 of windows, but they quoted us $2,500 to replace all these windows because they're original with the building. And we said if we're gonna go to the extent of replacing the siding and the roof, we might as well do the windows in this building too.
At that price.
And, yep.
So what's the total amount to, how much, 25, the windows?
It's 25 a window, and I think there's 10 windows.
That's right, that's right, I meant 25,000.
Yeah, 25,000,
So
yeah.
let's just say
That's what I was
25,000,
Yeah.
so that's 190, 265.
So,
So 260, which, go ahead, Ed.
all right, so the changes, let's look at it in two pieces. One is the addition to this building, the other one is the existing building, okay? The addition to this building, the siding, all right, the change in the siding is there's no cost difference. is what you're telling me.
Not on the new addition.
Not on the new addition,
Yeah, correct,
okay?
just for this
But
building.
there is an increase on the new addition for the metal roof.
Correct.
All right,
There was
that
a
is-
credit of 18 where we were going with shingles. It was just under 20,000 to shingle the new
All right,
addition.
so the cost of the project, all right, on the admin building will go up by how much?
On the
Putting on this metal roof.
We can't do it in just one.
Just hold on, let me follow my logic.
You gotta
take
break out
out,
the metal
you
roof.
look at 150.
Okay, so it's 150K to the project. Now, out of reserves, all right, we're gonna take the siding for this building, the
Yes.
existing building, plus the roof. So
Yes.
how much are we taking out of reserves to address the upgrade to this building so it all matches? We have that number, is that the 265?
It would all be set out of the metal roof.
Yeah, we just gotta break it out.
Because the number, all the work that's being done over there is coming out of replacement reserves. All the work we'd be doing on here would be coming out of replacement.
So it's
reserves.
all coming out of
It would
replacement.
all be replacement reserves.
Yeah, this is all replacement.
This is all replacement.
So replacement.
All right, I just wanna make absolutely certain,
Let me
because
get
if we're making a change order to a project, okay,
So
I don't see that coming out of replacement reserve.
No. We're still putting another roof on.
Mhm.
By
Separate project.
changing, if we're changing the quality, that doesn't matter.
I know, I'm just saying the differentiation between where that cost goes against the project and replacement. So everybody's comfortable from a financial perspective that everything comes out of reserves, we're good.
It is.
All right, I just wanna make sure that we're so overzealous that we overlook something and say, wait a minute, that needed to go against the project budget. I wanna make sure we dot all our i's and cross all our
It
t's
would-
so that it's defensible. That's all I care about.
Well, the amount of it going on the roof over there would go
Right.
against the project
Right,
cost.
that's what I was getting at. What's that number?
Okay, but it's
18,000.
still, all of it still comes out of replacement
that
reserve.
was
So
the
what we're
allowance.
doing is
Regular.
we're making a change order
Shingle.
to the new part of the building that's going in, the police department. So that's a change order, whatever that number is,
Goes to the project.
Yeah.
goes to the project.
Yeah,
But,
right.
but all of that money still comes out of the replacement reserves. That's not new capital.
Okay, okay.
So it is all replacement.
Because to me, that roof doesn't exist yet. So
Well,
it can't come out of replacement
No,
capital.
but the roof did exist.
No, if
Not
we-
on the
not on the
extension.
not on the extension.
Some of the extension.
We went
Part
through
of
all
it
this
does.
last year. We went
Okay,
through
I mean,
all
I
this.
just,
This was
I'm
all
fine with
addressed.
it. I
It's
mean, at
all
the end of the day, I
replacement.
wanna see the building with the same color
This was
roof and the
before
same
we
color
went-
siding.
How many
Okay?
termites
My question
can you
is,
use on
just
the
make
end of a
sure
pin?
that we follow all the proper accounting procedures, so nobody comes back and says, hey, you guys fudged the numbers, you
No,
moved
I
it over
agree.
here because. this-
I totally
that's all-
agree,
that's all I
but
care
before
about.
we entered in that project with the police station,
We went
that was
through this.
discussed with BNF, numerous discussions
Okay, all right.
with the accounting firm and everybody, and we said.
Not
that it
having
was
been in,
replacement.
sitting in those discussions, you can understand my questioning,
Yeah.
but as long as we're
Yeah.
comfortable with that, it's okay. I
We
always wanna
touched
be
base
in a
on that.
defensible position,
Yep.
all right? We're doing it right, we're doing it by the books, and nobody can question it, that's all I care about.
And so the project cost increase of putting a metal roof instead of what you planned on, whatever that was, is what?
We don't have that. I
Okay.
haven't broken it down that far, but that's what like Doug is saying. There will be an increase to the project just on the metal.
Yeah,
of
just
the
on
new
that piece of
side.
it.
On that
That little
They had
section.
Yeah.
18,000 is what was budgeted for the shingle, so above whatever the
So
18
say
is
another
to make up
80,
the difference for the
right,
metal.
maybe
will be
another
the
40,
increase.
50,000. Here's the point
Yeah.
that we do need to understand, there's gonna be more discussion on. That would put it all over the original budget. That would put it
Okay.
over the original
All
budget.
right.
For the addition.
And the total
For the
budget,
addition, for the police,
For the
correct.
and what is the budget?
And we're gonna have discussions on that.
1,276.
Yeah, 127, yeah.
Well, it's far below the,
The referendum.
Right.
Oh, yeah, 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 we're not
referendum.
worried about that, but we don't like to go over budget.
So this 150 you got in here from general replace, what is that for? That's for new siding all the way around and the roof? Because you just told me the roof's 165
Yeah,
grand all
well,
by itself.
originally when we just found out about going with metal just what, a day ago.
Yeah, and he just got the number like
So I
20
just-
minutes ago.
Yeah, just got the number
That was
before it
gonna
came in
be-
here.
So this was with shingle.
That was gonna be
Correct.
shingling to match, because we said
Correct.
if we put the shingles on that, it's not gonna match. I mean, it's,
No, I
because these
understand.
are
Of
fake.
course you want to blend it together.
Yeah,
I got that.
exactly.
So that's with shingles and siding on
Correct.
this whole
Same
building.
side.
And windows,
And the
and
windows.
windows.
And windows?
Mhm.
And windows.
Yeah.
The roof was about 100 and something else. Maybe 125. Anyway, 150.
Right, so
Was to do
originally.
This building, the police addition with new shingles, entirely new windows
and there'll be some tie-in work that has to occur in that too with that roof, right?
and siding.
Yeah.
Now, does the, I mean, that's 150, that's not, is that replacing this cedar shake with
Mhm.
gray?
It would be.
It's doing all vinyl,
Yeah.
vinyl,
Vinyl,
yep,
cedar,
cedar special.
Is that what that is? Cedar vinyl?
Yeah, it's what you see on the craft building that we just put up. Exactly the same material.
So everything looks alike over here.
And
Except
so
for the roof.
165 is if you do metal?
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot more expensive, but
Okay.
you extend your
It's
life
gonna
too
double.
of your roof because you're going from a 25, 30 year on a shingle, almost like a bulkhead. Metal roof's 50 years.
You get twice as much
So,
life out of
You
it.
get twice as much life out of it.
Well, for 5 times as much cost.
No, not five
Well,
times
it
as
depends on
much.
whether you want to maintain integrity of the campus in terms of.
Easy to
No, it's
maintain.
fine. I don't
Oh, yeah,
want
no
to
new maintenance
shingles
on the
roof.
metal roof
Right.
at all.
It's
I wanna
easy to
put the right numbers
maintain.
in the right column, that's all.
It's easy to maintain when they come in and power wash everything. I saw how easy it was at the community center. Okay, so, board, let's see.
I'm good with
Yes.
it.
I mean, it'd be able, now we're talking about adding in a metal roof, but we don't have the numbers for that.
Yeah, I would like to see.
That's not, without the metal roof numbers, I'm not gonna approve the numbers for the shingles.
This is the estimate that I
We have,
gave you.
we have just
Metal
gave
roof.
it,
Yeah.
we have the number, we just don't have it broken out, the
Yeah.
piece that goes to the police and the piece that goes here.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at that thing's probably a quarter of this building, the new building.
I like what
so
you're doing.
Whatever 165, you take a
Exactly.
quarter off of it, it's gonna be a
There
buck and a
Right,
quarter.
added 100,
125,000 for this roof.
well, not a quarter,
Basically, maybe,
Probably
120.
Yeah, plus your take, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
cover,
Yeah.
give or take.
Minus the,
I like what you're saying.
minus the
So,
cost that
do
was
it.
built in for shingles over there.
We took that off.
Yeah, it's on there.
18,000.
So you're looking at 100 grand more for the roof, so it's 250 is what you're looking for to roof it, side it, and windows.
Yep.
And that makes the whole building look like that building and that building and
Probably a little
everything
more
else.
And
It's a little
it's
less.
cheaper
That's gotta be
maintenance
more.
and longer life.
Yeah, so
I would
that's-
say 200, 210. but-
Now, again, that whole 250 would not be charged
No, of
towards
course
that
not. Right,
project,
right,
so
right.
that doesn't drive that project
Right,
bill
but a
up.
portion of that 250
A portion
goes
of it.
Let's do this. I would say 180 for here to 200, and the other 50 goes to
That's just about right. Yeah, that's the number I would.
just for what we're doing
180
right
out of
here.
reserve.
And it's all
50
coming out of
to the
replacement
project.
reserve.
That's really what I'm looking at, very high
Yes.
number, it's like,
It'll be another 50, 60 to the project.
Is that including minus in the 18?
That's
that
never the 18, right? Right, and you
so
offset that.
60 for the
Correct.
project, 100 and,
185 for this.
185 here. That gets us to
Everything
250.
matches, 50 years, like Eddie said,
All
easy
the
to
windows,
maintain.
everything, yeah.
Okay.
This place is how old?
We got everything, we got that in the replacement reserve to go back up the other
Yes.
300,000, 200,000?
We do, yes.
I mean, you know, if you, me, I don't
Okay.
think they could all be blue, white, and pink, I don't care as long as it's, but everybody wants to keep it the same, let's keep it the same, I'm in, go.
Yeah, I'm fine with it as long
Depends on what shape.
as, you know, as long as we're accounting for the numbers properly,
All in.
Steve, are we accounting for the numbers properly or everything we described?
Yes.
Thank you.
all I need, okay.
Well, we still get the opportunity to see it all in
Yeah,
black
we
and
need to
white at
see
the
it.
next meeting anyway.
Number.
But
We're
now,
as we speak.
Yeah.
now we can,
Let's plug
Approve it
it,
later.
make the changes, plug it in, and then we'll see what it looks
And
like.
again, for those watching,
Yes,
this
sir.
has no effect on the assessment.
And it
it doesn't.
doesn't.
It doesn't, no, it doesn't.
There's no effect on the assessment.
Has no effect on the assessment, correct?
Yes, it's all replacement reserve. All right.
All right,
Good?
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'll put
guys.
check marks there.
Hope you
Okay.
got more stuff?
We got pools and.
Oh, that's right, racket sports.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Oh, we do the pools.
Thanks, guys.
Eddie, no,
Thank you all very
guys,
much.
Do the pools
Thank you,
first.
Doctor.
Yeah, do the pools. Kathleen, you gonna come sit up here? Come on up. Pools, aquatics. And then we're back in for last.
Grab a sandwich on the way out.
16.
All right, so
Just gonna
we're number
hand it out.
16.
16.
Tuesday, real quick.
you know me. That's it.
Well, without the.
Just, you know, again,
Oh, you took that one.
I'm all for it, let's do it, let's make sure we do it right.
Which chapter are you on, aquatics?
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
Oh, I think, no, give those. Just give me one.
That was Bailey.
Okay.
So many graphs, sheets, colors.
Yes.
I got two.
You want these, Joe?
Oh, thank you.
Multiple colors, one's the roof color, one's the side color. Got it.
Does everybody have a sports course?
Just to go over the operational things, I'm just gonna point out a few things, and then if you guys have any specific questions, obviously we can go back through. So, for coupons, next year, it's just down a little bit because some people are paying as they go when they come to the pools and whatnot, so. But if you can see the forecast for this year and the proposed for next year, it's really not that much of a difference because we are, looking at a little bit of an increase in our cash and swim classes. Food down because we are suggesting to have a conversation about the snack bar. We come back to that. Payroll, down a little bit, as it was stated earlier. Some of it is myself being moved around a little bit and less in aquatics. Some of it is also Kathleen's management of the team and time that we put them out there. Jumping down, there's not much change in those. To the equipment line, which is under repairs and maintenance, $594. That total is items that we are replacing that fall under the $5,000 replacement that used to go into that didn't go in our operational budget, to things that are over $1,000 that we are replacing that are now hitting our operational budget. Propane gas, we're actually, John and myself and Tom Piatti and Eddie, we're looking at gas versus propane going forward, but so that's being revisited as far as costs, just to see if we can get any savings there. And then class instruction, 647, that is kind of a hit or miss just based on if we can fill an extra class. We obviously make revenue on it, but we have to pay the instructor, so it would hit the revenue as well as the expense. So that number's right around there, but it can give or take a little bit, as you can see from my forecast for this year. Does anyone have any specific questions on that?
You're on natural gas right now.
Yes.
Did we ever resolve the issue about coupons? Or can we put that on the back burner or something, not with it?
Well,
So,
It's resolved.
let's,
we had.
Camille, I actually gave Doug and Steve and Larry an update yesterday. I still have time on it. Nobody will lose $1. We have the accounting, we have everything for it. We're looking at the North Star system to see the mechanics of how the cards work. We just need an answer on that, and then I'll come out with it. We don't need it for this budget. But
You're in my
nobody
will.
Nobody will lose $1.
You wanna look
I
in,
will.
wanna look in the camera and say that out loud?
Say what? Nobody will lose $1.
That's all.
Yeah, we had a discussion, and as John said, there's a lot more, because there's a couple of options to look at. I think a good portion of it is predicated on how the North Star system can pull that information in and report on it so that we can take the appropriate actions. But I'll support what John says, nobody's gonna lose $1 on the prepaid cards.
Is that for public knowledge?
Yeah.
Just went out on the internet.
I've been saying that for a year.
Yeah.
Well, people in my neighborhood still wanna know.
Are you looking to see
We've been saying it
if
for a
North
year.
Star
It's-
can
it's-
extract?
now it's on video.
Okay.
Because they can't, that's a landlord.
Thanks, Josh.
Cammy, I'm with you. We've been talking about it, we never came to the conclusion until just that second. So now we got- now we're good.
No, we've expressed several times, Tom. How we're gonna account for it
I hate to
is
say
the
this,
issue.
but
I've been in this
Moving right
conversation.
along.
Let's go, what do we got?
Keep going.
I got questions.
So the aquatic summer statistics, when I was in BNF last week, they just asked me to, because we do keep our daily statistics at the pool, and they had asked me to put this together, which I did for them, and I just wanted to share. It kind of shows our growth from 2015 to 2019 at each pool. You can see that at the yacht club, despite the change in allowing family, that's gone up. And beach club, you can see from 2015, the people have gone down to 2019, but our revenue has gone up. So just two things to point out there. It just kind of gives you an overall how we're looking. We're continuing to move forward in a positive way. It is suggested in the rates this year to keep the resident daily rate the same, which is $8 for adults and $6 for children, and raise the non-resident rate to $10 from $8 for children and $12 from $10 for adults, which would give a $4 difference between resident and non-resident. And then at the beach club, that adult rate would be $15 for a non-resident and $10 for a child, because that's our pool. We get the most day people from Ocean City that they're paying more anyways. If you buy an ice cream at the beach club and you buy one at Mumford's, they're different prices, because when you get over the bridge, everything's a little bit higher. So our suggestion is to bring up just the beach club pool non-resident adult rate up a little bit higher than the other ones. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Very good, very
On this, yes, what is the definition of the guest?
So the people,
Those are
the people,
member guests or those non-members?
that's everybody that came into the pool. Members,
That's
non-resident,
usage.
residents, yeah. So I just put down at the bottom a little key code, people who utilize the pools includes residents, non-residents, and members. And then the revenue is the money that's been taken at the pool, so it doesn't include membership or anything that's taken down here. So that was just what our front desk people took in per pool.
That's the ones on the bottom.
Those are the revenue numbers.
Just taking it.
So it doesn't include memberships, coupon cards that may have been paid here, that kind of stuff. That's just what people paid at the pool when they were there, so.
Does that include coupon cards? Like
Not,
if somebody bought a coupon for 7, 8
It was
pack
collected,
or
it
something?
was collected here.
You can't include that in your revenue?
no, we do.
Eventually,
If they can only buy it at the sports core pool,
Right.
a coupon, or here.
Right.
So my point is just like if they bought it here, it's not included in these revenue numbers, because I don't have that. I just have what was taken in at the pool itself. In 2016, Sports Core is down because we were closed for 6 to 7 weeks for the renovation of that pool, so. But you can see also that Swim and Racket and Mumford's were up that summer a little bit because of that. So it's just to give you a little bit of an overall. The other thing I handed out was I know Larry, you wanted to discuss the snack bar. Kathleen and I went back through, and the front page just shows what we paid in food costs this year, our payroll costs, and what our revenue was at the snack bar. We just weren't as busy, but of course, we will do whatever is recommended by John and coming from all of you. If the recommendation is that we open the snack bar, we believe it should just be weekends and nights of the swim team, because they're the only times if we do make money that we do. On the following pages.
Let's talk.
Okay.
And I, you know.
Can I
Oh,
just
go ahead.
finish this? I'm sorry. On the next page, it just shows you, that's the sales report from Holt, just to show you that where I got these numbers. On the 3 pages in the back, so at every pool, where we get our statistics, is from these. These are turned into me at the end of the week. I get 1 a day from every pool. It shows the attendance, the deposit, the vending, and also they started breaking out the member coupons so that we could see who was utilizing those member coupons and how much, because it wasn't showing in our end of the day revenue. So I just took 3 days in July just to show you where our vending was for those 3 days. And a lot of that also includes ice cream and soda and snacks, which we would continue to do daily regardless of.
Now,
of the
vending
snack bar.
is the snack bar, not a vending machine, it's a snack bar.
Correct, so vending, when you see that on the budget, it's ice cream, well, it's vending at all the pools, but it would include all of that, yeah.
So, I'm sorry, so Steve, is this a schedule that came out of North Star?
Yes, let's just not that.
Yeah. So this is the pool that has the least.
Man, what a shot.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, our swim and racket pool is our least used pool.
Except it's our hidden gem.
It is our hidden gem.
Except the time for swim teams.
Yeah, and we do, swim team is there every morning, but it doesn't affect the usage. It's just honestly, like you said, a lot of people just don't know it's there, and it's where I go when I'm off.
We also saw, if you go back historically, that when the decision was made to pull the baby pool out of there, and I had those numbers in my office, that your usage at Mumford's went up significantly and swim and racket went down. That's the baby pool itself is a very big draw to young mothers, and there was a significant impact to that pool when we made that decision. So I believe that if you look at the numbers, that it's recovering. And also, to Colby's point, I totally agree. Not a lot of people know it's there. When you pull down, it appears just to be households and very quiet. But we did take a significant hit when the baby pool got pulled out of there.
Which is something that we're gonna look at in the future to bring back.
Put it back. Did you lose anything when the yacht club went to families?
We make more money and see more people now than it went to.
At the yacht club, but I'm talking at the swim and racket, could those numbers go down because people went to the yacht club?
I
think so.
Didn't make that.
You can look, I mean, like, just from 2018 to 2019, it was down 2,000 people at sports course. Swim and racket went up. Beach club is always, Beach club and Mumford's Beach club and Mumford's used to be our busiest pool. As you can see, yacht club is now our busiest pool.
Well, then I think that was like 2017, right? July 2017. If you look, it's relatively consistent at racket. So I wouldn't say there was a huge impact. And another thing, since the conversation started on the snack bar, if you look at the revenue generated at the snack bar, there's no way for me to pull this, so I can't prove it to you categorically. But for those of you that are pool users, you know I'm at the pools, that I visit the pools, I know what's going on at the pools. I would be unequivocally, at least half of that revenue came from swim team nights.
Right.
So you're looking at a 2-month period of like $3,200 in revenue, and minimum $1,500 of it was swim team nights. So
Well, again, let's talk about
Okay.
that and what my observations are, because I use that pool all
Sure,
the time. So, a couple of years ago, we had someone running that snack bar, and he did well at that snack bar.
Cheryl.
So I talked to him. He made a lot of money.
that was
Okay.
the first year we reopened. We had had nothing for a long time, and now
Okay.
you're talking about Cheryl and Ron.
Right, that's right. So let me explain to you what I saw many times this summer. You go into the snack bar, you got the grandkids there, you want to get a couple hot dogs, pizza, soda. To get a hot dog, you have the hot dog machine right there. Listen, the guy had to take out a pan of water. You had to wait 15 minutes for him to boil a hot dog in the water. to wait for a hot dog. Generally, when you went to get pizza, there's nothing there. The soft pretzels, if they would sell there, I know were big sellers, always out of stock. So these numbers that you're showing me, I don't see them as valid numbers. I saw, myself included, I thought it was ridiculous to walk up to there and say, I want a hot dog, and then have to stand there for 15 or 20 minutes while they boil the hot dog in a pan of water. And then somebody come up right behind me and the guy say, oh, I want 3 hot dogs. Okay, well, you gotta put another, put more water in, put more hot dogs in the pan and boil. That is no way to run a snack bar.
Well, I think we
But
did
can I
that
speak to
due to the fact that there wasn't a lot of people and we didn't wanna have a lot of waste.
Yeah, that's what we were preparing, and we were cooking ahead of time.
Yeah.
Then
We're
there's
throwing
not the
away.
traffic, and there comes a point where it's not visibly appealing, it's not gonna be tasty, it's not a value to your family or to your grandchildren when you come up. And I got a pizza that's been sitting there for 3 hours, I'm like, great, I'll take your $12, and it's awful. So consistently, once we opened the snack bar and we were having what we felt was an appropriate prep going into the lunch hour, then we were consistently throwing food away. So from a management standpoint, you've got to make a decision. They had a induction burner over there that you can cook a hot dog relatively fast. So you got to make a decision if you can.
You cannot.
If you can put it on the roller, and then I'm throwing it in the dumpster because I don't have the traffic, or I'm trying to manage it so that I don't lose my food cost in order to give you a quality product that you're happy with. It's what we saw was the summer you're talking about then was followed by different leadership that didn't involve us.
Yep.
And some not so stellar results, and I think that we have suffered the consequences for it. Also, keep in mind, we've always allowed people to bring their own food there because it's not a food and beverage operation. It's a snack bar. Whereas at the yacht club and the beach club, you can't because we have to promote the support for food and beverage operation. So, I'm gonna stand tall in your criticism, and I'm going to accept that because that was my responsibility. But for somebody who sold food for 12 years, when I walk in and I see something that's not appropriate, I tell them, you've got to throw that away. You cannot serve that to our members, you can't serve it to our guests. And that's what I was seeing, that we were having a tremendous amount of waste. And at that point, we did in fact go to cook to order, and eventually we went to just weekends because there was so little traffic. There's days I'd go over there, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they'd have a $21 ring, and I've got 3 or 4 hours of salary on it. So I'll take your feedback and I'll own it. I'll take responsibility for
It
it.
doesn't sound like the juice is worth the squeeze to me. I mean, if you're allowed to bring your own food in here, you've got personnel costs, and you netted a negative $2,000, that just, swim teams can bring their own food. If they wanna eat and then vomit when they get in the water, that's their problem,
That's not the swimmers though. You've never been over there on a swim team night and see how that pool is packed?
Oh, yeah, I've been on
I mean,
swim
there's
teams all my
families there,
life.
I mean, it's a big draw, they just have it open on swim team.
Well, that's why we're saying.
But I also have
Shut
different
it down
options
the
of
snack
looking at
bar,
letting the
I
swim
don't
team
think
do it and we
is
take a
the
revenue
way to
share.
Even better.
And then I
Well,
pull
then
my
only on
my
swim
cost
team
out of it
nights?
completely.
Even
That was my
Just
recommendation.
like Kiwanis does with the
Packed
beer
on the
over at Cricket
weekends.
Sunset.
That's
Same
how we're,
thing.
we're
Set
suggesting
'em up.
if we do
One
open,
conversation at a time, please.
we're suggesting if we do open, and here's the thing, it Kathleen and I mean, we oversee it, she oversees it directly, it doesn't impact us whether we open it or not, we just wanna show you why we're making the suggestion. Ultimately, it comes down to John and you all, what we do there, but if we do open, we think in regards to, even if it's this year and we try it, it's swim team and weekends, and that includes obviously Memorial Day, Labor Day, holidays. We don't open until weekends, when the kids are out of school anyways. Just for the sake of seeing if we can, the product can sit in there frozen until those days we cook it, so. I can see what you're saying on swim team and weekends, but my suggestion again, if we do, it would just be those times.
So Larry, to kind of follow up when I was listening to what you were saying about crap and the time it takes to cook, even if we were to correct all of those issues, given the fact that the policy is to let them bring their own food in, and historically, the traffic has been at a measurable level, which is pretty low, would we even if we corrected, would we make any money? I mean,
All I can say is
I don't,
that
I
the
don't,
guy
I don't
who-
see it.
All I can say is the guy who was running it, that he had run it a couple years ago, who did it to make money himself, he made money. And then a decision was made to take it away from him.
No, it was always us. No, it was, he worked for us. And Cheryl was the manager and Ron worked for us. So he didn't, he received an hourly minimum wage for the hours that he worked. He did not receive any compensation. He did not receive a cost benefit. After that, it went to the yacht club, which went under the food and beverage umbrella. And prior to that, it wasn't open.
But Cheryl and Ron were very personable.
Yeah, they were
They
wonderful.
definitely had that personality. You
They were
know,
wonderful.
But if we take heed to what Larry says, and we believe that, he stood in line for a hot dog for 15 minutes, and I think that the part of the cost benefit analysis is, would we have, in order to satisfy the person of Larry, I mean, not Larry himself, but that reasonable
The customer.
person called Larry, wouldn't you have to invest in additional cooking supplies, microwave ovens, rotisseries for the hot dogs in order to satisfy that person?
There's a microwave, we just never nuked them because it
That's
changes
the
the
point,
quality
it's
of the
all there.
microwave.
Yeah.
I didn't
roller.
understand that part.
Yeah, we
Hey,
have.
So Kathleen,
Yes,
when
ma'am.
you were, not cooking to order, right,
In the beginning?
in the beginning,
Yes, ma'am.
how much did you lose in the way of food you threw?
Okay,
threw
so
away
I'm
versus
not
leftovers?
comfortable giving you a number that you're gonna hold me to, but I would say it was a lot of money from being a person that sold food for a long time. I'm coming in there and that pizza's gotta go, those hot dogs gotta, they're
Kathleen,
totally busted in the
You were in the
end.
red. Okay. You were in the red.
They're in the red now, so there
Yeah.
were more in the red.
I think, Tom, you had a question?
I think you ought to consider Uber Eats and online deliveries in this discussion. It's,
Why don't you consider giving it to the swim teams on swim team day and take a percentage of it for the cost like they do with the Kiwanis at the beer things and stuff like that? And have the parents selling the food to each other. I mean, that way we cut down on your payroll costs is what's killing you. I mean, having to have somebody sit there for 8.5 hours and only have somebody there for an hour and a half to find anything, I mean, that's just, your costs are way out of proportion to your sales.
How
So-
often do we have home swim team meets? I mean, I'm sure they swim away sometimes.
So what happens is you have, it's a cycle. So last year, they traveled a tremendous amount. So I think they had approximately 3 home swim meets last year. So what you will find is next year, that'll probably, if their pattern stays the same, it'll double because the team from Virginia now, they've got to drive to us because last year they made the effort. So last year it was relatively slight on the home team matches. I can get you a definitive number, I believe it was 3.
Okay.
So if giving you a close approximation, I would say it would be 6+, that next year will be more.
Well, I for one can't support this, and I believe Tom's right. I think Uber Eats or bringing your own food is a much more reasonable solution than having payroll cost, food you have to throw out. Yeah, and it's in the red.
Okay. I guess the question would be, do we want to fund a money-losing operation? Again.
Well, does this have, I mean, are we just talking about closing this thing all down right now? Is that a decision we're making as we sit here?
That could be one of the options.
Could be.
We'll do vending only, right?
I mean, you'll still have ice cream, you'll still have chips, you'll still have Coca-Cola products, which they had last year in the hours that the snack bar wasn't closed. They had the availability to still buy the chips, the drinks, the ice cream.
Which has a much longer shelf life as a consumable
Yeah.
versus a hot
It
dog
was,
and pizza.
the vending was utilized quite a bit, but.
Oh, yeah, our ice cream and drink sales and snack
We sell a lot of
sales
ice cream.
are really high. I think when I went back and did all this, I looked at Mumford's and Mumford sold like $11,000 in snacks and ice cream this year,
Well,
so.
you can't argue with the numbers. I mean,
And do we
black and
run
white.
our own vending machines or do we contract that?
We used to have vending machines that you actually put money in and Coke machines that you put money in. And then when we started to peel the onion and start to ask for contracts and what percentage that we were getting, the realization was we weren't getting anything. So
We're
they
just
were using our
hosting.
real estate and there was nothing in it for us, so we pulled them. And what you'll see when you come to the facilities now, not where there's a food and beverage operation, because we totally support that. You'll see Mumford's is heavy with candy and stuff because of the demographics there. Chips, sodas.
But we own them.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't
It's
own
all our real estate.
And we don't do beach club and nuts, obviously, because of the food.
Okay. I gotta be honest with you. Kobe, do you have anything else on the quad?
I have a
Okay,
question.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have in here this, for capital summary, I'm assuming we're gonna go there in a second.
Absolutely.
For the splash pads at Mumford's and Swim and Racket. And it's, my question is, didn't we approve this in November?
You approved half of it, so I'm just, yes, you did. You approved it
Right.
for the deposit, so that,
That's all
We
I
could
thought we approved the contract for $31,805.
yeah, but half of it's gonna go in next year, so it's just in here showing you that 16 went in this fiscal year and 16 will come out of replacement in May. So it's,
But isn't it gonna be done by, it has to
no,
be done by
it'll
May?
be, they're gonna come down, it'll be started the end of April,
23rd.
beginning of May. They'll have us ready to be open by Memorial Day weekend. But we needed a half deposit to schedule it, so that we could get them definitely scheduled to
Okay,
be down here.
I didn't see the exact amount, all I saw was what we approved 31,805, I assume we approved.
It's the whole amount, this is just
31,000.
showing you that half will come out next year's replacement.
Technically, we have to, because it's gonna be paid out of another budget, we have to approve it again.
Okay, no, I didn't know that we didn't take the 31 out of this budget right now and pay for the whole thing, just give them half and then give them half again. I didn't realize how it was funded, right in the check, that's all.
I follow your logic, I'm not sure, I think when we approved that, we approved the entire expense.
Right.
How our accountant books that expense is their decision, I would think. John, help me out, Steve, help me out. In other words, we approved the transaction as a transaction in the budget year. How you book it is,
Yeah, that's it.
you know.
So if it was approved, the whole thing, I mean, it's, you know, it's like anything else here, we go back after stuff's approved, and then I still go and get signatures and all that, but if it was approved for the entire project, then obviously it's just a cash thing, and I don't need to get it approved.
Yeah, because that's, I mean, that's why I brought it, because I remember it, I don't remember much, but I bring it with me just in case, so I
But
didn't.
it's very good. John, but it
All right, that was
does,
a test.
but it
Should've
does
been passed.
draw on the replacement reserve, so it needs to be discussed again.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, you look, whatever you want. I mean, this is a board meeting.
Right.
And that's why even with this, if I close out the aquatics after that, whatever recommendations or guidance you have, but, right, we can discuss it, that's fine, that's what the team's here for. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, if they're scheduled to do the work, then before they start, do we have to have it reapproved at a board meeting?
No, there's
No, it's already been
I didn't know what
approved.
Larry
No,
was
no, no,
saying.
it's all been
There's
approved for
no
the whole
additional
night.
approval required.
Okay,
We approved
I just
that.
wanted to
We're
make
just,
sure I
we're
understood.
we're doing the budget process here.
right. So you're just saying why I put it in here?
Right.
Gotcha.
We're just trying to figure out whether the other 16 goes in next year's budget as part of the replacement reserve, even though this says here this could be done on May 23rd. The next year's
It'll be
budget
done
starts
by
on May
then.
1st.
May 1, yeah.
It'll be done by
Yeah, May 1st.
Okay.
Right.
Can you book the expense before the asset goes into service life?
It doesn't matter, it doesn't make a difference. I just want to make sure we're not paying.
Prepaid.
It wouldn't be an expense, but be a prepaid.
Be a
prepaid.
Okay.
I mean, it's not something I'd like
I
to
mean,
do.
again, that's up to the accountant.
I like to go the other way.
Right.
Okay. But we would book it, obviously, to cash,
Okay.
prepaid, credit cash, balance sheet. All right.
Make sure we're spending $46,000.
So before Kobe gets into the capital and Kathleen, as far as the aquatics budget, this is a board meeting. You did question the snacks or whatever at Swim and Racket, but basically we presented any guidance, recommendations, whatever.
Just personally, I think we should make a decision on whether or not the Swim and Racket Club is gonna have,
Correct, that's what
any kind of thing, or whether they just stay with what they are, sounds like, and I don't wanna put words in their mouth, sounds like they're comfortable with the ice cream, the chips, the
Correct.
things that
That's
we
what we've
own, that's a
come
pretty
forward with,
standard environment, shelf life's there. There's no additional labor overhead involved in that, so
Correct.
I think we just should decide that that's,
I
are
agree.
they making a recommendation to us? I mean,
Well, our recommendation, you mean from our end is what we presented. So now I'm looking from the board, if there's a recommendation, do you want us to pursue this more, look into it more, or basically go what we recommend, we've come forward in the proposal?
So so I want to make sure I understand what the proposal is, and that is, because I heard, oh, we'll open on the weekends, we're a swim team, but the proposal, maybe I misunderstood the proposal.
No,
is
we need
we're just gonna
clarity.
stick with our basic ice cream slash
We are,
chips, and that's that.
and
And that's your
Kathleen,
proposal?
yes, and
Okay.
Kathleen is gonna discuss with swim team about a percentage of their sales on their swim team night. So that is something
All
that
right,
you
that's-
brought
that's
it,
a-
someone brought it up, but
that's a-
she had already,
All right, so.
there is a revenue share we're gonna look
Then
at
I'm fine with
with
what-
them on
For
that.
what revenue?
Swim team
We'll let
revenue.
them operate on swim team nights.
Operate the
Their,
bar?
yeah, their food costs, their labor there, and then we'll just take a percentage of the net.
Okay, you're not gonna
Cost
budget
for us.
for that.
We don't know what, since it'll be a first time. we
Yeah,
actually
you know what
won't
it's
be-
gonna be.
Yeah, I really
Well,
don't.
I'm fine with it.
I have no problem.
Okay, I take that as a sign off on the aquatics budget, thank you, board. Okay, so Kobe, Kathleen, do you want to continue on the capital?
Sure.
So Kobe, before you get to the aquatics, they left the bocce, you had mentioned you were gonna cover that yesterday, so if you start with that one, please.
Steve, did this go out? I don't know if you guys got this.
I had
Just want to show you. I don't know if you all got this. So right now, currently, the bocce courts that are here at White Horse Park, I had a couple of the ladies that play bocce reach out to me about having the bocce court redone. And, a lot of them are racket sports members. So there's about 30 of them that play. So I suggested taking these courts, because they are up for replacement, and putting them right next to the platform tennis courts so that they'll be utilized more from the racket sports community. So they would be built in-house and just placed over there near the fenced area by the platform tennis courts, which is kind of in this picture here a little bit. So it'd be replacing them, but just putting them over there as opposed to replacing them here, which they're not, as you can see, they're not utilized as much. And they would look like the one at the yacht club, which is nicer, which was also done in-house. So that was just a suggestion on putting those over there so that they'll be
You
used.
said this is, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to get this in my mind. Okay, so what court is this?
This is the ball field.
Uh-huh,
And so this, I'm not sure what court it is, but it's the new ones.
okay.
So it would be like right in this grassy area here.
All right, so the parking lot is where the people are gonna have to walk across this? It's over here?
Towards you.
Yeah,
Okay,
over
all
where
right.
you are is where the
Okay,
parking
thank
lot
you.
is. And there is a fence here.
Okay.
And also we're gonna put some picnic tables with umbrellas there because it had come up with, shade. And actually you can see there's trees there, so it's pretty shaded. But
How's the ground there? Is it flooded?
some of the areas are retain some water, but we're not gonna do that spot. We'll be doing it over where it's drier. So,
And how many ladies are we talking about?
well, right now, well,
It's not just
men
ladies.
and ladies. I was gonna say, there's about 30 that play consistently.
30?
And you should see the people that play on Sunday afternoon
At the yacht club.
That's a pretty robust group. They come in the evenings.
Really?
And that's men and women. And they play on a very regular basis on the bocce court by the.
I didn't even know that was there. That's why I looked to see what it was, so.
We, believe it or not, this came up at the Parks and Rec Committee meeting last week. And one of the ladies on the committee is one of the bocce players. And their only concern, because I mentioned that, well, we just talked about, doing it at the racket center. And their only concern is having shade
Yep.
for it.
Yeah, which is what they brought up when John and I hosted the meeting, and that's why we're gonna do picnic tables with umbrellas.
And is that gonna impact parking at all?
Not
Is there
anymore
enough
over
parking
there
over there?
than,
Parking by the
Parking's
ball
bad
field,
already.
Yeah.
on the
Yeah,
side,
I
there's a
mean-
lot of extra.
there's a lot.
Is there?
Yeah, there's
All along
adequate
the
parking,
baseball
and then
field.
you have
Okay.
parking around the dog
It's
park
only
too.
Okay.
Only when all the
Just
tennis players.
I was gonna say, when there's an event, they're parking along
Certain
Maitland, but
And
other
that
than that.
space you're gonna be using for this would not be useful for something else that racket people want?
No, it just sits.
Actually, there are a lot of pickleballers that go bocceing over at the yacht club.
Yep.
And they're
Sunday
excited
afternoon.
about having it down here too.
Yeah, I think it would just enhance the
We're gonna build it
racket
the
center.
same way with the bulkhead behind it and the whole deal like at the yacht club? No, I mean, seriously, because it's got raised
yeah,
timbers
they'll
around
raise
the
it.
back of it and the
Yeah.
whole deal.
They'll raise it.
I was
And
thinking
do
to
the
keep water
carpet
out of
setting
it.
and,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
You need to do something for us Italians.
I mean, look, I used to play bocce all the time. If
Okay.
it's a replacement reserve.
So we have sign off from the board?
Yes.
Good job.
Thank you.
Trivia question is, what's the little ball called?
Polina.
Bellini.
Bellini. Okay, next.
I do know, I said Bellini.
You're right there. He spelled it.
He was
It's a
close.
female.
John really wanted this.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to my retirement to play bocce.
My neighbor had one. It was, we played every day.
Play it on our lawn all the time.
Yeah, I played it when I was a kid.
All right, what else you got?
Okay, Kobe next. We gotta sign off on bocce. Great, good. Kobe,
do you want me to go?
So.
So, okay. Splash pad, again, as
Signed off.
Tom had asked, that's just, the other half.
All set.
Pool furniture, we're on a 5-year, we have 5 pools and they hit that time about every 5 years we replace. If you saw the furniture that was at the beach club last year, Kathleen, a couple years back, maybe 2 or 3 years back? No, maybe 3. Was looking to, save us some costs since it's furniture is so expensive, and reached out to a couple vendors, and we got a low vendor who has been taking the furniture and restrapping it, putting a sleeve on the bottom of the, he's also spraying it, right?
They take them, they sandblast them, they evaluate them, they sandblast them, they powder coat them, they restrap them with Navy, and Navy was selected for a very specific reason. It's longevity for us. And then they weld a sleigh on the bottom. If you've seen people that drag them across the at Mumford's, I can flip them over and you could actually see that there's holes. They've drug them completely. And currently, when we've completed the beach club, and this year, with the funding that you allowed, we replaced 90 loungers at Racket and 50 chairs. And ballpark it's half the cost, and my estimate is I'm gonna get 5+. Well, I think I'm on my 3rd year at the beach club and they still look gorgeous, so that's what we utilized the money. We did beach
So
club
this
before
is
that.
for replacement or for repair? For your guy to do all the work?
Well, these are gonna be for tables and
I need to
umbrellas
buy
and stuff.
some
We have to
things
buy
this
some
year.
stuff, but I was just stating that one of the reasons we've gone down a little bit in the furniture cost is because we have been,
Yeah, repair has to go into the operating budget.
Yeah, I know, I just wanna know if it was for new furniture.
fiberglass doors are, gonna be the doors on the, pump room at the beach club that are rusted and corroded and need to be replaced, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that, there's salt air and they're old. And then the swimming racket handicap steps, a few years back when that pool was redone, we had a lot of issues with people getting in and out of the pool on the, ladders. So we ordered a set of custom-made handicap steps, but they didn't come in until August because they're custom-made. They took almost 5 months, 4 to 5 months to make. We know we probably have another summer out of them, so we just want to go ahead and get those ordered this summer so that we have that replacement for when we need to put it in. And then we'll also save the steps that are in there now for parts, because Clint said he could use parts on them going forward if we needed it, so that's what those are.
Can I ask who recommended fiberglass doors for the beach club?
It came up last week in B&F, but I'm not sure whose recommendation came from.
But the only reason I ask, I mean, those steel doors have been there for a long time, and yeah, they do rust because of the salt, but fiberglass warps. You might want to do a little research on it because fiberglass will twist.
Okay.
And it's a heavy door down there. It's not solid fiberglass. It's going to be a hollow core fiberglass, which is thick, but I've had them on fronts of houses that get sunshine and then get cold, and they actually will twist and warp. And it could be worse than having a steel that lasts you for 15 years.
Yeah, I'll check.
Just an
I'll look at the
FYI.
longevity when we're doing that, yeah.
And the location, that's the kicker. It's not necessarily, longevity is great, but where you're putting them
Sure.
is a really
Yeah,
bad
over there is
environment
bad,
for anything, but fiberglass will twist just because of what it is.
I think when we talked about it last week, Eddie mentioned it too.
Did he?
Fiberglass.
Yeah, I mean, I would just look into, I have no problem
Those doors are
approving new
underneath,
doors.
they're underneath,
Yeah, no, they're in the building.
yeah, so they're not getting that direct sunlight.
But they're also,
No,
they're
they're
getting
actually
salt,
on the
but they're getting salt water, traction.
It's on the pump room.
Yeah, they're on the pool deck.
They're on the pump room.
Oh, it's the one on the pump room?
Yeah.
Yeah, they replaced the doors downstairs. They've been replaced. It's on the pump room, and last year they actually, you'd have to come over. I mean, they rust it completely off of the hinge. It's propped, don't use it, don't open it.
Right.
So it's, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, no,
Those aren't the
So
doors.
it's the pump
It's
room
the two
upstairs
doors that
next
I
to
have
the-
that go into the pump
next to
room.
the pool.
It's the chemicals, Tom.
Yeah,
The chemicals.
I got the
The
uric
chemicals.
acid in there and.
We had the same problem in the park.
Okay, did you put fiberglass doors on?
Yes,
They work fine?
yes. Well, they're inside.
But they're inside.
How long?
2 years.
But they're in a,
But-
they're
but
inside
they're
the building.
inside.
They're not.
We'll look
Just look
at
into
warranty
it. I don't
longevity.
mind. I mean, I'll approve it for the new doors because you need new doors, but I would just look into the durability of them in the sun on the beach with the pounding salt water. I mean, because that's what you're getting. So.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
And the only other thing, I just real quick, the Sports Corporal edition that came up last week, I just handed you out the start of the business plan, you know, which I had presented previously too. This does not have the after-school program. This is just for the space that we need to use, because we are growing, and we've reached our capacity. But you can look over that since this is an ongoing discussion going forward, but
So just to be clear, we're just starting the funding as the guidance for this type of account. We're not saying that we are going to actually do this addition in the 2020-21 year.
So you're asking to take $100,000 out of the new budget and stick it into new capital, just to hold it there in case we get to a
Out of
position
the
where we
replacement
can.
reserve.
Out of replacement
Oh, you're gonna
reserves.
take 100 out, plus the 10% that we're taking on
No,
top
no,
of
no,
that?
no, no. That 10% is a limit we can take up to 10%. We're not taking 10%. We're taking,
I didn't look at the number, I
100.
apologize.
well, is this number, this is gonna go to 167, right?
It's going to 167.
Yeah.
Under, it comes out to about 190, 198 or whatever, the 10% of the depreciation for the year.
So
Which
we're
is what we
talking
use to
about-
fund the new capital, and then we're saying, which is the way I understood the motion for this account. If we're looking to build something or do something in 2 or 3 years and we want to start putting money aside for it, this is where, and this is how we would do it. And that's what we're doing, just following the guidelines.
And so we're talking about approving this conceptually as an evolving business plan.
yes.
Right, and at this point, you're just approving allocating the money to new capital, not necessarily building this
But
this
this may
addition.
be in the pipeline to be built
Correct.
once it's
This,
fleshed
this,
out. and
this,
gets approved.
correct.
Once we put the money aside.
It's the first step.
Just to flying you in here. So is there something in this 100,000 that goes in new capital that says this is what it's for?
There'll be a new capital reserve, and
Is there
as we
some-
talked about, John will be keeping a spreadsheet of all those specific items.
Yeah.
So this would be the detail that would go behind this specific spreadsheet, just like we have for our other reserves, our fixed assets. And Steve in our accounting department will have a separate sheet.
Yeah, just as long as, to follow up on what Tom said, and what I've been espousing the whole time we talked about this is, if we make a commitment to reserve some money and we're not gonna spend it that fiscal year, it doesn't get touched, it remains reserved for that
Correct.
particular project. So if we're
Correct.
putting away $100K, I wanna make sure, have some assurances that $100K isn't gonna be used for, we use a bowling alley, right? Guess what, it's for the sports going, we have to raise our hands and take responsibility that we are earmarking that money and it cannot, under any circumstances, be used for anything else.
Right, so that schedule that whoever just said that I'll be doing it, that schedule will be part of the binder for the forecasted reserves that we do. And with our depreciation and our fixed asset register, we will have a schedule that will be maintained by accounting. That will, at any given time, you can ask us, Steve or me or Colby or anybody for it, and we can show you that, correct?
So by asking John to put this on his spreadsheet, we're approving this plan.
You're only approving the allocation.
Approving, this is something we're gonna spend it on.
Well, at this point, all we're doing is approving, setting aside $100,000.
So,
For a bowling alley.
For a sports core room addition.
For that to be paid, for us to spend it on a bowling alley, we'd have to go back and vote on
No, I get it, but
I'm
when do
saying-
when do we vote on this then?
it.
2
When
years.
when we get to the point where we decide we're going to build it.
I just don't understand, I'm sorry, I still don't understand what's the purpose of putting it in the new capital if we're gonna vote on it in 2 years to build this addition, and I have no problem with the addition, don't get me wrong, but it's a $2 million addition, or whatever it's gonna be, $1.2 million.
No, it's 200,000.
Oh, it's 200,000?
It's like 200, 225. It's
Oh.
just a room.
Oh, it's just one, oh, it's not the big addition that you, okay.
That was,
It's nowhere in here, just.
I don't even know
Okay,
if
well,
it's
let
big
me-
addition.
But she said it was the preliminary,
Yeah, the-
that they asked for preliminary.
The cost,
Let me go through the criteria again of what this account is about.
No, I understand what the account's
Well,
about.
I don't think you did, because you're talking, we can't spend $1.2 million out of this account.
Well, that wasn't my point, that there's gonna be 2.2. My point is, we're putting $100,000 aside,
Right.
and eventually, and I thought this was the bigger addition that we were looking at a couple years ago.
No.
And I know, I'm getting it now, it doesn't say anywhere in here a size, so, and I was just wanted to make sure that if that's what we were doing, we could just include it in the budget in 2 years and build a big addition. I don't know why we have to set 100,000 to the side,
Because
just
when
waiting
we
for it.
do that, Tom, then it has a direct impact on the assessment. It would increase the assessment, and the whole purpose of this account is to go ahead and put this money aside, spend it on new capital without having that direct impact on the assessment. That's the whole purpose.
So, and I kind of.
I have a concern
I've
about
got
the
to feel, so
project.
let me walk through the process, the way I see it, and beat me up, but I'm gonna throw it out there. So, right now, we're approving a budget that has a line item in it that says we are going to transfer $100,000 to the capital reserve fund, is that what we're calling it?
New capital.
New capital reserve fund, okay? So when we approve the budget, it means we approve that transfer, okay? So on our books is a $100,000 line item that's got a subnote attached to it and says reserved for sports core addition per budget meetings and approved budget in May of, or when we approve the budget, March of 2020,
Yeah,
okay?
February 28th.
So fast forward to next year, and let's say at some point I'd make it simple, that we've got enough money now, we do the same thing again. We go through the same budget process that says we're taking $100,000 and we are earmarking it for the sports core pool addition, okay? And so we approve that budget. So now, at that year, there is $200,000, I'm just using round numbers.
Yeah, that's
right?
perfect. Yep.
There's $200,000 in that budget. Then at that point, we would have to approve the expense of that $200,000 for that
Expenditure.
project as a motion that comes out of a board meeting.
Correct. Expenditure.
Someone would have to bring forward a motion, the GM most likely would bring
Correct.
forward a motion. I asked to have authorized the spend of the $200,000 that's been earmarked in our new capital reserves to run the project for the sports core pool addition. That's how I see that process working. I mean, is anybody okay with that one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
except
the only
that
concern
the
that
board
I
comes
have-
along 2 years from now and says, no, we don't want that, we
And
want a bowling alley.
My exact, and that's what I argued for how
I know,
long that we were
that's what I
putting this
didn't want
together,
to do in
and
the
I went
first
with and okay. I think that's a risk that we have to live with. I hate it, but you know what, I accept it, all right? Because I was very vocal about what I felt about, who finally says, yeah, I'll spend the money on that, because any board directors can go, build it a bowling alley, right? And we know that can happen. Now, we hope that it doesn't, okay? I know, we're picking on a bowling alley. I'm sorry.
No, I said it would do well here.
Hey, I want one of those- wait, we want one of those portable ice hockey rinks, right? That's a- portable ice hockey rinks. Anyway.
I have
All right, so just
We're
for
going
sake
so
of-
fast.
all right, just for sake of kind of framing it, that unless I'm wrong, that's the way I see it. Does everybody see it that same way?
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so right now,
That's the
what
way I
we're
see it.
doing, so if I'm voting yes on this budget, I'm comfortable with earmarking $100,000 for a future project called expansion to the sports core pool.
It's like restricted
Yeah.
funds, basically,
Yeah.
is what you're talking about.
I guess I would be more, conceptually, I get it. I would be more comfortable if we approved the business plan, we approved, we had all of the information we need to be the people 2 years from now who are actually gonna say, yes, we approve that spend. That we should be prepared to approve that spend today where the fund's in there. So that putting it on that spreadsheet is weightier than just
I guess-
saying, conceptually, yeah, we like the idea, but we don't have the full business plan, we haven't approved that.
Well, I guess part of the thing, and it's really not Colby's fault,
No,
but this business plan has been presented several times to budget and finance, and budget and finance has approved it each time, but then we get to the budgeting process and we're not gonna spend the money.
But the business plan
Actually,
has
Gina
changed.
turned
Well,
it down.
and here's what's changed on that, and I understand what you're
Yeah.
saying, and with now, this all came up last week.
Yeah.
So I
Right,
went back
yeah,
over
I-
one night and put together what I know that we need the room for. It's like a 20 by 30 foot room. The $200,000 price came because when I first looked at this project in 2016, 3 years ago, Marvin Steen came over and we got a budgeted number. Then it came in that there was another suggestion made on throwing the building out, which is where you get your million some cost from, because the building itself, expanding it, was up in that price. I only ever wanted this room. So that price needs to be updated. So I can try and get an updated cost based on the square footage, because I already know what we need the room for, which is what's on that business plan. My business plan before had the after-school program, but I'm not going that route. I just
But
need
you
the
also
space.
talked last week about possibly fitness.
Well, and I did, and my thoughts on that are, especially after talking to Tom a little bit, I think with the fitness room, I think it needs a lot more investigation and work
Right.
done on it, because if we do go that route, it might not be the best place to add it on to us. It might be somewhere else. I just know that regardless of anything else, that space
This
we
is
need,
solid.
and we've needed it for years.
There's no business
Okay.
plan for a fitness,
Right.
when we talked about it
Yeah.
last week, we
Yeah, I
pretty
know
much
that,
told
yeah.
her,
Yeah.
forget
So
that,
we don't
because
have
there
And
is
so
no
your
business
need
plan.
for this doesn't require any other use other than what's on this paper.
Correct.
And it will pay for itself over time just with this.
Well,
It won't be.
it won't
More
pay for
slowly.
itself, but there will be a little bit of revenue added in. It did when I was looking at the after-school program, which I've taken off the table. But we've outgrown ourselves, so no matter what, we need more space.
So we don't have any idea how much this is gonna cost? at this
No.
point.
We have an idea.
An idea, because we did get a cost for it a couple years ago, so I'm sure there's a little bit.
It's 600 square feet, what are we charging, 150,
225.
225 a square?
Yep.
So you're right around 200.
And in 2 years, when we make the spec, it's gonna be different.
Yeah, it'll be
Yeah.
another 10 or 15% higher than now, obviously.
You know, I'm okay,
Yeah.
I am totally in support of approving this to go on that spreadsheet. I think the board needs to agree what is our policy and procedure gonna be for how we get stuff on that spreadsheet.
Right.
And this is kind of a test case.
Yeah, no, I think
Right.
it's great. We had 250 people at our dive-in movie Saturday night. And we had people sitting on swim team or swim lesson boxes because we had no more space to put them. One of the things we want to do is be able to have a room where we can open it up. And we had a 25-person birthday party walk in. So if we had that, we could say, hey, we're going to put you in this room and then leave all of this for everybody else. It's just a matter of no deck space too.
No, absolutely. I don't argue with this,
Yeah.
I argue with
Yeah, no,
our
I understand
process.
your process
So we
of
need to
doing
work
it.
that out.
I appreciate the
So,
test
and let
case.
me ask a quick question, since now that we're doing the new capital, and this, I'm just stupid with this, and that's why you're the finance person. You say that if we just in 2 years approve it in the budget for $250,000 to build this room, it's gonna raise the assessments, but yet we're putting in a brand new police station addition, which is addition incoming from replacement reserves. What's the difference about putting in an addition on the swim and racket, on the swim club and using it out of replacement reserves as well? It's the same thing.
Well, except that
Pretty much.
it's not,
You're
because
moving part of
because
the
what
building into there.
what is increasing on the assessment from a new building is the depreciation amount, not the actual cost. We are not increasing the cost to our assessments by the $1.5 million for the country club. The amount of depreciation that has to be covered goes into
So we're
into our
not gonna depreciate
replacement
this
cost.
building when we build it?
Pardon me?
We're not gonna depreciate this when we build it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And we talked about that earlier in the process here today.
No, I saw it. I'm just trying to figure out why the assessment goes up for that immediately.
Because
if we
it's
just
going-
added into the
Because,
budget in 2 years.
because if you're, any new capital goes directly against the operating budget. Whereas the
That's what I'm saying. Why is that?
depreciation goes against
the depreciation goes against
the operating budget as well.
the replacement reserves. That's what replacement reserves are. It's our calculation of depreciation. Steve, you want to correct me if I'm wrong?
No, that's accurate.
Okay. For another day. I'll be happy to build it for you. I can do that. But I can't figure out why the city different than adding on to the police department. And we just added that into the budget last year. So I don't get it.
Because it came out of replacement
I
reserve.
understand, and this would come out of replacement reserve too. If
No,
you add it on to the
no,
spend.
this is, no, this.
So is that. That's a
Well,
new footprint.
No, it was an existing police station.
No, it's a new footprint on the side of the building. They're adding
not,
5,000 square feet.
it's not,
No, you're modifying an
we're
existing asset.
modifying an existing.
And okay, well, let's just move on, because
Well, don't
that's
put
what
it
we're,
on
that's what we're doing with the swimming, that's what we're doing with the.
No, no, I mean,
It's
as far as
absolutely
adding,
not.
I don't
we're
know if
adding
it's replacement or
to,
not. is what
we're
I
not
mean.
taking part
modifying
of,
them,
we're
that's all.
not taking part of it and adding on, we're adding a
How
whole
many
new
termites?
thing.
We're doing that to this too. It's just-
No, we're not.
I got a building that's this big. I'm putting a building that's this big right next to it. I'm gonna take some of the shit off and put it in there, but that's the same thing. I got a pool that's this big.
What?
I'm gonna put a little building on the side of it. I'm gonna take some of the swim mats and stick them in there. I got the exact
A
same
couple of
thing.
years ago, when I did this project, it was put in replacement. I don't know which year it was, but I know that that was a discussion back then too
We'll have
because
to
of that,
do
so I'm
this,
not.
I'll have to drink more or
But I'm
something.
not-
I don't understand what the
That
difference
was-
is.
It's okay, Tom.
Well, all right, so we can move on, but one of the takeaways is, and Colette, I'll take your comments as kind of driving this, is that I think we do need to discuss the process. In other words, one of the thoughts that came to mind was, is there anything preventing us from approving the business plan, and the associated expense with an expansion to the sports score pool now, and defer the actual start of that project until the funding is available?
Yeah, I have some.
All right, that may be the way to do it, and so just, let's talk about it some more, because I think we got, not that I want to defer, but we got time, but that first thing that crossed my mind is maybe that's the way we end up doing it. That way, that's a little bit stronger of an earmark than it would be just to say, oh yeah, look at the column that says reserved for the spreadsheet. Because somebody can get on the spreadsheet and just change it. Bowling alley.
Well, and that's where, and look, God forbid, Colby's not here in 2 years, and our board is completely changed, and we have $200,000 to add to the sports court, to add to the pool, and they go, hey, you know what? Let's make it 400,000 and just add something even bigger.
Yeah.
You know,
That's a
that's
risk.
the problem with putting money into an account, just waiting for a project. That's what I didn't like about it in the first place. So,
It's
there,
very clear in my,
so it's not about you, David. It's
Oh,
not
I know,
this
I know.
thing.
all right,
Go ahead.
Okay, John.
Are we back on track? Because we were way ahead.
Okay, Kobe, so I'm gonna close out that the board has okayed the capital and the aquatics budget, all those items. Great. Okay, Kobe, I think there's just a couple at the bottom that we left for you, the yacht club and the racket sports. The
Photo booth.
We did the beach club.
What is the photo booth?
The photo booth.
One of
You
those
didn't take a
things,
picture.
with all the weddings and stuff, they
Oh.
have
You used to have
photo
them
booth.
at my tripper. You
Yeah,
walk
let
in,
Kobe
put
do
the
it. Let's let Kobe do it, please. So Kobe, you prepped on it, you got the yacht club and the racket sports.
So the double door convection oven is just to give them bigger space because they're busier and will be able to take on more, having that. It's just replacing the old one. And then the photo booth is an option that they can offer on to banquets and parties as an additional revenue, cost or an expense to whoever's purchasing it, but a revenue to, the total that comes in. And a lot of times now, I mean, 9 out of 10 weddings, parties and stuff you go to, a lot of people have the banquet, or the photo booth, which is just a booth you get in and you push the thing and you have props and take a picture and people go home with them, so it's a
How
lot
many
of
people
fun.
you squeeze in?
Yeah. So that was Ralph, he gave me, I think between 8 and 10 requests, and I told him to pick the top 3, and the photo booth was on his top 3, so.
Are they gonna sell the one with the convection oven they have now? What's gonna happen to that? It still has useful life, obviously.
Yeah,
There's
so
no
Eddie
big
said
loss.
that what they'll do is they do take that stuff either to auction or they,
Yeah.
sell it.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Good, that was discussed. Okay, Kobe, great. So do we have approval from the board on those 2 items?
Yes.
Thank you. Good job, Kobe. Next one, concrete sidewalks.
So the concrete sidewalks, courts at the tennis center, racket center. They're just busted up, falling apart.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thanks, Kathleen.
You're welcome, guys. Trying to find more pictures. I know. I think you all got them, but. Well, so they're busted, it's a tripping hazard, and we are, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Doug. Just looking to go in and replace it. It will also, encompass the area around platform that's now with stones. So it'll put concrete in that area, which will help with their drainage issues, because they hold a lot of standing water. So, we just, no, right now, we just got a initial cost of what we're looking at. I'm sorry?
Just to give you that number.
No, we got that from, Charlie Gale.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I think does our- Yeah, who does our concrete, yeah. He came over and took a look and gave us a number to put in, so, yeah. So we will bid it, but that's what we got as an initial cost. So.
Okay, I have no problem. Okay, thank you.
Are we still talking about the racket sports?
We're gonna go into that now.
Okay.
Hold on,
I
sir.
was gonna, I thought you were gonna let her go, I was gonna ask about the path around the south.
Let's do the racket sports first.
Okay, that's fine.
You know, let me go.
Hopefully, forget about it. What number is rackets?
No.
13 is tennis.
13. No, let's do tennis last.
Okay, let's do platform then.
Tennis last.
Start with
14, we're gonna do tennis
Let's do
last.
pickleball, they're doing really well.
All right, pickleball first.
Pickleball, please.
Number
15.
Yeah, pickleball is the fastest growing sport. It's definitely growing there. We have it doesn't show in this because we just made the decision after this was made, but we do have a camp that's coming in for 3 days in July that will add $2,000 to the special events tournament line for pickleball. They're paying, a group's coming in they're paying us $2,000 to utilize our courts for 3 days to offer a camp. Yeah, training. So there's not a lot on here. I will say in all 3 racket sports, you'll notice the payroll went up because 5% of my salary was placed into each one of the racket sports payroll. So that did go up. Yeah.
I was gonna say, just not to nitpick, but if you look at this, I don't want to talk numbers because this is payroll information, but in the next page, in our book, you look at the bottom, you see the difference in payroll costs of about 5K, but yet the percentage change is 0.
All right.
I read it all. I do.
Perfect, everything's been perfect up till now, way to go. Nitpick. All right, good, I like it.
Yeah, so there's pickleball's doing great. There's not a lot of much to say on them.
Okay, board, what say you on pickleball?
Good.
Great.
Okay, signed off, thank you, Kobe, good job. Next,
Hey, Steve, how's that?
platform.
Good. I didn't even bring up what we'd like to have, but that's all right.
I didn't see the dome anywhere.
I know.
I'm getting it down.
Wait till we get our new tournament that's coming in this year, that's a sanctioned national tournament,
That's wonderful.
high level,
There's people mean.
Yeah, I heard about
really
that.
pretty sophisticated stuff.
Sorry, so platform, you'll look at the bottom with the forecast and the proposed next year. Again, their change, a big part of their change is the payroll piece. But other than that, they're pretty consistent across the board. There's not a lot of change there.
Okay. Board, what say you?
Good.
Okay, thank you, Kobe. Now we go to tennis.
Tennis memberships have, well, actually, from 2018, they've gone up a little bit, but we have, unfortunately, some of our returning consistent members have passed on due to age, so we have lost a few members there. Their payroll is higher than the others because, again, some of it is myself, And also tennis gets hit with the instructor. We have a tennis pro that does lessons, so that part of that gets hit there. And then, of course, their biggest expense is the contract services, which is the redo of their clay courts every year, which is right around $13,000. So they get hit annually hard with that piece. But on a positive note, I have a really good team coming in this year. Tim McMullen and Terry Underhofer are going to be running the Racket Center, and Terry's been working on bringing in a USTA sanctioned tennis event, which would bring in revenue based on per person. So I did not reflect that in the budget because I have absolutely no clue as to what that would be. But I'm hoping with Tim and Terry and their experience and their customer service skills, which are great, and the fact that everybody's excited to have them there, that we'll hopefully see some growth in tennis going forward.
So Vernon's not coming back?
Correct.
Okay. This doesn't have anything to do with you?
But before you start speaking, is it something that can be discussed publicly?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. What I'm going to say, being on the videotape, is that I think that we have lost so many members from the tennis group, not due to death especially, but also due to the fact that the courts are not well maintained. I don't think we ever asked the golfers to cut the greens. We are responsible for cleaning up our courts each and every day after we play. It's not that big a deal. It's probably good exercise, but it is. It's a difference. Yes.
Camille, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have to defend the golfers. They fill in the divots.
They replace their divots.
They do a lot, so.
Well,
okay.
I understand your point, but I don't feel it's fair to pick on our 1,700
All
plus
right,
golfers.
I can agree to disagree with you on that, John, and respectfully so.
No, stick to the racket, please.
Yes, I will stick to the racket. I don't know how much attention has been paid to this. We are losing people due to death, but we are losing even more people going to Sea Colony, where we pay 3 times as much. One of the major issues that we have there, which is really a fairly simple fix, is to get an awning over that outside porch. In the morning, we have to start playing at 7:30 because it gets so hot that people are all gone by 11 o'clock because it's just absolutely unbearable. Things that would lend attractiveness to it, in addition to who you're bringing in, is there are tables between some of the courts. If there could be an umbrella placed on the tables, we were bringing in umbrellas from home. We were bringing in our beach umbrellas from home. And, if one of them blew off and hit somebody in the head, I can't even imagine the liability we would incur in that without them being appropriately anchored down. So an awning, and I also think that getting a pro in here. There were many times that a number of us asked for clinics and lessons, and that just simply did not happen. And I hope that as you are working with these new people, that those kinds of things would be encouraged. How often are you having ladies clinics? How often are you having beginners clinics? We have one of the best tennis traveling teams in the region. I mean, they ripped up everybody else this past summer. So I would just, and it's my personal thing because I'm a tennis player, but I would like to see some attention paid to this because I think it can go places. And, every time I go up to Sea Colony in the summer, everybody that I started playing tennis with here is up there. And they're paying $300 for the summer
Okay.
to play twice a
I
week.
mean, certainly the clinics, the lessons, and Colby had mentioned she put in the management team, and then I'll let her expand on it, but she certainly should address it, and we will. I just have a question. First of all, I understand about the shade. Just help me out, because I wasn't here last year, but I was on BNF or whatever. I thought we did get something down there, some type of warning. So is this in addition to that?
We don't have an awning. We have 2 umbrellas that are propped up onto it.
Larry, what was it last year?
We did a pickleball tennis.
Okay, then we
Yeah, we
certainly
did a
should do it here.
pickleball sale or something, right?
We did the big green umbrellas don't work that are there.
They work when they stay up. If it's windy or anything else, they're.
Okay. Colby, we'll look into it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Kobe, you want to address the clinics?
I do.
lessons? Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying in regards to the lessons and the clinics, and that's why the change has been made.
Okay.
What my hope was for the racket center, especially tennis, the growth there didn't happen, which is why the change has been made. So that's where I do feel that will come into play. In regards to the cleaning of the sweeping of the courts, that actually recommendation came from your tennis board, because they're the ones that actually told me that they would like that to be the member's responsibility. So I don't know anything about tennis, but I just want to reiterate that that recommendation came from the tennis board that is on your group. So that doesn't matter to me, but I just wanted to make sure to point out that
No, and I appreciate you doing that.
That came from that end. But other than that, I hear what you're saying. I completely understand, and we are working to improve and
I
bring
think
more in there.
And I think we could get some of those members back from Sea Colony
Yeah.
if the amenities provided, shade provided, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll definitely get the information on you on yes.
Great.
Kobe will take care of the execution on the clinics and the lessons. I can tell you Tim McMullen's top notch and the other gentleman's top.
That's really good to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay, anything else on the tennis?
Good.
Okay, I take that as a sign off. Okay, thank you, Kobe, thank you. Just looking at the calendar, I have Chief Massey, who I didn't realize was here. I will get the chief, and I believe that'll be it. So Kobe, thank you. So, looking at this is the last segment, and then we have the final discussion. So, police chief, what section here?
11.
Section 11.
As long as it's not section 8, ready to go, chief.
Okay, good afternoon.
Thanks for coming, chief.
If you look at our budget items, the police department is by far primarily personnel costs. We have one vehicle as a replacement vehicle. Typically what we do is we replace our police vehicles 150,000 miles. And that's just how much they actually drove. It doesn't count the idling time on the engines. We may have 2 officers working the entire community at one time, and they're covering 80 miles. So there's a lot of driving in Ocean Pines. It's just, and the cars wear out. What we've done is we've staggered the vehicle turnover, so we're only replacing 1 or 2 a year instead of doing the whole fleet. So we're trying to do that. My big concern that I've had in the last few years is personnel turnover. Typically, the national standard for police officers is 2 per 1,000 population. If we were to use that population, saying Ocean Pines is 12,000 year round, we should have 24 officers. Now, we don't need 24 officers, let me make that clear. Our violent crime rate is fairly low, and we're able to do it with 16 officers. So we're actually doing with 16 what we could do with 24. Now, the important part of that is we need to hold on to those 16 officers. We need to keep those 16 intact, and what we've seen is as I've handed you out here, quite a bit of turnover. My experience in Ocean City was, when I was chief there, that we only lost police officers to state, federal, and county police departments. Here, our turnover, the 19 officers that I've lost in the last few years, have all been local, meaning Worcester County, Wycomico County. And what we found is some of the other police agencies are preying on our officers. They're offering a better pension or better benefits, and because our training is 6 months at the police academy, it's state certified. And the state has now come up with additional regulations that say that police officers cannot go by themselves. They must have a field training officer. In other words, 2 to vehicle for the next 2 months. So for 8 months of the year, when we hire someone new, they're not patrolling by themselves in Ocean Pines. So when we lose somebody, with the expenses of equipping them, training them, paying the academy, because it's not a free ride to go to the police academy, it's approximately $30,000 a year to train a new officer. And I've lost 4 in the last year. 2 to other departments and 2 to medical. One of my officers was doing a security check at the yacht club, slipped on the ice and hit his back, and he's permanent, he's disabled. I had another officer who had a brain tumor, so she had to retire. So I've lost 4 out of 16, and I'm filling the gaps. I have 2 that just graduated from police academy, and I have another one that I've hired that is currently just started the police academy. So if you add the total training costs of those officers, $90,000 that we've spent. Now I know that I brought before some attention to the board, and the board's been very responsive. I brought up the issue of pay, and we've done a very comprehensive pay study that will address a concern there. I also brought up the take-home vehicle policy, which the board approved, and we have that now. So we're addressing the issues, but I have to tell you that the one issue when I do my exit interview with the officers is the pension. All of the agencies that we've lost police officers to have a defined benefit pension, which means 25 years or 30 years you're out and you're fully retired and you continue to receive benefits. We had a 3% pension. We had some financial headwinds that had to disappear, and now I'm requesting that we look at 5% for the officers. And I didn't just pull 5% out of my hat. That's what the other agencies are paying, between 5 and 8% towards their employees for retirement. So I feel that if we can raise that defined contribution now to 5%, it'll go a long way in keeping our veteran police officers. And there's no substitute for experience in law enforcement. It takes a while to ride through Ocean Pines and know the neighborhoods and know the people. The good news is I have a few 30-year veterans who've been here for a long time, and they know so-and-so is in the neighborhood and so-and-so. We have a burglary in that area. We know that it's probably this individual. So that's when we start our investigation. We are actually a community police department because our population doesn't expand like Ocean City. When I was in Ocean City, it's very transient. And the number of calls that we had may have gone up 500% compared to the wintertime and the summertime. Here, we find an influx in the summer. It goes up about 30% in the summer. But we're busy all year round compared it to the number of officers that we have. We handled 12,000 calls last year. Now, the good news is there wasn't any drive-by shootings. There weren't too many aggravated assaults and things. But we do deal with calls like domestic violence, drugs, juvenile problems, child abuse, because we're a residential community. We're the largest residential community in Worcester County. So we're dealing with family issues, predominantly family issues. We deal with traffic issues, DUI, that's one of our top arrests here. And domestic violence is probably the most important arrest that we make here right now, domestic violence. So it's incumbent upon us to try and keep our officers. If you look at the information, we have a 3-year contract. When we hire someone, they are supposed to stay 3 years, or we can recoup some of the training expenses back. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is a lot of them are leaving less than 3 years. Now, we go after them financially. I had one officer that we recouped $12,000 from him in training expenses. Yes.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, and then sometimes, so we go after them legally. I've been in court and testified, and we've won cases on that. But that doesn't correct the problem that we're working shorthanded, and you're on the street by yourself at times because we have a vacancy. I never like to have less than 2 people working because it's a large community, and if we call on the state police or the sheriff's department to assist us, they may be down in Pocomoke on a fatal accident. They may be gone. So it takes a while for them to get here. We help them and they help us under what we call a mutual aid agreement, which means if we're shorthanded, they'll come in and help us. And if something out on 589 happens and the state police or the sheriff's department is tied up on a stabbing or a fatal accident or a serious accident, we'll go out and help them. So it's a mutual thing. But my concern is that it's really tough when you're working shorthanded. Now, my proposal on the 5% defined benefit for the 401k program is not going to stop. I don't want to say that it's going to stop turnover. It's not, but it's going to slow it. And we're going to actually be able to keep some of our officers for a longer period of time. And it'll stop some of the predatory practices that we see some of the local police departments doing with our department. I just lost 2 supervisors. They're actually corporals. One went, both of them went to the sheriff's department. So, you know, I'm trying to hang on to what we have because I think I've been a police chief in 2 different locations, and I can tell you our police officers are as good as anybody. If they weren't good, why would anybody want them? And I can tell you that we send them to training. Our officers love working in this community. It's a great community. This is one of the few communities that when you ride down the street, they'll wave at you. In an inner city, they'll give you a single digit waving. Where if they, it's so. I mean, there's not a hostility. But I also have to say that with a lot of the media coverage of police misconduct, and we have to admit there are some that we have misconduct with all that focusing on the national news, our recruiting has gone down half. I get half the applicants I once got in the last few years because of all the media scrutiny. And it's hard. It's a very competitive market. We're competing against a lot of other places. One of the local police departments I heard tested 14 people and they only had 1 acceptable, and that person, they did a background and had to kick him out on that one. So, I mean, despite that, and I teach at the college in law enforcement, despite that, we have some of the best young men and women who want to be police officers. God knows why, but they are, and I'm very proud of them. So my whole point is that I need to try and hang on to these people. It's a resource for this community, and we're one of the safest communities. And it's not just because it's Ocean Pines. We got a lot of officers that work really hard. We made 150 arrests last year. We cleared nearly every burglary we had last year, and that's from being able to investigate and clear these cases. I want to keep Ocean Pines one of the safest communities in the state. I think it's a great attraction for people that want to move here. And that's why I've come before you today, because I really think that this will go a long way to help us to keep our people. And I think that's a great resource to have for us.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
So you've been here for 15 years.
Yes.
And over the since 2011, which is 8 years, you've lost 11, but before that you lost 17.
Mm-hmm.
Was there something that you did after, after the first 4 years to figure out?
Well, one of the first things we did was get a 3% defined contribution to the 401k.
Okay.
That was one of the starts that we had. And, I don't know, some of them, I can't tell. We all had some who just got out of law enforcement. And it is the quality of recruiting. There have been some years where we have multiple applicants, some years that it's very lean. And, it's a rhyme or reason.
I don't want to put you on the spot. I just kind of noticed that you've been here for quite a while and you lost a ton of them like that first 4 years or whatever.
Well, a lot of times people were already in the process with another department. I lost several officers when I first walked in the door that I had no ability to hang on to because they were gone. And, it is what it is. But I can give you my Ocean City experience. And my Ocean City experience was when I first was employed, way back when, in Ocean City in the mid-'70s, we had very little pension. And we were losing up to 10 officers a year in Ocean City, going to county, state, or federal agencies. And when we got a pension, the turnover went down from 7 to 10 to 1 to 2. So there was an impact on the turnover. There's always going to be a few officers that it's not busy enough here, right? Or I just don't like this job. I mean, I don't want to work a midnight shift. I want to be home with my wife and family. I don't want to work nights. And that's been one of the problems that we've had recruiting experienced officers. I can't go to a retired officer and say you got to work midnight shift permanently. They have wife and kids and stuff like that. So the younger officers tend to fill in those evening positions.
How long is the training?
6 months. And just to give you for instance, when I started as a police officer, it was 9 weeks. It's now 26 weeks. Plus 320 hours in ride-along. And we didn't have that when I started. So it's 8 months right now.
And you're paying their salary and their training costs?
Yes.
That's 6 months?
Yeah.
9.
It's prorated, but yes, we can, and we do grow aggressively after that.
So is the 5% in here?
No, I'm gonna discuss that. So, I'll explain. So what happened, to go to the 5%, with a zero contribution from the patrolman.
But they will contribute.
Okay, if they will, and offsetting what we're paying already. And offsetting that the chief did take and cut some money out of here, saying that we may not have the turnover that we've had in the past. It comes out to about $1 and change. So that dollar I have netted, we're gonna say yes. It's in the 981, yes.
So you've got it in, or it's in the assessment now, the way it's.
It's in the assessment, so when I took the assessment from proposed 978 last week to 981, yes. That's in there, and the same for the fire department. It's in there, yes.
Well, I have to say, I mean, my personal opinion, being here since '84, one of the greatest things about it, you don't see you guys that much, which is awesome. But you don't see. I've had somebody steal a bike from my house twice since '84. That's it. That's with open doors. I never lock anything. Come in. It was a kid, I'm sure. Yeah, that's what you call. I don't care. I mean, what are you gonna take, my dog?
He's only kidding.
But my point is that people like to pick your department because of your salaries and the amount of money it shows on our budget, bottom line. But then again, they want to be happy with the fact that they don't have to worry about coming here and being safe and being taken care of 24/7 all the time. I respect everything you do, and honestly, if it doesn't affect what our assessment, and even if it does, I have no problem with increasing that if it helps you keep people here and keep you guys from doing 24-hour shifts or whatever,
Thank you, Tom.
So I respect all the things you guys do. I see your guys out all the time. Farmers Market, down the street, the Veterans Memorial, I see them everywhere. So I appreciate you guys very, very much, and I have no problem with this whatsoever.
So, thank you. So let me just add what I was gonna say before that. The Simpson study did benchmark the police and did say we were on the low end as far as the pension. So this brings us right in line with other police departments, as the chief said, based upon the Simpson study. The Simpson study said for the non-police that we were right at the median for our pension, so we were good there. But for the police, they said that we were on the low end. So this will bring us there, as well as the adjustment that Simpson recommended that I have in the market adjustment for the police. And like I said, it's $1 after the offsets that the chief has, that we believe will save, hopefully without turnover. Okay, thank you, Tom. Anybody else?
I think it was a general consensus from the Budget and Finance Committee as well, that's, I don't even want to use the term money well spent. I think it's better said, it's a smart investment for a valued resource.
We'll probably save money down the road.
In the long run,
I
we'll
think
save
you will.
money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you keep our officers.
Keep the officers, keep there's no Ocean Pines if it's not a safe community. We're not the #1 community for retired folks if it wasn't for the fact that we have people taking care of us. But, it's truly an asset that we can't afford not to have, so.
Okay, so I have a sign off on the police budget as well as the pension change. Thank you. There's one item going back to the clean blue and yellow schedule on the capital. The chief, as he mentioned in his presentation, that each year there's a vehicle, so there is a vehicle in there. The estimate is $37,000. That's consistent with other years. Jeff, I'm sorry, Jeff.
What would it cost us to bump that percentage to 7? Are we talking a lot of money?
Steve, was it another 10 or?
Yeah, so the 2% was approximately 10,000, or 20-some thousand, so each percentage would be worth 10, so probably another 20,000.
Right. You offset with the chief did have other savings that we said without. So there might be some more, but just an idea, right? It'd probably be $2.
If it were my world to run, I'd spend it. I would. And even if it hurt a little bit, I'd spend it. I think the asset that you all provide is tremendous. I think it's really hard to put a number on how safe this place is. I won't even try to do that, but I will observe that it is pretty safe and it creates a really nice feeling for someone with a family, whether it's just a wife, my kids are grown, or whether it's wife and kids. I think it's tremendous, and I think we ought to seriously consider trying to do a little more to keep that resource and keep it healthy.
Board's meeting. It's a board's meeting.
Well, I mean, this is what you recommend. This, I mean, if this is gonna help you keep police officers going to 5, and you think that's the solution, if you lose 5 of them next year, we'll bump it up then. That's my opinion. You brought the number, we didn't bring the number. I trust in you, because you've been doing it, a long time, more than me, and you know the number. If that's the number that puts us in line with Worcester County and Wycomico County, believe me, I'll give them everything that they want.
I think that's the number. To be honest with you,
I
that's when we came forward, like Tom said. Obviously, we reevaluate like anything else.
Yeah, and I think that number is confirmed by the Simpson study.
Exactly.
So,
Except at the low end.
yeah.
We're in the
It's
sweet
low
spot.
All right.
Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We got approval
Thank
on
you.
it. The 37,000 also, Chief, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so that, as you can see from the schedule, that takes us through all the amenities, all the departments. I don't believe there was any changes that affected the assessment. We will look into the awnings, that would be, well, be the capital. We will look into that. The trail is not on our radar for this next year. Like I said, no assessment change, we would still be at the 981. You could see that any change that we made, that every department head or amenity, if we were looking for something else, for instance, like the pension or whatever, there was an offset. We always tried to reallocate resource, assets, or money to try to fund or right-size our budgets. And that's reflected in the assessment. Everybody came in with benchmarking, with examples, work plans, pictures, everything is detailed. And everything is forecasted, budgeted, and how much more to go. So that's where we are. With that, we're done presenting the proposed budget.
All right, so the last item on the agenda was general discussions, review, action items. So first of all, let me start by telling my colleagues here, thank you for spending the entire day. I know we had originally thought it would take 3 days, but as we said earlier this morning, I think all the prep work gave us an opportunity to get through this in a single day. So thanks for staying all day and helping us get through this. John, you mentioned action items. I think there's a couple, but nothing that's going to quote unquote affect the assessment. So I think we just got to get some numbers tweaked. I know there's a few here and there, some changes that have to be made. So I guess from my perspective, one of the other action items would be to get, summarize all the information you've seen both from the budget and finance and from the board, and basically get the new numbers in and publish any pages that require an updated number or any corrections. And then obviously, and I would say don't print out the whole book again. Just print out the pages.
No, we'll put it
change.
in, we'll send them out like you did.
That gives us, that gives us the updated stuff. And then, so for people who are watching this on camera, be advised that the February 5th board meeting, we will be bringing up the open hearing, and it is designed to have the public interact with the board in a, Robert's Rules of Order will be, dismissed for a period of time while we open the floor up for discussion, open questions to the board, to the general manager, and anybody else that needs to be involved in answering questions will be available. So I encourage the general public and the membership to show up with any questions that they have, because that's the opportunity to answer that. So.
That meeting is starting early, right?
And yes, and by the way, thank you, Josh. That meeting, by the way, will start at 5 p.m. rather than the original 7 p.m. so that we can get through all this, and we'll have enough time without spending a long time at the meeting. So just encourage. So I'll go around the room here. Larry, anything from your perspective?
Yeah, I don't think we went over the fees and charges, but are we gonna, part of the budget process is for us to go over what fees we're charging for the community. Are we going to do that at some point?
Well, everybody was here. I mean, they went through any fees that they were recommending a change on, so anything that they didn't discuss, we would leave them the same.
All right, well, then I have a recommendation that I think because of dealing with these, and John and Doug know the issues we're having with the coupons, the pool passes and the parking. It being tied to the parking pass, I would like to see that combination of the parking pass and pool pass be discontinued and just go strictly with the parking pass. And if someone wants to get the yearly membership for the pools, to do that, or get the weekly or down whatever rate that
So you want to decouple it?
Yeah, I want to decouple it, and mainly, not because I think it's not a bad idea, but I think from an accounting and processing point of view, it's problematic. We talked with Ruth Ann about it, so that would be a recommendation.
Yeah, and let me follow up, because we did have this discussion
Yeah,
yesterday, just kind of off the wall, when we started with the pool passes, but I had brought that idea up actually like 3 years ago about decoupling the pool pass from the parking pass, both from an administrative burden and trying to track all the costs associated with several passes for the beach club pool that you can or cannot use the other pools and so on and so forth. It was confusing, it was cumbersome, it was burdensome, and it was much cleaner. And thank you for bringing that up, Larry, because I think it's important that we attack that particular thing and at least have a discussion on whether or not it's feasible. I think we've operated under the premise that there was 4 pool passes associated with the beach club that had unlimited use. We fixed that a couple of years ago, said you can't have unlimited use on those 4 cards. And I think the next logical step is to decouple it and really have, you either have a pool pass for all the pools, and a parking pass for the parking lot. And I just think it's simpler that way, unless there are things that I'm unaware of or haven't considered with that situation, and somebody else who's more knowledgeable and it comes up and says, well, here's why we did it this way. And if you can convince me that way, then certainly I'll listen. But I think it's probably something that we have, before we approve the budget, should at least have a discussion amongst ourselves on it. So, Larry, anything else?
That's all I have.
Tammy?
Thank you for bringing that up. I think that's going to be more of a major satisfier to people that I've talked to. This has just been an ongoing complaint, unfortunately, and this will go a long way towards satisfaction and resolution. And John, just on a personal note, I really appreciated the quality of the reports today. I mean, it made the day fast, interesting, and you have an incredible staff.
Absolutely.
I mean, they are
A lot of
just
talent.
absolutely incredible. And that's all I have.
Yeah, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Steve?
I think just related to Larry's point, I guess, I don't know if John or whoever would be, but I'd love to hear a recommendation, whether we should decouple or not. I don't know enough to know how to make that sort of decision, but people who are involved in that process, if we could get some comment from them on that.
What we did yesterday, we sat down with Ruth Ann
Ruth
to
Ann,
find
yeah.
out from her, according, her feeling is that it is a huge nightmare for her. And so.
What was her comment on would it affect revenue? We did ask her that.
I don't think it affects revenue at all.
Right.
No, just where it gets booked.
Right.
But she was in favor of it.
Okay. Well, that's
Very much
So it
so.
was a huge nightmare
Yep.
for her.
The
to
staff
do.
She's the
supported
expert,
it.
right?
Got
We did
That's
change
what I
it.
wanna
To
hear.
decouple.
And they spoke to
Will
me.
make
before
things
we-
much cleaner.
Okay, that's fine, no problem. My other question is, and it's not directly related to the budget, but I think we need to get the numbers tied down for the roof, the siding, the windows, and how that relates to the addition plus what we do on this building.
Yeah.
Balance of it.
Okay. John, that's an action item for you.
Yeah, and I have that. I talked to Steve from Wayland this morning. He's gonna get me the estimates. Eddie just tried to get that based upon the feedback I received, so we've been working on a fly, but I did talk to Steve from Wayland this morning.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Tom?
Yeah, the numbers for that would be awesome, just find out what it is. Just, if it fits, it fits. Might as well do it while you have everybody out here. Get it done before it begins, before spring, and have this whole thing looking like a compound. Secondly, and I appreciate you putting it together, your staff is phenomenal, they really are. I still don't agree with the $100 transfer into the capital fund. I'm just saying, I'm just saying right now, I don't like it. $100,000. I don't even agree with $100. Just saying. That's just.
You're on record.
I'm on record.
Definitely.
And the only thing that was missing is the gutter for the tiki bar. So if you decide you can put that in, or I can get some.
I got it for TV.
I can get some funding from the compound group if I have to. But anyway, thank you very much. That's all I got.
Thanks,
Thank
Tom.
you,
Colette.
Tom.
Then I will echo what everybody else has said about the quality of the presentations. This was by far the best budget hearings that we've had in the couple of years that I've been doing this, so
Well, you're
thank
welcome.
you.
Thank you for that, thank you.
And the only other action item I'm concerned about is nailing down a process for approving things for that capital reserve fund.
Yeah.
I don't like things just hanging out there, that could be reversed at some point.
No, I know what you're saying, as far as
How
the
about,
process.
How about we agree to have that as a discussion item at the February 5th board meeting?
I'll bring that up. I'll present the discussion item. Is that all
Fair
right?
enough? I mean, I don't think it involves a whole lot of stuff other than agreeing on how we want to handle it, but Colette, if you don't mind, if you put that on the agenda for the February 5th board meeting.
Well, why don't we put together some ideas of how we want to handle it, and how it's going to be written up in the new capital fund and that, because just to discuss it again, like we just discussed, I'm going to have the same opinion, he's going to have the same opinion, you're going to have the same opinion, and I don't need to do it in front of all.
Come with a proposal.
Well, okay,
Just put a proposal on
go
what
back
it's
and look
gonna
at the
do.
video of what I talked about a little while ago. There you go. Josh, index that on the video sometime.
It does.
I didn't pay attention when you said it, I have to go back and look.
So, okay, anybody else have anything from our guests here? John, thank you.
All right, thank you,
All right,
everybody.
I'll
Thank you,
entertain a
Josh, for
motion.
videotaping.
I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, everyone.
15
Hey,
minutes
thank
early,
you.
good job.